Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for day one of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Somerset. You're with me, Ash Thorpe, and Sam Dalling.
Hey, not today, mate.
For 3 of the 4 days. We'll talk about that a little bit as we go through the day. But in store for a really, really exciting championship game here. We saw Durham fly home to victory in the last session of the last day on what seems like an eternity ago, but it was only a couple of days ago on Monday. Today we have all new game for you. Somerset are the visitors, as we've said. Their team news. A couple of changes for Durham is that Bryden Cars is unavailable with England duties, and George Drizzle is replaced by David Beddingham. So we'll go through the Durham team, and then I will let Somerset Sam go through the Somerset team.
Hey, look, I know
we're starting early.
We're
starting early.
Who's paying me this week? That's where my
well, I don't know. You're probably double bubbling knowing you.
I'm a mercenary. One change for Somerset. Tom Banton drops out of the side. They have had a couple of good wins as well. They started probably averagely, a couple of draws, a couple of defeats, but they've had a couple of good wins. Tom Banton is also on England duty. He's not in the test squad, but they've got a white ball series starting very soon, so he's back involved there. Andy Amid comes into the side then. There was word of double Rue. There are 2 Rues here.
Yes.
James Rue was at Trent Bridge yesterday. They've released him. I think that's quite sensible to play in this game. Thomas, his younger brother, the baby goat as they call him down in Somerset. He was in the squad. There was a bit of excitement. He hasn't made the side. It won't be long before
blocked
he
by
makes
your
his
older
first
brother.
test.
You'd be kicking him in the bunk beds or tipping him out or something, wouldn't you?
Yeah, both very talented cricketers. So James Rue will keep wicket for Somerset. Gone quite seam heavy, actually. There's a lot of seamers in that Somerset side.
Yeah.
Lewis Gregory, the skipper, I don't know if he'll bowl. He didn't bowl last week. We've got Matt Henry, who's about to take the first over. Miguel Pretorius, Durham fans will know well. Craig Overton, Josh Davey. Lammonby also able to bowl a little bit of left arm seam. Jack Leach, the spinner. Archie Vaughan, a bit of off spin too.
Yeah, so Durham have won the toss and elected to bat. And it'll be skipper Alex Lees to take the first ball of the day with Henry from the Lumley end. And he's dragged it on first ball. Inside edge. And he is gone. Matt Henry with nothing really more than a loosener strikes first ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, naturally Alex Lees will be frustrated. It looked like quite a gentle one from Matt Henry. Maybe there's a little bit about the aura of him. It was fuller and it was almost like Lees didn't expect that kind of loosener from Henry. I don't know. But maybe have a look at it. Maybe we're being a little bit harsh. But it's the worst possible start when you've won the toss. A skipper said we're going to have a bat. And Matt Henry, who Somerset, they missed him in the first half of the season. He was due to be in Taunton ahead of April, ahead of the start of the summer. That shoulder injury picked up in the ICC Champions Trophy has kept him away. He's been back the last couple of weeks though, and that is perfection.
Yeah, just a ball angled across the left-hander. Didn't really shape in. Alex Lees probably paying at one, maybe you're right, on reputation, that he would normally leave. It was probably about another set of stumps at least wide, and he has dragged it on. That brings Centurion Emilio Gay to the crease. Recent Lions call-up for the young left-hander. Back-to-back centuries at the Riverside, so he is hoping for a little bit of a better start. And welcome to all of our Somerset fans. If you want to interact with us, jump on the live stream chat. You can contact us via email at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. We will have a look at some of the comments. Some we may well ignore.
So just having a look. So my laptop screen, it's just ticked 11 o'clock. So that's the worst thing for a batter, isn't it? To be dismissed before 11 o'clock on the opening date.
Yeah, somebody's put on the stream actually 10:59. Yeah, somebody else has just put, it wasn't even 11 o'clock. But yeah, good morning, everybody. And probably won the toss, and you look up here, the pitch. I'll go through the pitch details in a moment. Yeah, Tim Unlucky. He's put Alex Lees as his cricket captain. And this one, again, another real loosener from Henry as that one trickles through to Rue behind the stumps. I'll go through the Durham team for you. It is Alex Lees, Ben McKinney. We have Emilio Gay, David Beddingham returns. Ollie Robinson behind the stumps, Colin Ackerman, Graham Clark, Ben Rain, Mitchell Killeen making his county championship debut. His dad was here and we're both out present for his cap ceremony earlier today, which was a lovely moment. overseas Cody Youssef and James Minto. And this one goes past the outside edge of Gay. The Somerset team in full is Andy Umeed, Archie Vaughan, Tom Abel, James Rue, Tom Lammonby, Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey, Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius, Matt Henry has already struck, and Jack Leach, who had a lovely day out here the last time Somerset were in town in the one-day cup game.
Did he get 7 for?
Yeah, he absolutely ragged at square. Durham, interestingly, don't have a frontline spinner in their 11. This one again outside the off stump and beats Emilio Gay. So Matt Henry settling nicely, and lovely work from him so far. Picked up the early wicket. The experienced New Zealand international, one of the great bowlers on the county circuit over a number of years now.
He's very good. I'm pretty sure he was at Somerset a couple of summers ago, won the Blast, took all those wickets, took a load of championship wickets, and I'm pretty sure that because he'd been with Kent briefly. And I think the issue was that they weren't prepared to offer him a white ball T20 deal as well, which in hindsight looks like a bit of a mistake. I mean, Somerset are delighted. And he'll be one of those overseas players, you know, how counties look to build relationships with. And actually, if you, a bit like Glamorgan have done with Labuschagne, right? If you can get him coming back, even for short stints, over the course of 5 or 6 years, and if he's the go-to for Matt Henry.
Yeah, outstanding cricketer. And another lead from Emilio Go. Wicket maiden to start proceedings here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Matt Henry picking up Alex Lees. Bowled with an inside edge in the first over of the day. Durham are 1 down without scoring. The perfect start for Somerset.
Be interesting to see who takes the new ball here from...
It's got to be Davey, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, but then you've got... Craig, it is going to be Davey by the looks of things. Opened the batting last week, which he'll have been delighted with.
Unbelievable.
He's always talked about his batting. I mean, he shapes up really well. Somerset have... the opening has been a difficult spot for them for the last couple of years. I quite like the way that Archie Vaughan just dropped down the order just to take a bit of pressure off him. He scored runs as well against Sussex. I expect Lewis Gregory to open the batting alongside probably Umeed, and Josh Davey dropped down to 6, 7. It's going to be Dave with the new ball. You've got Craig Overton as well, and Miguel Pretorius. So not a bad seam quartet. Ben McKinney going to face his first ball of the game. Davey around the wicket. Ben McKinney's going to score his first runs of the game as well. Archie Vaughan will give chase. And they will pick up a couple free slips in there for Somerset. Lewis Gregory, the skipper, next to Craig Overton. At second, I think, is it Tom Lammonby from here? Third slip, Andy Umeed backward point. Archie Vaughan in the covers. Tom Abel, one of the better fielders on the county circuit, at mid-off. Matt Henry mid-on, Jack Leach mid-wicket. Which must mean it's Miguel Pretorius down at deep square leg. That's a beauty. A little bit of lift there from Josh Davey. And Ben McKinney is a tall man, also a Lions call-up for him as well. So they've got 2 games against India A, haven't they, starting. They won't miss any championship cricket because this is the last round.
Isn't it?
Yeah, this is the last of the first block of red ball rounds. So they play at Canterbury and then Northampton, I think, back-to-back weeks.
I'll trust you on that one.
It's a dangerous thing to be doing this early in the morning, Ash.
Well, we're at 11:05.
I'm all right. I've been up for hours.
Did you travel across this morning?
Yeah, the long trip up. Nice open road. Beautiful that... So the service station that I often go by, because it used to be a Costa, has now become a Starbucks. And I know we're not the BBC, so we don't have to...
you can brand shame or brand champion.
Of the service station coffee shops, I'm a Starbucks over a Costa man.
Okay.
I don't know if that's controversial or not.
Which services do you, just in case all the fans on here want to maybe catch you on the off chance?
Or down the leg side, taken by James Rue, getting his legs broken. It's more a petrol station / service station, which is down very near where I live. So that's my first coffee stop. About 20 minutes in,
right.
I like to leave the house.
And how soon is the second coffee stop?
That is the one. What's it called? It's the one just before. I don't go to Leeds Skelton Lake, the brand new one.
That is incredible. That's number one in my book.
But it takes more time because you have to go off the motorway and go in. So the one just before that, I think it's Hartshead Moor.
Right.
You just slip straight in and you're straight into Starbucks drive-through. And I need to be here on time, Ash.
Absolutely.
Driven. Doesn't get any bat on it. A bit of shape there from Josh Davey. There's that big stance, big step of Ben McKinney, who I spoke to the other week, actually. I had the pleasure of interviewing him. He was a nice young
lad. Did he speak well?
Yeah, he did speak well.
He's getting there.
Yeah, just off the back of his big 100 here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Love watching him bat.
If he gets an hour or two in, he'll score some runs. He's very aggressive, and that's why the England eyes are on him. Tall, imposing man, making his way in the game.
Leaves that one alone. End of the over then. Just those 2 runs off the very first ball. So we're a couple of overs into this game here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Durham, having won the toss not so long ago, said we're going to have a bat. 2 for 1.
Yeah, interesting that at the time of the toss, it was beautiful, bright sunshine, which no doubt Alex Lees would have looked up. And maybe after last week, I thought, right, it'd be a lovely sunny day, it'd be good to bat. But the clouds have certainly rolled in since then. And it looks pretty good conditions to bowl. The pitch, so there's slightly less grass on this pitch than the one last week. So this is pitch 6 here at the Banks Home Riverside. There's 10 millimetres of grass on there. It's a healthy, really, really healthy covering of grass on the pitch. Very similar to what we had last week. So it should produce some good cricket. And a little bit of seam movement there from Henry across the left-hander. I think Somerset came here last year, didn't they? And they were faced with a green pitch that probably wasn't quite as good for batting. And that game didn't last very long at all, did it?
The 2 games up here between the sides were very one-sided, weren't they? The county championship game, Durham dominated. I think they finished it quite early on the 3rd morning.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing Ben Stokes signing a lot of autographs before lunch, including one for Jack Leach, if I recall correctly.
Oh, and a thick inside edge from attempted cover drive. Always the best place for a cover drive is to go through square leg. And your man, Jack Leach, one of the anomalies in cricket which I find incredible. Bowls left arm, throws right arm.
But there's a few that do that, aren't there?
Samit Patel does it.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson, I think, does it as well. Yeah, there is a few. I just find it really weird.
The fascinating one is the young lad Kellaway, isn't it? Yeah. The lad Kellaway down at Glamorgan.
Right.
Who bowled left arm spin and off spin.
That's impressive.
At first class level. I think he's a left-hander.
Right.
And just decided during COVID, because there was a lot of time, he was going to start bowling a bit of off spin.
Why not?
So he's done that in first class games.
Yeah, a bit more zip on that one from Henry. Maybe just starting to warm that back up a little bit. He's got the breeze at his back. The breeze is coming from the north. So behind him, be walking right into the teeth of that at the moment. It's a slight breeze. The breeze was really strong last week. We can see, we'll get our cameramen to have a look at that in between. Oh, it was a beautiful Somerset flag flying on top of the Don Robson Pavilion. And another good lead from Emilio Gay.
I believe that flag was, what's the word? You don't really darn a flag. I don't know what the word is for making a
restored,
flag.
Maybe?
Yeah, but the flag was put together, made by Polly Rhodes.
So Polly was in. Have you seen Polly this morning?
I have seen Polly this morning.
She came in looking for you.
I've seen Polly. I went in to catch up.
Yeah, Polly the scorer for Somerset. Lovely woman. She was telling me about how Lancastrian roots, and that she was going to, on her retirement, she will get a Durham membership because there's no way that she can go to Yorkshire.
Okay. Yeah. Decent crowd in as well today. Plenty of members, isn't it? On a Friday bank holiday weekend. Weather, it was a bit iffy, the forecast, wasn't it, earlier in the week?
I think we're going to get quite a lot of rain overnight.
Yes, it does look that way.
Hopefully see us get plenty of play tomorrow, but we'll see what we get tonight. The country in desperate need, I can't believe I'm saying it, of rain. It's been so dry No outfield. That ends the over. I'll come to that in a second. 4 for 1. Both batsmen on 2. But yeah, our ground is now starting to, at Ropery Lane just up the hill there, is just starting to brown off on the outfield in certain bits. It's so dry.
I bet. Well, even Trent Bridge was looking pretty parched, wasn't it?
It reminds me going back to watching kind of highlights of the 70s and West Indies and the outfields, maybe at the Oval or somewhere. That was just totally brown. Incredible.
I wasn't around in those days, Ash.
It was highlights, mate. Come on. I was, actually. That's scary.
You had a big birthday not so long ago?
I did. I turned 50, mate. Yeah.
There we go.
I did.
Looking well on it as well.
Thanks, mate. I don't feel it, but I
Contractually
appreciate it. Yeah.
To say that.
100%.
Josh Davey around the wicket to McKinney. 3 slips, wait. McKinney is solid. Tom Abel is swooping. Very good driver of the ball. Ben McKinney straight down the ground, which may well be why Tom Abel was there, because he's usually in a, he's the best fielder in the side, I think, with Casey Aldridge not playing. And usually in somewhere in the covers.
It is a real strength of Ben's and also sometimes a weakness. So it'll be interesting to see. He will attempt to drive if it's anywhere near, that is for sure. Has seen his dismissal, but has also seen a lot of runs. Sun trying to break through the clouds here.
Yeah, I haven't seen Vic yet this morning. I can see him. I haven't said hello to him. Him and his team all settling in there.
Had a lovely chat
spots
before the start of play. He's a bit grumpy today, Vic,
is
which is probably like normal most of the time, actually. But he says he's a little bit tired.
Well, it's been a busy start to the season for him,
hasn't
hasn't it?
It has, bless him. I said, just nip back home. He literally lives over the back of the Daffabet stand. Have a little snooze.
I always just assumed he lived in the scorebox somewhere.
Yeah, well, they spent a lot of time in there last week.
Turning to the leg side will be at least 1. I think they might come back for 2. Yeah, they will quite comfortably in the end, down to a long leg. Bit of encouragement for Josh Davey from Tom Abel there, we heard. Craig Overton doing a bit of work on the ball at second slip. It was a couple of years ago. He's taken the new ball for Somerset almost always in the last couple of seasons. But in that COVID Bob Willis Trophy year, I don't think he did. I think Gregory and Davey might well have taken it. It's a sign of a strong bowling lineup though, when he's not taking the new ball in county cricket. Fielded by Amid at backward point. I hate to use the phrase, people talk about it a lot, the most underrated cricketers knocking about. I think if we were to go down that road, I think Josh Davey would certainly be in and around.
He's a good operator, isn't he?
Been at Somerset about a decade now. Took him a couple of years to break into the first team, but he's one of those who played for a few different counties, started at Middlesex as a batter. That's taken a lot of wickets at not a lot apiece. Driven back at the bowler. Firmly struck, but it's also firmly struck Davies' left hand. So they won't get a run. Who are the umps today, Ash?
We have Mr. Middlebrook, James Middlebrook, and Kettleborough.
Middlebrook was the off-spinner that played for Northants, right?
Yeah, he did. He's Yorkshireman, but absolutely
Finished
played there. Yeah, he did.
Did he play an England game or?
I'm not sure.
Am I getting
sure, he might have got an overseas tour, but he definitely more than handy player. And Richard Kettleborough.
No, he didn't.
This end. I was talking to him this morning as well.
Inside edge into the pads. McKinney's eyes lighting up, maybe. Just turns around. Plays the shot he perhaps ought to have played. Slightly less expansive. Anyway, 4 overs gone. 11:15 on this opening morning. Durham 6 for 1.
Yeah, Richard Kettleborough. The last time he was here, there wasn't a ball bowled in the Hampshire game.
That first game of last season, yes. Very different start to the summer, that was, wasn't it?
And
the winter was very different. It was awful.
It was brutal. And that, definitely carried into the first few months of the season. Amelia again, still on strike, and this is where Durham could, with the left-handers heavy at the top of the order, they can still rotate the strike because they're two different players. He attempts to drive. I'm not sure if that's gone underneath. the bat of Emilio Gay as it bounces once through to James Rue behind the stumps. As you said, part of the test squad has been allowed to come back. Unlike Matthew Potts, who I saw on the balcony a little bit yesterday, they're keeping him and Bryden Cast fresh for the upcoming white ball series that England have. Bryden Cast definitely made a difference last week with his ball speed and what was a pretty flat pitch.
I know some people might think it's a little bit unfair, and there's the argument, why is Rue allowed out, whereas Potts not? But yeah, Somerset are missing. Well, it's very different. Somerset are missing Banton. It's about that white ball series, and particularly with Jofra Archer not being available.
Yep.
Potts and Cast's importance goes up a little bit. So I think it's very understandable and quite predictable. I don't think anyone would have been surprised. They start next Thursday. You're not going to want them playing a 4-day game that potentially ends on the Monday.
100%, mate. As much as it would have been nice to see them both playing, you can totally understand England's point on that. And we might try and nab one of England's bowling coaches, Neil Colleen, is around. And we'll see if we can persuade him to come and have a chat with us. Normally does.
Gives his boy. So he made his first class debut, didn't he, out in Zimbabwe?
He did, yeah. He did.
So he's got 2 caps now?
Well, I think it was represented as I think they might put a little bit more value on the county championship as playing Zimbabwe, no disrespect. Around the wicket this time, Henry in a thick outside edge from Emilio Gay goes down to the vacant third man area, and John Bland will be looking at me, part of the ground staff, because he hates runs down to third man. Maybe not so for Durham though. First boundary of the day, 10 without loss.
Yeah, not the most convincing one, but sometimes you just need that to get yourself.
Yeah, you need a bit of luck with the new ball, don't you?
And Somerset will be keen to get Emilio Gay because he's in very good nick, isn't he?
He's played nicely, back-to-back hundreds. Got out, how many did he get last week? 104, I think. 102. 102. He was kind of the anchor of that innings. The others battered around him. Had Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark scored a little bit quicker than what he did, but he was definitely the anchor, and that 102 for him. And this is a little bit more solid from Gaze. He pushes this one away out into the offside. Archie Vaughan doing the fielding. He'll pick up another couple. Durham pick up 6 off that over and move to 12 for 1.
And he'll play those drives when he early. That's what Somerset quite fancy him early doors. That's what they've got the free slips and the gully in. And Henry's pitching it up from around the wicket. They know he'll have a nibble at them. He's a classy player. But early in the innings, with the new ball, a little bit of movement off the pitch, Somerset will be hoping to find that outside edge. Josh Davey
getting a lot of love on the live stream chat.
Is he?
10 for 1. Durham were. They are now 12 for 1 after that last push out into the covers.
Driven by McKinney. That's a lovely shot. It's along the ground. There'll be a chase on for Archie Vaughan, who will make it. Maybe didn't quite time it as well as I thought he had. Hit it straight down into the ground as well, which perhaps took a little bit of pace off the ball. Couple more for McKinney. Josh Davies got 186 first-class wickets for Somerset at 24.67. So an outstanding record, really, you have to say.
Useful. More than useful.
Averages a shade under 20 with the bat. But he's a better batter than that. Very wide of the crease. Bit of extra bounce there to McKinney. Happy to leave that alone on length. Angling back in, and Davey is really only just inside those lines.
I love his walk, Josh Davey. It's like he spent a tough day down the pit, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Like, what's he dragging on his back?
I don't know. There's effort in the walk.
There he is. Victor Main, speaking of walking, is walking around towards us. I'm sure he'll jump on at some point.
Yeah, of course he will.
Oh, that's a beauty. Maybe kept a little bit low. There's a bit of indifferent bounce early on. Not major, but we've seen a couple of pop that have just popped up. We'll get Vic's verdict.
I sent him a nice message after the victory, because he got some stick last week for saying how flat the pitch was and this, that, and the other. And the groundsman dream is to get that result on the last session of the last day. And I kind of told him his pitch wasn't very good, and he responded in kind.
Tucked away. Early call is 2. And they'll come back for 2. Gay has a look. He turned. Asked Ben McKinn if he fancied the third. The answer was no. Well, he's had 2 out of 3 finishes on.
Yeah, we had the
Warwickshire game.
Yeah.
Was that the last session, or was it just it was 9 down and my memory fades now?
No, I think it was the last session. Yeah. And you could really see the difference in this. Again, no disrespect to the Notts bowlers, but the ball speed that Durham bowlers had in taking 20 wickets on a pretty good pitch. Well, it was definitely the difference between the two sides.
I'm looking forward to seeing young Minto bowl. I don't think I've seen him bowl in the flesh.
Yeah, he bowled some really good balls and some 4 balls in the last game, so he'll probably be looking to be a little bit more consistent, but he got some lovely movement back into the right-hander, left armour. Nice pace. Exciting talent.
17?
Yeah, 17, just.
Yeah, he was 16 last year when he played down at his debut at Surrey, wasn't it?
Yeah, hit Rory Burns in the head.
Oh, that is a beauty
seed
from Josh Davey. That one has Ben McKinney has done very well to avoid getting anything on that. Davey through his third over. Both bowlers have gone for the 8 runs from their 3 overs. Matt Henry has that wicket, first ball of the game. Alex Lee's falling for a. It's called something, isn't it? It's a golden duck first ball, but there's another term for the first ball of the game, I think. 16 for 1 anyway. Durham are after 6 overs.
First ball of the game.
I'll Google it. Someone will probably get on the live stream quicker than me. They're a fountain of knowledge on the live stream usually.
Henry just getting Josh Davey to come a little bit finer. That fine leg. 3 slips and a gully in place. A bit of Google in play from Sam Dalling as this one is left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, a bit of Wikipedia. A batter who is dismissed by the first ball of an innings is said to have been dismissed for a royal or a platinum duck.
Okay. I've heard of the royal before. I'm not sure I've heard of a platinum. Obviously the golden and the diamond if you don't face the ball.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever been the victim of that, being run out without facing a ball. Time yet.
I thought you were long since retired.
Yeah, that's true as well. Another good leave. I was hoping to make my over 50s debut next week, but that's been put on the back burner.
Fancy a bit of 50s County Championship?
Yeah.
Would you... Because they do an Ashes series, don't they? 50s and...
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Well, who would you be eligible for?
Oh, that's a good question.
Probably be eligible for both. Who would you play for if...
Oh, probably none. Probably not good enough to play for either, to be honest. But if given
selected.
the choice... Oh, it's ballooned a long way in the air. Matt Henry head in hand. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I've never even considered it, to be honest. Have to mull that one over.
Yeah. Interesting that it doesn't. There's no definitive answer. There's no.
I guess if you're asking me if England were playing Australia right now, I'd want Australia to win.
Okay.
So I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, maybe it does. Maybe it does. I hope to see you on an Ashes tour.
Yeah, great areas from Matt Henry. Really challenging Emilio Gay here. Fantastic operator. Man from New Zealand.
There's something aesthetically pleasing about his action.
It just makes it look easy.
Yeah.
He runs in nicely, he lets go, and he can bowl a lot quicker. I think he's bowling a little bit within himself here, maybe knowing that he's really wanting to put the ball in good areas. But he can, on his day, get it through as well. That would be a leg by, and the first extra of the day, and the first non-double-digit scoring shot. We've had 2s and 4s throughout the day so far. Durham moved to 17 for 1. And that's the first change of ends as well, so this will be the first time that Henry gets a look at Ben McKinney and vice versa. Ben McKinney looks like he's taking an off-stump guard. Henry's going to stay over the wicket. He'll have one ball to have a crack at McKinney here. McKinney allows that one through to the keeper. 17 for 1 at the end of the over. And another maiden from Matt Henry. He has 1 for 8. Bowling nicely.
He's leaving well, McKinney, early in his innings, I think. This is ideal for him, really, isn't it? As a young batter who's in the Lions squad, England, watching him to be facing bowlers like Matt Henry in the county championship is perfect.
It's great for his development. It's what he needs. I had a look yesterday and people were saying, well, Crawley maybe got that extra chance yesterday and got the 100. That maybe even takes the pressure off Ben a little bit, thinking that call-up could kind of, if Crawley had failed, will he get called up? All of those kind of things. He can just concentrate on batting for Durham and learning.
Davey around the wicket, 3 slips wait. Gay facing Davey for the first time. Bit of a...
I like that from the slips.
Animation. I think it was Lewis Gregory. In that high-pitched voice. Just wondered if Gay was going to chase after that one for a second. I think, benefit of the doubt, he just about pulled out of it. It was late, though. We'll keep an eye on all of the other scores as well throughout the day. Plenty of action around both Division 1 and Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship. There's a test match going on. It's down the road. It is technically down the road. It's a fair way down.
It's a long way down the road, but it is down the road. Down the A or the M1.
Big shout. Maybe a bit of inside edge first. Perhaps a big stride from Emilio
I think he's
Gay.
getting outside the line there, Emilio Gay. Like you say, big man as well. Reasonable stride in. And I think Josh Davies just give all the answers of the reason why that wasn't out to the umpire Kettleborough. Who just gave him a nod.
You see that from bowlers. They know exactly what's wrong with it. Somerset already struck once with this first new ball. They were asked to bowl first, so the pressure in some ways is a little bit on the batting side when your skipper has said we're going to have a bat. Played back to Davey. So good is the call. Not giving much away here, Somerset. Both bowlers found their line, found their length early on.
This was in a bit of contrast to last week. Notts got off to an absolute flyer. Lots of 4 balls. I think there was 11 off Ben Rain's first over, and it kind of just snowballed from there. They got a wicket just before lunch, and then that kind of changed the complex of the day a little bit.
Oh, again, there's that bounce from Josh Davey. Emilio Gay this time seeing it go almost elbow height through to James Rue. How did Hamid bat? I mean, it's a silly question because he got a double 100, but
incredible.
Yeah,
I think it took him till maybe 3 overs before stumps on day 3 that he actually spent the whole time on the field. He batted throughout, carried his bat 206 not out, and he was incredible. He was really positive. I mean, to score 200 in a day is a good effort, and to carry your bat through while there was a bit of carnage and chaos around him, he was superb.
Gets that one past Hamid at backward point. Bowler hands on head. They pick up a couple. I'm not sure it's exactly where Emilio Gay was looking to play that one.
He's bowling a really good line here around that 4th stump area. That's making Emilio Gay play. It's a little bit early on that one. Just playing in front of his body. Gets a thick outside edge and picks up another couple. Moves into double figures. On to 10 now. McKinney on 8.
Turns that one into the leg side. He'll keep the strike. Single to end the over. Durham 20 for 1. We're half an hour through this game. 8 overs gone. Minimum of 88 left today. I think we'll be all right weather-wise today. Maybe some drizzle around overnight. We'll see, but we'll deal with that tomorrow. I think it's set for a good day.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a bit of cloud cover there. Pretty high clouds. You can see them all the way down. Well, all the way up, really, up towards Scotland.
Did you have a look at the pitch before the game?
I did.
Ash? What would you have done if you'd have won the toss here?
At the time, I'd have batted first
okay.
because it was bright sunshine. And as soon as the clouds come in, I thought, actually, this is a good toss to lose. I mean, easy to say that after one ball as well. But the pitch was good to bat on last week. And it's similar conditions here today as Henry comes in. This one's a little bit wide and loud through to the keeper. But yeah, 10 millimetres of grasses and a real even thick covering of grass on because it's so dry. What they don't want to do is to leave it bare and then to break up. Obviously with somebody like Jack Leach in the opposition, the last thing you want to do is hand him the advantage, as we saw here in the Metro Bank last year where I think he took 7.
7 for 24, 25 off 10 I think it was.
Excuse me. Just a little bit early there, Emilio Gate. Just practicing playing the ball under his eyes. Big weekend for North East Sport. Durham obviously starting the weekend at home. Sunderland at Wembley tomorrow. Hoping to get back to the Premier League. And then Newcastle on Sunday will be hoping that they get a result either way, whether it's a win or a draw, that ensures that they're in the Champions League next year. Henry right on the money again. So yeah, lots to play for this weekend.
See the lads, Borthwick will be down there presumably at Wembley. A few of them might be taking the Saturday off.
There's a big red and white contingent throughout the Durham change room. So yeah, there might be a few that head down. I know there's definitely a few from my club side that are heading down, and I think that'll be the case quite across club cricket in the region. There'll be teams scrambling to get 11. And this has fallen driven, not perfectly timed, but I think it'll be timed well enough. It's a good chase from Vaughan, he does well. And a beautiful flick back, and Ben McKinney races back for 3. So good cricket all round there. Henry pitching the ball up, looking for the edge. Emilio go driving. Not perfectly timed, but good running and good fielding. Good cricket, in the words of Sir Geoffrey.
Any chance of any postponements on Saturday?
I think you get the token requests.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. For me, it's cricket season. Oh, McKinney plays that late, gets a thick inside edge down to Josh Davey at fine leg and races back for 2. So that's excellent running. Josh Davey not sure which end to throw it, so he threw it straight down the middle.
Did they play Bank Holiday Monday League cricket up here?
Not as much. So some of the leagues do. The Premier League, we leave bank holidays alone, which I have over the years been eternally grateful for. I think they've realised the balance of people's family and other life commitments, I guess. Oh, it's a beauty from Henry. McKinney doing well to hold his line with the bat and not getting an outside edge to that. A little bit of luck maybe, but I'd say that's good batting and good bowling. 25 for 1 on the board. Gay on 14, McKinney on 10. It's been a good start for Somerset, picking up that wicket. First ball of the day. Alex Lees getting an inside edge. Back onto him, stumps from what was nothing more than a real loosener from Matt Henry. But since then, this pair have put on 25 without offering another chance.
And Matt Henry puts that jumper on, disappears off down towards deep square leg. Be interesting to see when Somerset make their first change. Josh Davies going to continue into his 5th over. Henry's bowled 5. Got Pretorius, got Craig Overton.
Got good options with the ball.
Davey around the wicket. Tickled away. It's a lovely shot from Emilio Gate. It was there to be hit. He gets it nice and fine. That's raced away to the boundary. He moves on to 18. Durham on to 29 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played. Davey will be disappointed. That's the first one. Is really from around the wicket, shoved down the leg side. And Emilio Gay tickled a few like that last week as well. 3 runs really for a left-hander.
Gone fuller. It's not quite gone where Emilio Gay intended, I don't think. It almost looked like he was trying to push it into the offside. He's jabbed it into the leg side. Picked up another couple, though. Moves into the 20s. Miguel Pretorius does the fielding. Thinks about taking his jumper off. Decides against it. Sun's out here.
Yeah, he spent enough time in the northeast to know to keep his jumper on.
So was he here a couple of seasons ago, was he, Miguel?
Yeah, he was part of Durham's rotation, I guess, of overseas bowlers where he did well when he came in. Did well. Handy all-rounder.
Oh, that one's kept a little bit low. Big shout from Josh Davey, who stands there staring back at the umpire. Emilio Gay may have had heart in mouth for a second. Just looked like he was playing on the back foot for a little bit more bounce than he got.
Hit him on the back thigh pad there, Sam. Just having a look at the replay. That we can take our live stream back. It was a good ball. It's just done too much.
And he's not a short man. It is, what's the word? Misleading almost, because Ben McKinney is so
big man.
Deceptive because he's batting with Ben McKinney as well. You stand next to them. Emilio Gay's
be well over 6 foot. Yeah.
Deceptive is the word. Push back at Davey. Does the fielding off his own bowling.
Yeah, somebody says, I missed Lee's dismissal. He must have gone quicker. Yeah, it was the first ball of the day. And it was before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, 10:58, 10:59. Really, it shouldn't count, in which case you should have to come back out and start.
I 100% agree with that, Sam.
You're saying it was unsporting of Somerset not to call him back?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
Ridiculous.
Fuller driven, that's a nice shot. Over pitch. They're looking to find the outside edge of Emilio Gay. They haven't. They found the full face of his bat. And Ashford went
early.
A long
pocket. Yeah, that's a huge pocket in the ground.
It's a very deep pocket. Tom Abel is very quick. And they don't get 4, they get 3. It was a nice shot. They probably shot the day so far.
Yeah, it was. Well played on the up, wasn't it? Emilio Gay presenting that full face of the bat and hitting a lovely drive. Probably his first cover drive that's gone on the offside.
Yes, he's tried it a couple of times before, hasn't timed it. Josh Davey has been bowling very well. He's got 1 ball left of his 5th over. He's going to come around looking it to McKinney. Just having a look around to see if there's anyone else warming up for Somerset, or if Matt Henry might go into over number 6.
I think the weather conditions, you can probably get an extra over or 2 out of your seamers. It's not hot, it's not taxing. I tell you what, if our producer Ross can get on to Jay upstairs and get a shot of the flags, I'm not sure I've seen the flags not moving at the Banks Homes Riverside for quite a while. It's very, very still out there for a change. I've had some howling winds here last week, where at times the guys on the cameras were having to hold the gazebo down and operate the camera as they were going. So
it can be tough up the top there.
Well, so they say, really. I think they just make it all up, to be honest with you. I think they've got the easy job. They just look through a camera. I mean, what else is there to do? The guy Rusty just presses a few buttons and things like change around a little bit.
Don't have to say anything.
Well, speaking of not doing anything, maybe got a fly in the eye, yeah. Nothing worse than that as a bowler as well, as you're just about to deliver the ball.
He was well into his stride there, Henry, as well.
You can sometimes injure yourself doing that. Yeah. Matt Henry, very compassionate, just asking if he's okay, and maybe just Emilio Gay there, sorting himself out.
A fraction of a second later, I think Emilio Gay might have had that ball being hurled towards him. He was that close to his delivery stride. He
I reckon
wouldn't
in
have been able
club
to pull
cricket
out
you
of it.
bowl that. It just, what are you doing?
All descended to a fast tee becomes and big old argument.
Henry this time is allowed to deliver the ball by Emilio Gay, and he lets it pass through to James Rew behind the stumps.
Giving us an insight into your on-pitch mentality there, Ashfield.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, the other week, when I did play, I bowled a gentleman, the overseas player from Felling, who decided that as the ball was halfway down the pitch, that he was back away. So I politely inquired to the umpire, and he said, I think that's out. And me, being the good human being that I am, I says, nah, we can't be having a wicket like that. So I allowed him to bat on.
How many did he make?
Not many. I think I got him out straight after.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very
We
good.
won't talk about it. We'll just talk about my good nature rather than my world-class off-spin.
Okay.
But yeah, it was... I've seen a lot of things. If it was one of my teammates, I think he'd have been screaming for the wicket. But yeah, at the age of 50, I think I might have finally mellowed a little bit. This one's a thick outside edge from Gay.
It's nice to know you're learning a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, it's about time. Maybe it's just too much effort to be angry these days. After being grumpy for the last 20 years, it's a lot of effort to go from grumpy to angry.
Particularly as an off spinner, you need to because you have to really generate the anger, don't you? The adrenaline.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of fear factor there, is there? Oh. Fires into the leg of Emilio Gay. Bit of nip back from Matt Henry. And how's life for you, mate? Littleton?
Yeah, it's wonderful. I felt guilty this morning leaving. Last night, I had to leave at 5:30 this morning, and she's not sleeping so well, and she was crying her eyes out. She hated me, the baby that is.
Not as much as Bex.
Night, yeah. It gets to a stage in the night where she just, I won't do anymore. It has to be mum.
Oh. Yeah, and when you're sleeping well tonight in your hotel bed and your wife's struggling on with a baby that won't sleep.
I do feel a bit guilty about that.
Just checking.
Yeah, I do.
Just checking. Bex, if you're listening, I'm Team Bex.
Luckily, mum-in-law is just down the road, so she'll be on hand. Although she's at the zoo today. First visit to the zoo without me. Bex has got a friend staying, luckily, which made me feel a little bit less guilty over the bank holiday weekend.
Oh, Matt Henry really zoning in on that off stump. Ends another excellent over from him. Another maiden. He's 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13, Matt Henry. Durham 34 for 1. Emilio Gay's on 23 and Ben McKinney's on 10.
You'll meet her next week, actually. They'll be up for the Lancashire
on
doubleheader. Yeah, her
nice.
first game of cricket is going to be...
I look forward to that.
It'll be Durham ladies versus Lancashire ladies first up, haven't we? We've got a doubleheader, and then we're having a couple of days in the northeast. It's difficult to say, do you fancy coming to stay with me for a 4-day game, but I'll be working 9 till 6:30, and then I'll have talked so much during the day I won't want to say anything in the evening.
You just sit and my wife's the same. Bless her. She talks to me. Sometimes I feel like it's at me because I've just got nothing to give back. I'm going to say Miguel Pretorius. Not sure if he's done his laundry since the last game. The front of his shirt is red. Maybe the dye hasn't come out.
He's been at mid-on, but it still feels like that hasn't happened in this game.
No, 100% not.
He's going to come over the wicket to McKinney. It's a lovely start as well. Change of angle for these two left-handers. Change of height as well. Change of bowler, but also the change of angle. Davey has been solely around the wicket for the first 5 overs. And he bowled. Now Miguel Pretorius is going to shape it across the left-hander. Yeah, I think that shirt's probably gone in a corner. Last Monday after the Sussex game, and it's only when they travelled up yesterday morning, he's probably gone, oh well. Doesn't really matter though, does it? McKinney jabs down on that one. Mead stops it at backward point, so will be no run, remains 34 for 1. A bit of a surprise in terms of how well he went last year, Pretorius, and that's only because there's a lot of overseas players. If they're international players, you know who's coming in.
Yeah.
Not many people really knew much about Miguel Pretorius, but he did so well. He was in the South Africa Test squad, I think, by the end of the summer.
Yeah.
And people were delighted to see him back for a second stint.
Yeah, handy contributor. Wholehearted. For Somerset fans, I get to see Cody Youssef, who probably does a similar role. Cody, probably half the size of Pretorius, but two wholehearted cricketers.
He was a recommendation by Dave Bedingham, was he, Cody Youssef?
Yeah, so I hear. And he come down and hit the ground running. Really, really lovely fella. And wholehearted is definitely the way to describe him.
Shorter ball, has a swing at that one. Ben McKinney flashes past the outside of his blade. He's frustrated because I think he is either frustrated with himself or he'll feel like he should have put that one away. Maybe it was a bit tight to the body. Bit of extra pace as well. He's a little bit sharper than Josh
I think
Davey.
he should have probably been on the back foot to that. If he's trying to hit at that square, I'm sure he'd be disappointed because he wasn't in control of that shot. It definitely was a scoring opportunity.
Cuts that one fine. That's a nice shot from Ben McKinney. No chance for Andy Hamid, who's at backward point. And that was right in that gap, almost where a third would be. It was still quite tight to the body, though.
That one was a little bit tighter, but
yeah.
he was on the back foot, so he's a little bit more in control of that one. Nice batting from the big man. Mitch Colleen just wandering down in front of us. Must have been for a little hit this morning. Preparation for his debut innings in the county championship.
Goes Fuller, put away nicely. Tom Abel is at cover. His dive is despairing. No, that one has raced away. You could have done the 4 signal there straight away, Ashford. There was no chance of that. Stopping in the pocket. Ends the over with back-to-back boundaries. So after a difficult start, losing a wicket without scoring, first ball of the game there is young Mr. Colleen. Durham have moved on to 42 for 1. The good thing is we will always know what this partnership is.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't need to look at the scorecard.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was really good batting. That he punished a shorter ball, and then Pretorius overcorrected and went full. McKinney climbed onto that using his height, jumping on the front foot and putting that away. As you see there, young Mitchell Colleen.
Has he got an M&H bat there?
He has, yeah. Somerset special.
Yeah, that factory down in the Cooper Associates, or not factory, workshop in the Cooper Associates County Ground. They make fine bats.
They do. It's about time he handed one of them over, to be honest. Midigo pushes that one to mid-off and thinks about a run as we have a change of bowler. As you can see by the big burly figure of Craig Overton. Who again, another one who strides with purpose back to his mark.
It's been such a brilliant operator for Somerset. 442 first-class wickets at 23.95.
And he's right on the money here. Might just have to watch his follow-through there. James Middlebrook keeping a close eye on that.
12 wickets in the championship so far this summer. Suddenly missed a Surrey game with a back injury.
Right.
He's one of those, though, wholehearted is a word that applies, but it must constantly be in agony. Little niggles here, though. And I don't think as a fast bowler at this stage in your career you're ever pain-free.
Absolutely. That's where you want to build your character as a bowler and being, I think they use the words robust and resilient, because at the end of the day it bloody hurts running in and bowling, doing this for a living. Saw Bryden Cast making his return after his second toe constantly rubs on the top of his boot, so he basically had a gaping open wound on his toe, which has healed enough for him to get on the park. Okay, drives and drives. Doesn't beat mid-off. We'll pick up an easy single. Is that Leach there at mid-off?
Might be Matt Henry.
Matt Henry, is it? Apologies. Oh no, Jack Leach is at square leg on the other side. You can't mistake that walk.
The gate. Yeah, there's a few at Somerset with distinctive gates.
Yeah.
Josh Davey, Jack Leach.
McKinney plays that very late, trying to run it to third man. Yeah, just if you're wondering why there isn't any replays on the stream of boundaries and wickets, they have a little bit of a technical issue, so we apologise for that. We have contacted the relevant people to try and put that right. So you might just have to rewind it a little bit on the stream.
I was intrigued who you were going to say there, who we've been contacting.
Well, I don't know who's in charge, whether it's the ECB or the software manufacturer PCS Pro, or so I've just, we'll contact somebody. Will sort it at some stage. But that ends the over 43 for 1, getting me out of a hole there. 24 for Emilio Gay, 18 for Ben McKinney.
What are we, nearly an hour in? Let's have a look. What's going on elsewhere?
Yeah, please.
We talked about Hamid carrying his bat for a double 100. Not going to do so today. He's gone for 6. They are playing Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire that is. Obviously not at Trent Bridge. There's a test match going on there. It's at Headingley. 17 for 1 off 12.5 overs, so a slow start up there. Not a lot being given away by the Yorkshire bowlers. Where else are we going to go? I can't see. Or maybe you have to scroll a bit further down. Essex down at Surrey, 61 for 1. Essex are. Paul Walter, 26 not out. Dean Elgar, former Surrey man, has gone for 31. As Pretorius is in to Emilio Gay. Change of angle to him. He was coming over the wicket to McKinney. He's coming around the wicket to Emilio Gay. What else have we got in Division 1? Warwickshire versus Worcestershire. The Pear Bear Derby down at New Road. Warwickshire won the toss, selected to bat. They're 27 for 1. Tom Latham and Alex Davies are the not out batters. Leaves that one alone. Good carry from Miguel Pretorius. Huge win for Worcestershire last week against Essex as well. Maybe just gets them going, keeps them alive. I think the other game in Division 1 is down at Southampton. Hampshire playing Sussex. That's a derby of sorts as well. Nick Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton are the two batters at the crease for Hampshire, who have lost Mark Stoneman for a duck, but otherwise are unscathed. 40 for 1. Leaves that one alone. Bit of late swing. James Root, we'll say tumbling in front of the slips to take that one. 43 for 1 here. Somerset off to the perfect start, though. Durham starting to build. Put a partnership together. Durham ladies in action today. Durham women. I don't know why I call them ladies. Durham women. They've got a quarter final.
They do. They play Surrey this
down
evening.
At Guildford. Oh, expansive drive.
Yeah, it's a big shot.
Real lift there from Miguel Pretorius up at James Rue's neck from a fuller delivery as well. So that's the quarter final of what's it's a brilliant competition, that one, the T20 knockout.
I like it.
Cup.
It's a bit like the FA Cup, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's ended up in not being a great competition for Durham at the moment. I believe they're really restricted on their availability today. So Lauren Filer, I think, makes her debut, which is really, really exciting. But they're missing a few through exams and school and other things like that.
Bit too wide, that one. Emilio Gay happy to leave that one alone. Finals day on Monday down at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. So I presume 2 semi-finals and the final of that. Somerset knocked out by Durham earlier in the week. It's quick turnover, that one, isn't it? You haven't got much time to plan, given the travel involved. It's hard. It
flies around. All the games were due to be played tomorrow, but due to the lack of ground availability, Durham are having to play tonight. So again, a little bit of a disadvantage there.
That's a better line. Still happy to leave that one alone, though. James Root takes it safely enough behind the stumps. 14 overs gone, 43 for 1 year. I think Leicestershire Foxes women are playing Lancashire Thunder at Kibworth a bit later on this afternoon. That presumably was also due to be played tomorrow, but I think Leicestershire men are playing Lancashire at, what's it called? Not Grace Road, Upton Steel County Ground.
Is it? I take you. I still would have called it Grace Road. To be fair, I think. Oh, have they moved?
Big game for Lancashire. That.
Yeah, there's a bit of. Well, it's interesting times at Lancashire at the moment, isn't it? Keaton Jennings stepping down.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. It was honest from him. He said, "Look, my main job is to score runs." He scored a lot of runs last year. He has for years, hasn't he? Despite them getting relegated, but decided to focus on that this year.
Be over to to continue from the Lumley end, and McKinney runs that one down to third man, and that will take some stopping as it heads towards the Tolborough end. And excellent work again. So Archie Vaughan's been superb in the field, absolutely electric, and the way that he's flicked the ball back a couple of times has been outstanding, and he saves a run for his team there. McKinney gets 3. We'll move to 21, and the score to 46 for 1. Excellent work by Archie Vaughan. Looking forward to watching him operate today. I haven't seen him in the flesh as of yet. Hearing lots of good things about his off-spin and his batting, so high expectations on him. Oh, that's a beauty from Overton. What can you tell me about Archie Vaughan?
What you said, really.
Okay.
He's a very good young cricketer. They really rate him. He's been in the academy for a couple of years. They signed him, played a bit of club cricket locally once he came down. It's very difficult for someone like him to get away from the obvious.
Yeah.
It's always,
it's a
Michael
huge
Vaughan's
shadow,
son.
isn't it? Well, look at what Mike Atherton's son did. He literally chose his mother's name, yeah. Oh, and that's flicked with a leading edge beautifully through extra cover somehow from Emilio Gay. And he'll pick up a couple as Matt Henry does the fielding.
Opened the batting in the early part of the season. They dropped him down into the middle order last week. Maybe actually a better place with a little bit less pressure, particularly with the pressure that's been on the Somerset openers. There's a lot of talk.
A spotlight,
whoever it is, it's like, oh, well, Lammonby, who bats at 3, he might as well have his pads on. Well, he will have his pads on, but he might as well just go out and start. The same with Abel last year or 2 years ago when he was batting at 3. So there's that pressure. And they've obviously decided that Lammonby opened for a couple of years and then scored heavily last year batting at 3. So they decided that's his best spot, so they don't want to move him.
Yeah.
Abel's opened in the past. Abel opened here, I think, last year. Ben Rain got him early. It was his first game back after a hamstring injury. So Abel has done it in the past, but the thinking is he's best at 4 or 5.
Excellent lead from Emilio Gay.
He started his career as an opener, Abel. Yeah. And the thing with Rue as well, the thing about Rue, remarkable about his stats, the first player to score 10 first-class hundreds or whatever it was before he's 21, he'd never batted in the top 5. And that's the thing about, well, what do England want from a batter? So he batted 4 last week. I don't know if that was anything to do with his test call-up, but he largely batted at 6 before that.
Nice from Overton again, right on the money. That ends over number 15, 48 for 1. Emilio Gay on 26, Ben McKinney on 21. Wicket taker is Matt Henry picking up the wicket. First ball of the day, Alex Lee's dragging one on to his off stump. What's the Somerset connection? Did he go to school down in the southwest?
He went to Millfield.
Right, okay.
Was he already at Millfield when Somerset signed him, or did he go to Millfield because of going something? I'm not 100% sure. I think he was already at Millfield.
Got you. Very jealous of their indoor school, if I'm honest. I'm trying to keep pushing that towards my bosses.
They've got decent facilities there at Millfield. They produced a few cricketers.
Yeah, not the worst.
In their time.
Not the worst.
There's a guy called Mark Davies who played a little bit for Somerset as well. He was there for years and years. He does a bit of the BBC commentary for Somerset as well. Pooch. Pretorius around the wicket to McKinney, who wafts at one.
That's a swing.
It was a proper swing, wasn't it?
And again, I'm not sure that's a front foot shot. I know Ben's tall. I still feel he'll get more value if he climbs onto the back foot there.
But that's the advantage he has in some ways as well, isn't it? With that height. Is that he plays shots off the front foot that most people would have to play off the back foot.
Yeah, I'd have been back to that. Saying that I go back to half volleys.
You'd have been ducking to it, mate.
Did, yeah.
Oh, that's a beauty. There's been some good deliveries from Pretorius. He hasn't quite been as consistent yet as Josh Davey was first up, but there's definitely been a few testers, and he's seen a bit of variable bounce as well.
There's been a little bit more movement in this pitch than there was. I don't know whether that's down to the skill of the Somerset bowlers, or but and maybe the overheads were different to last week, but there has been a little bit more nip off the pitch. They've beat the bat quite regularly, Somerset, this morning.
driven, but Andy Amede is out there at a sort of deep backward point, almost a very wide third, just for exactly that shot. Keeps it to 1. McKinney moves to 22. Okay, back on strike on 26. Partnership's now worth 49, exactly an hour into the... Well, actually, it's not, because we started...
Yeah.
We started before.
Leesy's actually in next, apparently.
So it's 49 without loss. Is that they're in the umpire's room right now, claiming that actually... Fuller, looking for that drive. He got that drive. What he didn't find was the outside edge of Emilio Gay. Sun's out here at the Banks Home Riverside, but there's a lot of grey cloud as well around.
Good overheads, I think, to bowl. Unlike at the top, like I said at the toss, I don't think there was a cloud in the sky at the toss. It was a beautiful morning.
It was lovely driving up, actually. Shall catch it. It looked like it, by the reaction of the fielders, I think that's carried to mid-wicket. Is it Jack Leach in there? He was diving away to his right. He had to take a couple of paces. Maybe struck him on the end of the finger in a little bit of pain. There's a wry smile he's got. I think that might have been a chance, Ash.
Just readjusting the trousers. But yeah, it looked like it did just carry. Just obviously, we haven't got the best of views here. We're probably a deep mid-off at best and a wide deep mid-off watching here. But if you go on the reaction of the players, I think that has carried.
This one's turned into the leg side again. Along the ground, though, beats Jack Leach. And they'll come back for a couple, and that will be the 50 partnership between Emilio Gay and Ben McKinney. So the worst possible start for Durham, losing skipper Alex Lee's very first ball of the game. But here we are, an hour later, 16 overs in, and Durham are 50 for 1.
Yeah, nice partnership between these two. Nice round of applause from a healthy-ish crowd in towards the member side of the ground. We had a lot of the crowd over towards the LNER stand last week because we're about 10 pitches across. We're on pitch 6 for this game. I think we were on pitch 15 last week. It's going to be Overton to continue from the Lumley end around the wicket to Ben McKinney. He gets a thick inside edge. This one goes down to fine leg where he touches and goes. And in about 3 steps, gets back down the other end. Excellent running. Almost casually sprinting. I'm not sure if that's a word to or a way to describe it, but he moved quickly without really trying.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, about an extra 20 steps for me.
I can't move quickly even while trying.
I think about it, but it doesn't happen. That's beautifully played by McKinney, right under his eyes. Something I know he's worked quite hard on.
I think there was a point when my brain moved quite quickly, but certainly with an 8-month-old baby, it is not now.
No. Moments of mush.
I could do with a driver, really. That would be ideal. If Durham could line one of those up for me.
Sam, if you're listening upstairs. And this one he does get on the back foot, but can't beat Archie Vaughan at backward point. Oh, he's not. He's next to us.
He's next door.
He's trying to fix the stream, though, on Sam. I bet he's trying to get those pesky replays on.
Did he give the thumbs up to the driver?
He just frightened the life out of me, to be honest. I think he said, yeah, is a limousine okay?
Okay, I can live with that.
And would you like a full English?
I'm continental breakfast. I'm not a big fan of cooked breakfast. Depending on the time. Early in the morning, no.
Yeah, I'm the same, to be honest.
In the test match, England declared 5-6-5 for 6, so they've had enough.
Oh, they got 6 wickets.
Good effort. They did. Sam Cook is having a bowl as well for the first time in Test cricket. Well deserved. Great to see him playing for England.
This one is run down nice and played late down to... Who have we got down there? Picks up a single. I'll try and get a crowd figure for you, Gordon. But for us, this is a healthy crowd. There's a good. We'll try and get a camera shot to pan over for you and just have a look across to the western side of the ground, in front of the Don Robson Pavilion. The members' lounge is always full. Overton right on the money. This one's fallen, clipped away beautifully through mid-wicket. And I've given up on calling it early, but that has run away for 4. Nice piece of timing. Just a little bit full and straight from Overton to end the over. 7 from it. Durham move on to 58 now for 1. Emilio Gaze moves into the 30s on 32. Ben McKinney's on 25.
Yeah, lovely shot. Shot of a man in good nick, seeing the ball well. It was balanced. You'd so often see a batter who's not quite in the form of Emilio Gay, maybe falling over, playing that shot perfectly still, up on one leg, the flamingo stance, right out the middle of the bat.
As you can see there, the crowd. And Sam, you might have seen the replay there as well. Sam the man, what a guy. I'm sure he just said limousine,
he whispered
bottomless drinks.
He's got a lovely pair of trainers on. Speaking of flamingo, I just know. Well, it was as I mentioned flamingo. I turned round and saw this lovely light pink pair of trainers he's wearing, or 2 shades of pink, I think he had.
A strong man.
Makes things happen around here, Sam Blacklock. Most importantly, he takes the lunch orders, so you've got to stay close to him.
Absolutely.
Miguel Pretorius around the wicket to McKinney. He's batting on off stump. Defending. It's a long way down for that forward defensive for him. Did he missed a game at Hampshire, didn't he? Did he have a back spasm?
So rumours have it that he had a heavy backpack on, or a bag on his back, went to press the elevator button and had a back spasm.
Oh, it can just happen so easily. I had one of them the other week.
How random was that?
Oh, I spend my time sort of half bent over trying to help a toddler walk. And it's not good when you're a tall man. I'm not as tall as Ben McKinney, but I woke up one morning and it just moved and it went, oh. Bedridden for a day, and then it was all right. Oh.
Tempter.
There's a good line, that, wasn't it? Just about left on length. McKinney, as we said, batting on off stump. He looks in decent touch as well. 25 from 40, Ben McKinney. Good partnership developing between these two at top of the order. We're very lucky, Ash. That, I mean, the quality of both sides here. There really are some wonderful players.
I think the Championship's been really good this year. Really competitive Division 1. I haven't seen or kept an eye on much what's happening in Division 2, if I'm totally honest with you.
Lancashire aren't winning. They're not winning games.
My mate Dale Benkenstein under some pressure there.
Yeah, I think so. But yes, every week almost it feels like there's 1 or 2 games that you're going, the live stream's getting 8,000-10,000 people because it's going into that final session. Yeah. One team's holding on. You've got fielders all the way around the bat. We've seen it everywhere at different places. There's some tight finishes, a lot of results, and some quality cricketers, quality overseas players.
That's healthy.
Cam Green coming over to play for Gloucestershire, got a couple of hundred, so because he's one of the members.
He's going to be a good player. I know he already is a good player, but he's going to be a good player for a long time. Still only relatively young, mid-20s.
Do you think he'll have to end up giving up on the bowling a little bit with the amount of injuries he's had?
You never know. He's such a tall man. It might be that he just turns into a batsman. I know when he had that year off bowling for WA, he scored a couple of double hundreds, I think.
Driven, hit hard, can't get past Tom Abel, though.
It's good fielding, that.
He's brilliant.
Skipper setting the example.
The former skipper.
Apologies, yeah.
Certainly setting the example still in the field. Somerset boy, Taunton boy, through and through, Tom Abel.
I think he spent a bit of time playing club cricket out for Fremantle in Perth.
That rings a bell. Played at my club, Taunton Cricket Club.
Yeah.
Had a year where it was him and Marcus Harris opening the batting.
Oof. Not the worst.
Tourists around the wicket. Opens up the face, runs it down to Andy Amid for just a single.
I mean, Lewis Gregory will have zero awareness, but I do apologise that he has the stripes.
End of the over, 18 gone, 59 for 1. I'm not sure Gregory will mind too much.
I expect an email and probably a letter.
Do you know
a telegram.
You use email, do you?
Yeah, occasionally. Not very well at times, if I'm totally honest with you.
Can't be worse than my old man who sends his emails, no punctuation, no spaces between, just one continuous string of text separated by commas. Oh, it's hard to...
My pet hate is putting the content in the email title, in the subject header. So quite a lot of times at school, it is just literally across there, and oh man, it annoys me. I mean, lots of things annoy me in life, but that's probably in the top 5.
Oh, interesting. I'm going to have to probe into this top 5 as well.
Well, Josh Davey is definitely not in my top 5, and he's going to have a crack from the Lumley end. He's going to stay around the wicket. Got Ben McKinney in his sights. That's a leave. Doesn't look very happy with the footmarks there as he swivels around quickly. Might have a kick at the turf. No, just cracking on. Umpire Middlebrook and umpire Kettleborough. The men in the white coats.
Wonder when we'll see a little bit of Jack Leach.
Oh, you've got to get a little spell in before lunch, won't he, surely?
I think so. Maybe some Archie Vaughan too.
Oh, McKinney almost launching into a drive and changing his mind late. Yeah, we saw Liam Patterson white ball 50 overs from the Finkel end here last week. Picked up 5 for, I'm going to say 170-ish. But actually was the only one to give not some real control. The seamers.
Because he'd fallen out of favour a little bit, but because of the emergence of Farhan Ahmed. But he's got 100 the other week as well, didn't he, Patterson? He's a brilliant cricketer. He's a Sunderland boy, right? I think.
Well, there is connections there. I think Marty's said his mother might be from Sunderland. Martin Emerson, I'm talking about, from the BBC.
He's definitely a Sunderland
fan. Will definitely claim any allegiance to Sunderland, which is fine. Just reminds me so much of Ian Blackwell when I watch him walk around the field, and like one of Somerset's great servants, and did really well for Durham in his time up here as well. But just that, again, we talk about the way that people carry themselves in the field, and just, I love Blackie as well. Devastated he's an umpire now. I don't get to see too much of him, but absolute hero of a man.
Yeah.
Lives in Taunton. Nice again from Davey, who seems to be zoning in on a little channel just outside the off stump. Keeping it tight. That's 4 dots to resume his spell.
He's looking fit this year, Blackie.
Is he?
I've seen him in photos, yeah. Fighting back to his fighting weight. He is a lovely man, funny man.
I love him to bits.
I'm sure you have plenty of tales that can't be told on air.
There might be a couple.
Blackwell.
Might be a couple.
But a quality cricketer. And people, misjudged him because he wasn't he batted beautifully. The bat looked tiny in his hand, and when he timed those punches straight down the ground, lovely to watch.
Oof. Hit hard from McKinney. And that is a real area of strength for him. He got the length and he got the width he was after. And he cracked that one through extra cover for 4.
It's a challenge for the bowlers, isn't it, bowling at someone like McKinney, because there aren't too many of his height around. And what is a decent length ball for a lot of batters, because of the length of his stride and that front foot, can turn into a half volley for McKinney. So you have to really think about it. You have to adjust your length. Bowling at 2 left-handers, but very different lengths you need for these 2 batters.
Yeah, even with Emilio Gay, like we said, being well over 6 foot. Really nice moment this morning as that ends the over, as Ben McKinney, who spent a lot of time with Mitchell Killeen going through the age groups and spent a few years with me at Parkview School, presented him with his cap for making his county championship debut. The representation of the cap, it was presented with it by Matthew Potts on the tour of Zimbabwe, but obviously Durham feel that this occasion deserved a representation of his debut cap for his county championship debut.
That's a big moment for him, isn't it?
It's huge. It's huge.
And I know they make and rightly so, a big deal of caps and debuts. It's people often like Will Gibman is speaking, and they talk about the importance of playing for Durham, and they really like to emphasise that as Pretorius is left alone by Emilio Gay, it's a reward, isn't it? While the journey is, to use all the cliches, just starting, etc., that there's a lot of hard work that's gone into getting that point, and it is a moment that you should look back on with a little bit of pride. So it's nice they take that time.
Definitely, and his dad was there. His dad, Neil Killeen, one of Durham's Hall of Fame cricketers, part of the England bowling setup. And it was nice. We just sat back. We're too cool to be in the circle. We just sat back and kind of watched it all unfold, which was a really nice moment.
Opens the face there. It's gone really fine. There's a fielder down there, Andy Amede. He's going to have to work hard. He does work hard. Keeps it to just a couple. Is that Graham Onions and Bryden Cars?
I think it's George Drizzle.
George Drizzle, not Bryden Cars. He's down with England. I never know here because there's a constant stream of activity, and the outdoor nets are over to our right, away from the change room.
Get good traffic in front of us.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's an unusually high amount of traffic.
It does look like Bryden, to be honest. From the back, anyway. I don't know. Has he gone down? My wife's just messaged me saying she must be really, really bored, and her and the dog are listening. Just got a new puppy in the last few weeks. He's keeping us busy.
Choice around the wicket. Gay opens the face. Good bit of work by Tom Lammonby. I think he's in at gully rather than third slip. Gets a low 5 from Tom Abel and James Rue. Okay, so what's your puppy called? What have you got?
He's called Rooster.
Nice.
In Australia, there's a saying of good-looking rooster.
Right.
He's a sprocker, and he's incredibly. He's either 100 mile an hour or asleep.
Okay.
There's not a lot of gear changes.
Ooh, that's a beauty. Right line, right length. Emilio Gay not good enough to get anything on it. Luckily for him. So the Scott Borthwick of the puppy world.
Yeah, he really is. Well, I don't know Badger's sleeping patterns, but I came out of the shower this morning. He's literally in my spot on the bed, flat on his back. Apparently they do this, these spaniels, but he was literally like a human, just flat on his back, paws up.
We've got
everything on show.
He was trying to flick that into the onside there, Emilio Gay. He planted that front foot and was trying to work him leg side, but it's gone out along the ground to Archie Vaughan. Yeah, we got Cocker Cavapoos.
Okay.
And they're the same. Teddy just presents her belly up for
it just needs scratching.
And she thinks she's a human as well. So we're particularly with a baby around. Right. She'll look and then she'll jump into your arms as if she's a baby too. They're lovely.
Yeah, it's keeping us busy, as I'm sure
you
all are. Yeah.
Sleeping downstairs, or have you relented?
Oh my God! I don't want to talk about it.
I know the answer to that then. Pretorius around the wicket, down the leg side. Good take by James Rue. A flying James Rue down to his right. End of the over. 20 gone here at the Banks Homes Riverside. First day of this Rothesay County Championship clash between Durham and Somerset. Durham won the toss, selected to bat, and they are 65 for 1.
And you're bang on. It is Bryden Carson. See, and probably the giveaways, the white balls that he's got there as well. It's Graham Onions.
Well, I guess he wouldn't. The white ball squad wouldn't have. I was going to say assembled. They're not Avengers.
Avengers, I like it.
They haven't met up yet.
White ball squad assemble.
Do you think they meet? Is it a bit like club cricket? Do you think they meet in a car park and then work out who's driving to the
carrier bags full of kit and stuff?
Like,
I love that. They normally get driven there, a bit like you in the future for here.
He can borrow my limo if he wants to get down there.
It's very kind of you, Davey to continue. And there's an edge, is it? And gone. Little inside edge, I think, from McKinney, and Josh Davey probably gets what he deserves in a wicket. He's bowled a really good channel and a challenging line. And Ben McKinney goes caught behind. A little inside edge. James Rue tumbling away to his right-hand side. And Somerset will be delighted that they've picked up a second wicket this morning. Ben McKinney goes, caught Rue, bowled Davey for 30, and the score is now 65 for 2.
Yeah, shake of the head from McKinney. See how disappointed he is with that one. It shapes back from Josh Davey. He's bowled really wide of the crease around the wicket to the left-handers. Perhaps not the dismissal he was bowling for. Gets that inside edge. Good catch from James Root, because might have seen it a little bit late, and the way it's nipped back. And McKinney has to go for 30.
That brings David Bedingham to the crease. His first appearance for the summer. We're hoping to see him out in the last game, but South Africa just being that little bit extra cautious with the World Test Championship final coming up.
He broke his foot in the...
It's like his toe or something.
The game up. He didn't bat in the... it was the game I was doing with Rob Rush. Was it the Warwickshire game?
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did play, didn't he? Yeah, sorry. He got York, didn't he, when he was out LBW? Apologies. See, when I was in Spain, that didn't really happen. It was just a parallel universe.
You were just chasing the rain in Spain.
It did, right, yeah.
It's not a bad middle order, is it? Bedingham, Ackerman and Robinson.
And throw a bit of Clark in there at 7.
Yeah, he's a decent cricketer too, isn't it?
Yeah. But
it's a good side. Excited
to see Bedingham in action.
So he's probably not going to play T20 this year because of the World Test Championship final. And then do they go to West Indies or Zimbabwe? Australia go to the West Indies. And
yeah, they do. I'm not sure about South Africa. I know that Durham have employed the services of Zach Folkes, really exciting Kiwi, and another Kiwi in, franchise warrior, would you say, Jimmy Neesham. Seen it all around the world. Josh Davies springing his step now from the Lumley end. Comes into David Bedingham, who just casually jumps onto the front foot and drives, not perfectly timed, but it will run away down to third man for first ball. That gives you a bit of a look at the mindset of this player.
I just love watching him bat. He makes it look so easy. It's all effortless with him, isn't it? And I'm sure it's not.
He's got a similar languid style to kind of a Mark Waugh, going back the generations, where I think sometimes when people like them get out, you think, oh, that's rubbish. He doesn't care if he gets out or not. But it's just the way they play.
Yeah.
He's such a great bloke as well. Really good to see him back on the park. And like I said, when South Africa play Australia, I hope he gets 300 and he loses by an innings. This one's short and defended out into the offside. It's good work from Josh Davey.
Yeah, and that would have given Somerset a bit of a lift, because I think they'd have felt a bit sapped after making that early breakthrough. And to watch these two go about it not these two anymore, to watch McKinney and Gay go about it with relatively little alarm. There was that one catch that was, I think, put down by Jack Leach.
I think they bowled pretty well, though, Sam. I think
they did.
Beat the bat quite a lot this morning, and they've probably got their reward for bowling some good challenging areas.
But it would have been more frustrating to have not got the reward for the way they bowled.
Yeah,
that would have sapped the energy out a little
100%
bit. 100%
agree. Probably the ease of being put in the field. So Durham winning the toss and batting, probably, if they'd have won the toss and bowled, that's when you all of a sudden start searching for wickets and trying to make things happen. But I think they've been nice and patient, and a whole bowled really well this morning.
I think Sam Cook has a test wicket.
Caught
Brook. Bowled
Cook and Brook. It's an interesting one, isn't it? England have gone away from his type of bowler for so long now, and I guess just through numbers has bashed the door down to get an opportunity.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see where they go, if they have a long-term plan for him. If it's a case of, I hope it's not a case of going, well, he deserves a cap based on numbers, but is he going to be part of the side? There's definitely room for bowlers of his ilk. People like Craig Overton at Somerset, you start to think, maybe his time has passed because of his age and the way. Not that he's particularly old, but just the way they're looking these days.
Bedingham defending again. Yeah, it's the end of a wicket taking over for Josh Davey. Deserved. He has 1 for 28. Durham is 69 for 2. Amelia Gay still there on 34. And Bedingham just off the mark first ball with a boundary.
Because in a different era, you'd be looking at people like Jordan Clark over the last couple of years and thinking there's got to be a test cap there. I mean, all the star-studded Surrey side, he has been key in their
He's been a constant, hasn't he?
Championship wins. Yeah, he takes wickets for fun, scores. Heavy run. Jamie Overton, I think, is back playing for Surrey. Interesting to see how much work he does with the ball. They've always loved him. They love pace, don't they?
Yeah. But he's the profile, isn't he? That height and that pace.
Yeah. Pretorius then into over number 6. 0 for 14 so far. Oh, and that one has lifted. He's got some to bounce through to James Root. That's a beauty.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I agree with whoever said that in the slips. Very nice. I think that's a great way to describe it. Really good area, just angling in and then seaming away from the left-hander.
Not much Emilio Gay can do about that, other than try and leave it alone.
Yeah, or nick it.
That one's down the leg side, but Gay misses out. Rue takes it. A couple of slips in still. Gregory and Overton, captain and vice captain. Tom Lammonby at Gully. Tom Abel in the covers. Archie Vaughan, hands behind his back at mid-off. Not seen him with the ball yet. Not seen Jack Leach with the ball yet. Getting on towards 12:30 on this opening day. Haven't needed a spinner yet, as Ash was saying.
It's just done enough, hasn't it?
Seam quartet have kept us all interested. It's been hard work as Gay flicks that one away, gets a bit of reward there, gets it past Jack Leach at mid-wicket, and will get a boundary. Moves him on to 38. 73 for 2. These are well-earned runs for the batters. It's not easy.
It's been a good challenge, I think. It's been an excellent opening session of County Championship cricket. Like I kind of touched on earlier, I think the standard has been outstanding. Really competitive, good skills on show.
Fuller. Can't get it past Tom Abel at cover, though.
Yeah,
covers a lot of ground in there. Very good fielder. As a no ball, so he'd have to bowl that one again, Miguel Pretorius.
So Lammonby's run the best part of about 30 metres to give the ex-skipper, I keep calling him the skipper.
It's a mistake I make quite a lot as well.
I do make mistakes. I'm rubbish. Don't know why they keep asking me back, to be honest.
Well, I have said that to Sam. Not more than once. Opens the face, soft hands. This time in that gap between Lammonby and Abel. And the Amid will do the fielding.
It's been a steady session, hasn't it? The run rate around 3.5, so the runs have come. Durham haven't got away from Somerset, and Somerset having picked up the 2 wickets. If they can pick up another one before lunch, I will think it's their session. What have we got left? Half an hour to the lunch break. Well,
it's time.
32 minutes. Or will they call lunch early? No, I'm only joking.
Bedingham just taking his time to have a look at the field, which is 2 slips and a gully. Tom Lammonby just stretching his back out there at gully. Might we see him with ball in hand? Bedingham playing it off the back foot. Goes to the left of Abel. Calls him through for a single. Not much risk there, really. Abel's the best fielder in the Somerset side, but going to his left was good from Dave Bedingham. Good awareness of that. Wanting to rotate the strike. Field bat on ball. Emilio Gay was lively at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he backed up well. I think sometimes as the non-striker, you realise who that's been hit to, and your stomach drops a little bit. But Abel didn't pick the ball up, so then you can kind of relax throughout the rest of the journey down the pitch.
Trusted his partner. He called him through. Archie Vaughan into the game. End of over 22. Durham 77 for 2. Emilio Gay has 39 of them. Dave Bedingham has 5.
Yeah, cloud just breaking up here a little bit. Sun trying to break through. The whole ground now pretty much in sunshine. A pleasant day, probably about 15, 16 degrees, I would say, out there. What we did have last week was a lot of wind chill. The wind was from the north, and it was freezing on some of the days. Lots of hand warmers, as I'm sure some of the lads will have hand warmers out there today, but it's not too bad. The wind just changing a little bit there, coming from the east.
You been on a meteorology course this week, Ash?
No, just easy north, south, east, west at cricket grounds, isn't it?
You a hand warmer man in the field then?
Absolutely.
Been in the North East long enough. What have you done over here? 30 years nearly?
Yeah, just about. 95 was my first year coming across to play, and I've lived here just at the back end of 97, moved permanently. So.
One club man? Has it always been Chester Street?
Absolutely not. Club hussy.
Excellent.
Yeah. Whoever had the most money.
Follow the Yankee door. Yeah, like that.
Absolutely. No point in hiding behind it. Bellingham clips this one away out into the leg side, and he'll pick up a couple as Jack Leach will scuttle around the boundary to do the fielding. Yeah, I spent pretty much 4 years minimum at every club that I've been at, so I gave a little bit of service for my time. But yeah, ended back up at Chesley Street, which was my second club. So yeah. Love it there. Just up the road. Work in Chesley Street. Play cricket in Chesley Street.
Play football as well, Chesley Street as well? Is that yours?
I work, yeah. So we've just had a bit of a name change. So the school that we work for is Parkview Academy of Sport. As Davey comes in, and this is, you don't want to bowl there to David Bellingham. That was full and straight. And casually as you like, dismisses that one to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
That's the shot he makes look so easy, isn't it?
It's elegant. That's the one that reminds me of Mark Waugh, where you just know as soon as it's hit, it's 4. It's just so effortless.
For the amount of movement and the speed of movement, the ball travels so quickly.
Yeah. And the other one I love from Bellingham is he picks up length really well, and it's kind of a bit of an uppercut pull that he hits over square leg. I think if he gets any length here today, he'll be looking to try and find that members boundary, which is a little bit shorter on that side. But yeah, so we've now changed from Chesley Street United to Parkview AFC. So you can't have apparently, I didn't know this, you can't have academy in your name as a football club.
Right.
So yeah, we're Parkview AFC. So we'll be continuing the Northern League. We got beat in the playoffs this year, which is a bit of a sickener. Beat on penalties. So yeah, we'll hopefully retain a few of the lads. We try and promote from within, so a lot of the lads are either players that have been to school or are at school at the moment. So it's an interesting project, but sometimes the turnover in players, once they leave school, they go elsewhere. So the leagues that we play in are often full of our ex-students, which is quite nice as well. So we get to see them regularly. Nice from Davey. Back into his channel. He's bowled well at the left-handers so far this morning. 84 for 2 now on the board. 1 ball remaining in over number 23. I tell you what, for the actual seamers to be rotating around, the over rate's pretty good as well.
Teams seem to have got a bit better at that this year. I've noticed it in a couple of games I've
that
done.
Middle session can be so long if you don't.
Yeah.
It's a killer. I mean, what Somerset do have the advantage of a couple of spin options as well, so we might see those operate this afternoon. Oh, and that's an edge. And has that carried? Has that gone through, golly?
I think it has.
It looks like a chance.
Based on the reaction.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think Lammonby was having to dive forward, but there was an immediate cry of no from the bowler.
Yeah. It's a tough one here at Chesley Street, and I don't know other grounds around the country, but the carry isn't great, so you have to stand really, really close. I'm not sure if the camera's picked up on the chance. But I think Emilio Gay survives for the second time.
Change of ends for Craig Overton. I think I might have just heard the voice of Tractor, who's one of the very well-known Somerset fans.
Has he come up to do a little bit of announcing?
Well, no. He is very encouraging of the bowlers. So you can always hear him. He's standing in the same spot. Used to be tankard of cider in hand. I'm not sure if those days are still there, but he's very well known in the West Country. I heard him shouting encouragement at Craig Overton.
Love
who's
it.
coming in around the wicket to Gay, who's just survived that drop catch, that chance on 39. There was a conversation between Josh Davey and his skipper along the lines of, do you want to carry on?
I think body language more than evidence, I'm going to say that was a drop chance.
Yeah, I think so. It was the cry of it was the immediate no.
Every week.
From he's a very good fielder usually, Tom Lamont beaters. Overton finds his line of length immediately, but Emilio Gay happy to shoulder arms, let that one go through to James Root. Overton coming around the wicket.
I wonder if we see another little Matt Henry burst before lunch.
Still like to see a bit of Jack Leach, or given the way the seamers are bowling, would you leave that?
I think they've looked threatening. They've beat the bat quite a lot. They've obviously created a couple of chances that have gone down. Tough chances.
That's a beauty again. Just pushing in that one, Emilio Gay. I'm sure Craig Overton will give him a polite smile and walk away. Maybe a snarl. 85 for 2.
Just a look and a shake of the head sometimes as well.
He's a proper competitor, Craig Overton. Often gets himself ticking, gets himself wound up, and that's when he's at his very best, if he can just find that that zone.
Gordon has predicted on the live stream that Leach will bowl the token last over before lunch.
Again, left alone on length.
See it quite a lot, don't we?
Yeah.
Intriguing little period of the game here. Durham did really well after losing Lees early. Good partnership of 65 between McKinney and Emilio Gay before McKinney's inside edge was scratched by a Jack Leach delivery and well caught behind the stumps by James Root.
Oh, Fuller.
Wow.
Trying to drive. It's that onside drive that Emilio Gay has attempted a couple of times. Craig Overton stands there. Hands on head. He was falling over there, Gay. Didn't have his balance. Crucially, didn't find the outside edge. I think you might be right. You might have called it. Ashthorpe, stop clocks right twice a day. Matt Henry is down at long leg warming up in front of the gym, I believe, yeah.
I'm going to watch him now. Doesn't look like it to me, but
he
might have done a little bit of jumping around, has he?
He was doing a bit of stretching. Leaves that one alone. Good carry. Bit of extra zip. Took James Root by surprise, that one. Hit the gloves hard. All eyes. Well, our eyes certainly on Matt Henry, who's wandering over for a chat with skipper Lewis Gregory. Whether it'll be this over or the next one. It's going to be this over.
Yeah. Jumpers off. Again, this is a huge part of the game. Graham Onions heading around to the nets. Obligatory cuppa in hand. Oh, Callum Parkinson's waiting for him. I didn't see him down there.
They work so hard, these lads, don't they? I tell you what, coaching is a very different role, isn't it?
Don't tell them that, please.
The old days of the coaches just sitting around doing nothing on championship days. They're constantly in the nets.
Yeah. It's like a route the ants take, isn't it? You just see one by one, they're just constantly in motion across to the nets. Matt Henry returns and he's met with a drive on the up by David Bedingham. There'll be at least 2. And they'll settle for the 2. There's another elegant drive from Bedingham. Moves on to 14. 87 now for 2.
A couple of Somerset lads making their way across as well. That would be the younger Root, Thomas Root.
Yeah, 100%.
How did you tell? Just signed a new deal. Well,
is he a right-hander?
His first pro deal. And Shane Berger there on his way as well. Shane Berger, who ended up on the field last year in the game, if I recall correctly. I think Somerset were struck down by a little bit of illness, and Shane Berger ended up out there fielding.
There you go. So the younger Roo's a right-hander.
Yes.
Just going by the thigh pad. Matt Henry. This will be a good contest between 2 excellent overseas players. Matt Henry bowling at David Bedingham. And these are the contests that you want to see in the county championship. 2 outstanding overseas players. Like you mentioned, we've had Beddingham now coming back year after year, so he feels like he's part of Durham. I'm sure Somerset fans are starting to feel the same way about Matt Henry. Kent's loss, really. Incredible that you wouldn't want to retain somebody of his skill set. Unless it was financial, maybe. I don't know. Whether, like you said, you mentioned it was the term of white ball contract involved as well.
It's only what I've heard. I wasn't involved in the negotiations.
I bet you were.
If only. Well, if I was involved, I would not have been letting him go.
Yeah, very true. Early call of weight from Beddingham and good fielding. Out there at cover point by Lammonby. Straight and defended by Beddingham. Ends a good over from Henry. 87 for 2 now after 25. Emilio Gay on 40, Beddingham on 14.
Got about 18 minutes left on the in-ground clock before lunchtime. Don't know why my voice went really high there. And the word clock. So 25 overs. So what would they be scheduled to bowl 32 in the session? We're not going to get 7.
Yeah, I think normally 18. If you can get around... What we're going to get, we're probably going to get another 4 or 5. So if we can get to the 30 mark, I think it's pretty good going in the first session, all seamers.
Yeah, a bit of spin in the middle session. Catches you up. Overton around the wicket. Gay on strike, inside edge as he's pressing forward. Sun's out. Beautiful day here in the northeast. You can just see Lumley Castle peeking out above the trees over to our right. The majority of the crowd over towards the left-hand side of the ground.
Interesting to see how that pans. Sorry to interrupt you there. How that pans out over the course of the afternoon, where the sun normally disappears from that side of the ground.
Follow you around. Craig Overton doing the fielding of his own bowling, just flicking it up with those massive feet of his.
Yeah, good bit of work.
Immediately chucks it on to someone else to do a bit of ball showing. I think it's Josh Davey there at mid-on. Still 2 slips in. Emilio Gay 40 from 85 balls. A recent call up to the England Lions squad for a couple of games against India A in early June.
I like the fact they've still got a gully in place, Sam.
Driven, but can't get past Josh Davey.
Don't see a lot of gully fielders in first-class cricket these days.
Interestingly, it's Tom Abel rather than Tom Lammonby, given it was Lammonby who put that catch down off.
Oh, he might have got the hook.
Josh Davey. I wonder if that's that harsh.
Yeah, 100%.
Around the wicket. Oh, and he jabs his back down on that one late, Emilio Gay. It's like it moved back in towards him. I think he was going to try and leave that alone.
It's like having to belly dancer there, wasn't it, in his movement?
Did quite well in the end, I think.
Very impressive. Replicate that on the dance floor at some stage, maybe.
Not sure how successful that will be. People looking on going, what on earth are you doing? James Rue captaining that England Lions squad. McKinney and Gay both in it. As Gay cuts it away, but just back of a length, but there's a fielder out there. He'll keep it to 1. Mickey Pretorius down there. I'll have a look. Go around the grounds at the end of this over as well. Loads of cricket going on around the country. Might lose a fair bit around the country for weather over the weekend, not sure. Been a wonderful summer so far. We'll be all right up here. It's always dry up here. As Beddingham is defending, so 26 gone. Durham 88 for 2. I stopped as if I was going to stop talking there, and then I realised I'd promised a roundup. You did. That's what jolted me in. Headingley, not a 59 for one. So they lost Hamid earlier, but Freddie McCann, another fine young cricketer, 22 unbeaten. Ben Slater has 29. If we go down to the Oval, where Surrey are playing Essex. Essex are 93 for 3. Tom Wesley, the skipper, has 19. And there's been a wicket apiece for Sam Curran, Nathan Smith and Jordan Clark, who we were talking about a little bit earlier on.
It's going to be Henry to continue from the Lumley end. Amelia goes solid in defence.
Down at New Road, a local derby between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire 59 for 2. Tom Latham 27 unbeaten. Sam Hain, what a player he is. He's got 4 wicket each for Tommy Taylor and Matthew Waite. I don't really get into fantasy cricket or football, but I'm sure Matthew Waite must be a
numbers,
pretty good
isn't he?
pick.
Yeah, good numbers. And gone. You heard the shouts of catch. Emilio Gay on the pull, on the hook. Gets a top edge. And is that Tom Abel down at fine leg?
Yeah, it is. I think that was
That's a tactic.
Yeah, that was a definite plan.
You've got your best fielder fielding in probably the lowest traffic zone. And a really good piece of cricket that from Somerset. Shorter ball. Emilio Gay not in control. Top edge. It went a long way in the air. And Tom Abel got around and took a comfortable catch. That gives Matt Henry, again, a pretty much well-deserved wicket. Gay falls for 41. And Durham in a little bit of trouble just before lunch at 88 for 3.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that was Tom Abel in front of us, there was only ever going to be one result. He's got a brilliant pair of hands. Not often found a deep square leg or long leg, I have to say.
Yeah. Great planning.
Clearly a plan. Henry knew what he was trying to do, and he executed it brilliantly.
Ollie Robinson, the new batsman to the crease. Fresh haircut by the look of that. But yeah, that'll be disappointing from Emilio Gay, going just 12 minutes before the lunch break, falling into the trap.
Yeah, he'll have a difficult sandwich or two, you'd imagine, over lunch, thinking about what he might have done differently. Well, he'll know what he might have done differently. He'll just wish he had done. It's a little bit of a bonus for Somerset, really, just before lunch. Although the plan was in place, so the trap was set, and he fell into it. Somerset have a batting... No, they don't. They have a bowling bonus point. They'd do well to have a batting bonus point.
That would be impressive.
That would be. Something would have gone wrong, though, I fear.
That would be exciting cricket, that. Durham have... Well, wow. We'll just leave it there. Ollie Robinson, 3 slips. Await him. And Matt Henry charging in now from the Lumley end. Oh, and that beats the outside edges. Robinson has a little flirt. And a lot of noise now from the Somerset supporting cast behind the stumps.
Yeah, there was someone very excited about that, wasn't there?
It's even more high-pitched than you earlier, that.
It takes some doing. If they can get a 4th here, Somerset, they'll really feel that the session belongs to them, particularly having been asked to field.
Yeah, agree. I'm surprised if they didn't put the gully in place there. There's been a few. They've got that Tom Abel again down here. That can't be a plan, and having Ollie Robinson caught on a cut shot.
Yeah, and it just makes me wonder.
Maybe he's earned a graze.
Well, I mean, he's very quick. In white ball cricket, you often see him sweeping because he's very quick on the ground. Whether it's... Well, I'd be purely speculating. So you'd sometimes... Is he being hidden? Is he taking up like on his finger or anything?
Watching him, I don't know if he was just scratching his calf or whether it was just maybe a muscle issue, but he's...
Nothing wrong with his fingers, I don't think, the way he was just clapping there.
And he moved well enough, didn't he, to take the catch? He looked comfortable.
As I say, pure speculation.
Love it. Matt Henry coming back into the attack isn't speculation. It's work to treat. Oh, nearly gets through the defences of Ollie Robinson. A wicket maiden for Matt Henry. 2 for 15 from his 8 overs now. Great work. 4th maiden of the morning for him. Good bowling change from Lewis Gregory and an important breakthrough just before lunch.
And Tom Abel, I don't think he's suffering any kind of injury because he's just run from deep third all the way over to give the bowler a pat on the backside.
He's got straight in the mixer on the in the gully there, hasn't he?
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Probably won't be top of the post-match question list. Unless he starts taking 3 or 4 catches down there. Maybe that. Anyway, Craig Overton over the wicket to the right-handed Bedingham, who's got 14. Tries to whip that one, but can't get it in the gap. Lamman be at mid-wicket. Archie Vaughan does the fielding at mid-on.
9 minutes till lunch. What have you gone for, mate? What's on the menu?
I'm a sandwich man at lunch, actually.
Okay.
So I think I'm hoping for an egg sandwich. I've just had a text from Ben Orr, who played a lot of club cricket with Tom Abel. Said he did plenty of boundary riding last week. So maybe it's a newish
maybe it is
thing.
a ploy. Rotate the men grazing.
Big shout for LBW. Turned down. Maybe going down the leg side. Bedingham took a step across. Craig Overton thinks that's close. Craig Overton thinks everything is
as well.
Close. But he almost can't believe that. He takes that natural step across. Just having another look at that.
Could see a lot of leg stump.
I'm
not sure you can give that.
He didn't give it.
Yeah.
Close though.
By Kettleborough, the man at Finkel end. These two are so free scoring, so this is a huge opportunity for Somerset to take one of these before lunch. Would be a killer blow to Durham.
Yeah, you want to get Bedingham early, don't you? And Robinson. You want to get every batter. It's a silly thing to say, really, because you don't really want any batter to end up 100 not out. But the danger with Bedingham is he scores so quickly and makes it look so easy. It can frustrate you as a bowler.
Yeah, those players who are able to get your best ball away are the ones that can frustrate you, almost make you doubt yourself when you want to get to the top of your mark and you want to bowl your best ball and you look down and you know that actually your best ball might not be good enough.
Well, there's certain players, aren't there? You just think, as a fielder, you must know once they've got in, the chances of them making a mistake are very, very slim, and so you've got to do something exceptional.
Absolutely, and you've almost got 2 cracks at them here before lunch, and then they'll have to start again after lunch. So, really interesting period of the game.
Jabbed into the leg side. They come through for a quick single. Well judged single. Archie Vaughan having to make up ground to his right and mid-on. So it's 12:53. Last ball of the 28th over coming up. So we probably get to 30 unless there's a wicket.
I think that's pretty good there. 3 wickets down. It's not a bad over rate at all.
4 seamers.
Yeah. Will we get Gordon's token over of spin before?
I'm not sure. I don't think we will.
Before lunch.
Robinson almost went to leave that one and then played it quite late. Tom Abel cuts off the run at gully. End of the over, 93 for 3. 28 gone. Dave Bedingham has 15. Ollie Robinson is yet to score. What did you go for? I didn't ask you back what you went for lunch.
I'm not telling you now.
Okay. I don't know why I didn't. Was I doing something else?
No, just rude.
Just rude, okay.
Just rude.
Not for the first nor the last time.
Absolutely. Well, I've actually bucked the trend. I've gone for the vegetarian cauliflower bake option today. I do like cauliflower.
Okay. You got some stick from Graham for that, I'm sure.
I
he
hope
was
so.
here.
Yeah. I don't think I'd have given myself stick for choosing the vegetarian option. Stevie, our normal cameraman, isn't in the house today. He normally gets the vegetarian options. Oh my goodness. That is a delivery.
He gets a few of those through, Matt Henry. He's a very fine bowler.
Durham unable to get that one away. Lammerby in the field. Yeah, somebody mentioning on the live stream that it has Durham men versus Somerset. I've mentioned that to Sam around the Durham men part.
Sam will sort it.
Yeah. If there's anybody who can sort it, it'll be Sam.
Few things he can't do.
He sorted your limo out.
Yeah, I know. It's out the back already, apparently.
Engine running. Go and have your lunch in there. It's air conditioned to your...
Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Your 22 degrees agreed temperature.
It's contractually agreed, that temperature.
Yeah. Water chilling in the ice bucket.
Sparkling.
Oh, leading edge from Beddingham. Henry asking good questions here. A tricky little period for Durham. I think we will get this and one more over in before the lunch break. 93 for 3. It's been an excellent opening session. The wicket first ball and the good partnership between McKinney and Gay of 65. And Somerset so far have 3 to their name. Again, you just look at people with time there. He literally saw that bouncer and didn't even move. I'd have been on the floor at that stage, panicking. He's just like, yeah, it's not going to hit me. No
but
drama.
He almost had time to think about playing the shot and then decided, no, I don't need to play the shot.
That's
and then get himself back into his original position.
2 men out on the hook. So again, maybe part of another plan. Oh, and that gets a leading edge from Beddingham. It goes down to our boundary rider, Tom Abel. Seen a few leading edges today. Maybe just playing a little bit early, the Durham batsman, maybe a little bit of movement.
It's not quite a weakness, but that is one way of getting Dave Beddingham out early in his innings, as well as he plays that shot where he just turns it off middle stump through mid-wicket. I've seen him play that shot and get leading edges a couple of times, so that catcher in the gully becomes really important.
There you go, Sam Dalling. Giving the Aussies all the info they need for the World Test Championship final.
Suspect they'll be well prepared enough without my input. If not, they need to worry.
Last over before lunch.
Tom Abel is in at gully. Very close, actually. Cannons into the pads. One of those obligatory shouts, which you just go up for almost muscle memory. Don't think they were really asking the question. Still 2 slips in alongside Tom Abel at gully.
Still got that sweeper out on the offside. Could you maybe bring him up in the last over before lunch?
Beddingham happy just to jump onto that front foot. Push it out towards Jack Leach in the covers, who we haven't seen with ball in hand yet. Well, we have. He's got ball in hand right now. We haven't seen him bowl yet. We saw Henry and Davey with the new ball, followed by Pretorius and Overton. This is Overton finishing us off. From the Finkel end, push and run. Again, well-judged single from Dave Beddingham. We've seen already, he's been out there maybe half an hour or so. Already he's taken 3 singles. You have to be on your toes if you're batting with him, because he will push and run. He saw Archie Vaughan was hanging relatively deep there. Just dropped it into that. Or in towards mid-on. Did you hear tractor there? Come on, Craig, go.
I definitely heard somebody with an affinity for cider.
Beddingham annoyed. Feels like he misses out on that one, I think. Maybe he was hoping for a little tickle. Might have brought a boundary. As Miguel Pretorius is at a wide long leg, almost deep square leg. 2 balls left before lunch. Remember, Durham won the toss about 10:30 this morning. Alex Lees, the skipper, said we'll have a bat. He did have a bat, only lasted 1 ball. The perfect start for Somerset. They've ended up picking up 3 wickets here. Couple for Henry, 1 for Davey as Beddingham pushes that into the offside for a single. Ollie Robinson and Beddingham out there in the middle. Top scorer so far is Emilio Gay, 41. He was the latest to fall. Caught a deep square leg hooking by Tom Abel off the bowling of Matt Henry. Ben McKinney getting an inside edge through to wicketkeeper James Root when he'd made 30. Big shout for LBW just before lunch. Craig Overton likes it. Umpire says no. Dave Beddingham survives that one, just like he survived the one in the previous over from the Finkel end. He will come back to continue his innings after a spot of lunch. He'll be on 17. Ollie Robertson has just a single. Durham 96 for free.
Yeah, really targeting Beddingham straight there, aren't they? I think you picked up on that earlier, Sam. Maybe they have noticed a couple of leading edges from him in the past as well. But that does take us to the lunch break, as Sam says. 96 for 3, 30 overs completed, so a pretty reasonable over rate there from the Somerset lot. Alex Lees dismissed first ball by Matt Henry, knocking him over. Then Ben McKinney was caught by Rue off the bowling of Davey for 30. Emilio Gay then caught out in the deep by Tom Abel off the bowling of Matt Henry for 41, which saw Durham 88 for 3. Somerset bowling figures. Where are we there? Matt Henry has 9 overs, 2 for 16. The other successful bowler is Josh Davey. He has 1 for 36 and no wicket yet for Pretorius or Overton. So that's lunch. Enjoy the break and we'll be back in around half an hour.
Well, Cambo, we've just had our rest week. We're now coming up towards the end of this first block of Red Bull games, and some White Bull, and the T20 Blast is now coming into view. How would you assess this first block of the season?
Look, it's been tough. I'm not denying that. We've played some good cricket. We've played some not so good cricket. We've had, as well documented, just a run of injuries that, I just don't know how to describe it really, to the point where, we had to go to the loan market to literally have enough bodies to cover a team. So, that's been really, really frustrating. But I just think to myself, the week off came at the perfect time, playing 5 games in 5 weeks with quarter of a squad. It was probably the most we'll ever be tested. The break came at a good time. Where are we? Equals 6th or 7th or whatever. It's probably a fair reflection. The fact that we'll all look back and, everyone will talk about Warwickshire and should we declare and all this sort of stuff. And my answer will always be the same. Bloody oath, should have declared. We should have won that game. We had our opportunities to take 10 wickets and we didn't take that extra opportunity. So, you win that game and everything's different. And that's I'm not a guy that goes, oh, what if, if only. But, they're the facts. And so we go to the break probably where we deserve to be, with the knowledge that players will start to come back now with their fitness, coming back into that, also about playing our best cricket, which we haven't done yet. And so hopefully, where things are about to go on the up.
Final touch on this injury saga, because we talked about that. Have you ever dealt with anything like that ever in your coaching career?
No. So to give people indications of saying, before they all jump up and down and go, we got to look at our S&C staff. What are they doing? This, that, and the other. We're talking about injuries that, for instance, in Hampshire, Ben McKinney was left out with a sore back because he went to push the button in the lift with a bag on his shoulder and actually twisted the wrong way and hurt his back. Sam Connors is recovering from a side injury, hurt it again, sneezing. These are the things that you just can't believe are happening, but they continue to happen. So, look, I don't want to say we've had bad luck, but we have had some bad luck.
Not had the run of the green.
Yeah, no, we haven't quite had the run of the green. So, during those times, you can actually get down in the dumps. But, when you got a guy like Marcus North who looks at me with a big smile on his face and, rubbing his hands together saying, how are we problem solving today? This is going to be awesome. You kind of think to yourself, yeah, you know what, we'll work it out. We'll get through it. We understand. Winning in Worcester was important on a wicket that was dodgy at best. Drawing in Hampshire wasn't surprising considering the wicket that they prepared. Again, not trying to bang on about wickets, but, they're good results against, teams that can cause issues. So, the best is starting to come, and I think that's the exciting part for Durham.
It feels like at some point so far, all of our batters have kind of stood up with one big individual score. We've had Emilio make his first century for the club. Ben scored that century against Warwickshire. Leesy scored a century against, Yorkshire here alongside Emilio. We had Clarkey score after not being in the team until literally half an hour before the game started. He scored a new career high down at Hampshire. What has stood out to you most about the batting group so far?
What stood out is that we haven't clicked as a unit at the same time, which is really frustrating. You look back and Ackerman is the other one who made 200s in the game against Nottingham. The batters have all made runs, but not as a group. And that is the exciting part for me, because I can tell you they've been working and they're hitting the ball better than they ever have. And, we know we want to push the boundaries with the pace of play and how fast we go with the bat. But you've got to be informed to do that. And you've got to be going all in a group, because, as soon as you start to worry a bit about your own form, you start to look in the mirror or look in the rear vision mirror about people around you, then it can be a bit nervy. And, we don't ever want to bat like that. We want to go out there with freedom, which hopefully our environment creates. So, look, I think that, that is what has stood out, is literally the fact that we haven't batted well together. And, hopefully Friday is the day.
On to the bowling side of things, kind of the two that have been synonymous since you came over and took charge have been Ben Raine and Matthew Potts. Unfortunately, now the victim of our own success in a way, with Pottsy being so good and us producing so many quality players, is that they do get called away. We are now seeing that with Pottsy, and that potentially we might not see him again this season. But you're the positive one. You like to look at these opportunities. We brought in Cody Youssef on loan, who's done really well so far. We've got James Minto and Daniel Hogg, who are in and around as well. How excited are you to see kind of those other bowlers have to step up to the plate and put themselves in a position to make Durham strong?
Well, and it's all about opportunity, and it's about how we're going to find a bowling combination to take 20 wickets and to do it consistently. Now, I don't think we've had the same bowling attack 2 weeks in a row, and that's the cold hard facts because of the list of injuries that we've had. Like I say, to the point where we've had to go to the loan market as well to help us out. Cody Youssef, we were never supposed to have an extra bowling pro. It's just the fact that our batting pro got injured in Bettingham and, gave us that to give us some backup. So, look, it's been tough. I won't lie about that, and I won't deny the fact that, putting bowling group together every game, it's literally been last man standing stuff. We never wanted to put our youngsters under so much pressure to play 4-day cricket and be the main guy almost, which has been something that we've tried to stay away from, but they've all had to play, and now they've all got little niggles and stuff that young bowlers do to get. So, yeah, but that's been really frustrating, to be honest, as well. But at the end of the day, Ben Raine's done fantastically well. What we've seen is George Drizzle become our number one spinner, literally through his hard work. And, Cullen Parkinson's still a bloody good bowler and will come back, and he bowled really well against Hampshire. But George became the number one. And, our whole thing about this club is about opportunity, like we talk about. So George is our guy, and he's going to have to, bowl a lot of overs and do the skill work, so to speak, of any good spinner has to be. Who goes with him? We had to rest Ben Raine last game because I think there was at one point the S&C staff literally were crying to me in the corner saying, please, he needs a rest. He's bowled more overs than any other bowler in the competition. We're going to break the unbreakable guy. So, yeah, of course, we had to give him a rest down at Hampshire. And again, don't get me wrong, after winning 2 days in Worcester, there was a bit of a thought of should we go again, but we just had to give the guy a rest. He carries a lot. So, he's had a good week and a half off, and hopefully he's refreshed and ready to go. And he'll lead our attack, as he always does. As for Matthew Potts, look, I love the fact that Pottsy gives his heart and soul to this club, and, he deserves his shot with England. That's the thing. I know I read a bit of social media and, don't go to England, play for us. His goal is to play for England. Everyone's goal when they start out is to play for their country. So we've prepared him, hopefully brilliantly, that when he gets into that English Test team or the white ball team, he's going to be there forever.
That's the red ball side out of the way. We have got the T20 Blast coming up, so we'll switch focus to that. Currently, right now, we've got Bettingham, Cody Youssef, who's agreed a loan deal to stay for the Blast. We've got Zach Fawkes as well, and looks like we're going to have another overseas in Jimmy Neesham joining us. Let's talk about Zach first and foremost. What can Durham fans expect from him?
Really exciting. Anyone who's only, I think he's 23, 24 years of age, if you're playing international cricket at that age, you're doing something very, very right. But add that another layer to it, to be playing for New Zealand, who, everyone thinks that New Zealand are one of the small guys, but their record of making semi-finals and finals in World Cups in every white ball format is absolutely phenomenal. So the fact that that kid is playing, he bowls all the tough overs in the power play and then at the death, and his batting is quite unique. He hits the ball in some really weird areas, which is what I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm really excited.
Well, welcome back to session 2 of day 1 here in the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Somerset. Somerset picked up 3 wickets after losing the toss and Durham choosing to bat first. They picked up 3 wickets in that first session, 2 to Matt Henry and 1 to Josh Davey. And the big wicket of Emilio Gay just before the lunch break on 41 sees Durham resume the second session on 96 for 3. You're with me, Ash Thorpe, and we've got George Gompertz, who's joining us for a little stint today, and I believe in on all day Sunday, mate.
Yeah, I believe I'm back on Sunday.
Love it.
Looking forward to that. It's set up to be a good one. As you said a while ago in that morning session, it's just a joy to watch 2 really good teams today. It's been a good battle between bat and ball. Been some runs on offer, but plenty of balls passing the bat, and of course the 3 wickets as well. Bit disappointed at the end, just before lunch there. Emilio Gay falling feet first into the short ball trap. Was plugging along very nicely before that, and Beddingham has looked really fluid, to be fair.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch. It's going to be Pretorius to bowl the first over after lunch, and this finds the outside edge of Robinson's bat. But fortunes are switched. Whereas the edge found the off stump in the first session, this one finds the boundary. And Robinson gets underway, and that brings up the Durham 100.
Yeah, out of those 100 runs, I wouldn't say they've all come out the middle of the Durham bats. Perhaps not even most of them. But no replays on the scorecard. It's 100 up.
Well, there was no replays on the stream up until an hour ago, so Sam Blacklock sorting the job there. But yeah, good ball first up from Pretorius. Oh, and this one finds the inside edge. Goes out onto the leg side. That will definitely encourage the visitors. Former Durham man, Miguel Pretorius.
It took Jack Leach to have one look at this session before deciding he wants a piece of the action.
Yeah.
Still warming up, although he was warming up in the morning and yet to get the ball in hand.
Might have just had a good lunch and trying to get it into all the right areas. But yeah, he'll be a handful on this pitch as well. This one's fallen, driven back down the ground by Robinson. Beautiful timing on this occasion. And that will run away for a 4. Second boundary of the session. Just 3 balls in.
Yeah, that will really get him going. We had about 2 boundaries in the first hour in the morning.
Yeah.
So 2 in the first 3 balls here. Durham off to a flyer in the afternoon session. Whilst the first one may have had an element of luck, that one was far from it.
Yeah, gorgeous from Robinson. Full face of the bat. Oh, and that could be close. That could be close. Maybe just done too much. That one just seemed to stay down a little bit. Robinson also looking at the toe of his bat.
Yeah, I think I might have heard 2 noises there, Ash.
I'd have been more than interested in that. If that was me bowling, that is for sure. But then that doesn't say a lot about my character either.
Seems to be tracking fairly well. I think there might have been a little under edge.
Must have been off the toe of the bat as well.
It's the 3rd big LBW shout of the day, though.
Robinson this time pushes this one out into the offside, where Lammonby will do the fielding, but he'll get another run.
You seemed to suggest earlier, Ash, that you've calmed down your persona on the cricket field.
Yeah, some might say that.
What's that about?
Just old age, mate. It's like hard work to get angry when you're older. I spend a lot of time in the grumpy zone rather than the anger zone. I think it's the nature of my job, my age.
I imagine the batter was pretty well behaved after that warning, though.
He was hot. It was the overseas player, actually. No, oh, that's close as well, and that is out. Full and straight from Pretorius. Beddingham, not for the first time, just got a long way across his stumps. And this one is a huge wicket in the first over after lunch. Pretorius strikes, and it's the danger man Beddingham. He goes for 17. LBW Pretorius. Durham now 105 for 4.
Yeah, it's just hit him on the full, on middle, and the umpire had no hesitation in putting the finger up. As you can see on your screens, he's lumbering off fairly slowly. I'm not surprised. He's missed a straight one. He's missed a full one. You can't blame the pitch for doing too much. And he's got a depart for 17.
Brings Colin Ackerman to the crease. Scored 37 last week. Was a victim of the second new ball, and Mohammed Abbas got nicked off. But that's a big breakthrough for Somerset. Right after lunch, they picked up a wicket in the first over of each of the sessions now. This time, former Durham man Pretorius doing the damage.
Yeah, Ackerman will just be looking to continue his form here from Monday. Saw Durham home against Notts.
Yeah, he scored a lovely 50 not out, didn't he?
Yeah, quite the scare at the start of that knock. Not 1 for 2. Durham went during the first over. Mohammed Abbas taking 2 in that. Yeah, and Ackerman there at the end, 53 not out with Brian Carr hitting the winning runs. And after the first ball of the day today, with Alex Lees going, I thought maybe we were continuing on from Monday. It's going to be Craig Overton from the Finkel end. And Ollie Robinson just pushes it into the offside, into the covers for no run. That's quite the start, wasn't it?
Yeah, all action packed there. 2 boundaries and a wicket in the first over.
There's an opening bat. Don't want to be getting out before 11 a.m.
Oh, yeah, that was a bit awkward.
Robinson with an action replay. No run into the covers again. I imagine there were quite a few people here at Banks Homes Riverside who didn't see the dismissal of Alex Lees.
Yeah, they made wandering around, ready for the 11 o'clock start of play. The umpires were happy and got cracking about 10:58, I think it was.
I was listening to TMS yesterday. Test summer has started again. And Aggers was saying that Zach Crawley would be quite glad it wasn't Matt Henry facing him at the other end.
Yeah.
I think the Durham batters in that first session would have been quite glad if it was Matt Henry in Nottingham instead of Durham. Bowled very well in that morning session.
Yeah, I thought all the Somerset bowlers pretty much hit their areas. Bat was beaten quite a few occasions. It was tough work. Durham did jump on anything loose. The scoring rate there, just 3.3. You have to say on the whole, Somerset would be pretty happy having lost the toss and being asked to field first, having picked up 4 wickets.
Overton filling straight again. 5 dots in this over so far. Yeah, after 11 batting days, or 11 batting sessions, in the Nottinghamshire game. I was interested to see what this pitch was doing. Looks a little less green, but looks to be a little more nippy.
Yeah. I was speaking to Vic Domain, the groundsman, beforehand, and he said it's a touch drier. There's a couple of mil, so I think the pitch last week was 12 mil. This one's at 10. So still playing quite nicely, able to play his shots, but obviously just a little bit of nip. Maybe Somerset have bowled better than what we saw last week.
Goes up again, but that was always sliding down the leg side. And Durham will pick up a single for the last ball of that over. So Overton walks back to the umpire, hands on heads. But he knows deep down that never really had a chance. So he puts his cap and sunnies back on. And Durham survived the second over.
Need a partnership, don't they, between these two? Somerset right on top. So
Yeah.
lots of blue sky, so it looks like good conditions for batting out there.
As you said, after losing the toss and being put into the field, they'll be delighted to have Durham 4 down.
Be Pretorius to continue from the Lumley end.
When's Vic making his token appearance then?
I don't know. We'll keep our eye on the old deck chair around there. She's empty at the moment, so we might see him at some stage. John Bland making himself nice and comfortable over there.
Deck chair's inside out. Good thing Vic's not on it.
That breeze now coming from the coast, coming from the east. Good area and a good run from Robinson as he finds the gap off a thick inside edge. Out to a very straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, your favourite flag took the morning off, Ash, but it's
she's
back up
about
and running
now, isn't it? I think the Somerset one must be a little bit heavier. She's still, not quite as prominent as the Durham one. Looks a big old hefty flag, the Somerset one.
It's a Durham flag flying, the Somerset flag not, but it's Somerset with the wind in their sails at the minute.
Ackerman's first ball. Right out of the middle of the bat.
You can just hear through the effects mic. Somerset are up and about, are loud in the field, back in their bowler. I think they can sense this as a bit of an opportunity.
Just opening the face on that one a little bit, but moving nicely into the ball. Good committed stride on the front foot, but again, good areas from Pretorius. For the majority of the day so far, they've asked really good questions, this Somerset quartet. They've picked up 4 wickets. 2 to Henry, 1 to Josh Davey, and 1 in the first over after lunch to Miguel Pretorius. The big wicket of Bedingham.
Slip Gordon are liking this. Everything's on an area, not giving Durham any looseners. No freebies. It's been really tight since the break. Just the one off this over so far. Ackerman yet to get a run on the board.
Good one. Just a little flirt outside off stump to finish over. Just a 1 run from it. Pretorius has started strongly after the lunch break. Durham 107 for 4. Robinson on 12 and Ackerman yet to get off the mark.
How have you spent your time, Ash, between the end of the Notts Test match and the beginning of this one?
Bit of school cricket, which has been good. Had a couple of games on Wednesday. My Parkview lot, we our first and our second team got a win each, which was really nice against Middlesbrough College. Some good performances. Walking the dog and that kind of general rubbish. What about yourself, mate? Uni work?
No, not for the minute. So Overton comes in, finds the inside edge of Robinson's bat, who thinks about the single before being pretty hastily sent back. No, uni work's done for the minute.
Perfect.
Yeah, done about 3 weeks ago or so.
Nice one. Long summer in store.
Yeah, big old summer watching cricket's the plan.
Sounds good.
Got myself onto the golf course yesterday. Fair to say it's 1-0 to the golf course. Overton in again. Robinson plays it off his hips for no run. Yeah, it was a long old round yesterday playing foursomes. Got myself a golf ball to the eye for the troubles.
I can see that. Little black eye there. How did that happen?
It's just me being stupid, really. So Overton comes in again, over the wicket. It's punched off the back foot, and Leach with the misfield, and they're going to look to pick up 2 here, and they should do fairly comfortably. And Ackerman does come back to the non-strikers. Yeah, so my mate's got one of these putters with the scooper on the back, right? Scoops it with the back of the putter, and then goes for a big slog sweep and misses it, and tries again 2 more times and misses it again. So I say, right, that I reckon I could do that.
Oh, I can't wait till this ball's done.
Didn't quite get up from Overton. Robinson adjusted into the leg side. Again, no run. So I said, I reckon I can do that. So I've also got a scoopy putter. Scoop it up. First one, nice and high. Watch it drop. Big swing. Not a lot of connection on the first one. Thought, right, I'll go again. Same again on the second. And again on the third. So I thought, right, I'll have one more. One more go. Finds the outside edge of Robinson's bat, but drops just short of gully. It's a good stop in the end. Saved a couple. But Overton won't be too dismayed at finding the outside edge of Ollie Robinson's bat. And this was on the 15th tee box, I think. So the golf at this point was very much gone. That was gone by the front 9, to be honest. Overton looks to finish out the over. That's short, but it's not got up as much as Robinson was expecting. Another big shout. Yet again turned down.
Some strong appealing.
I think it might have just hit him outside the line. To see out the over with a bit of a scare. But it is Durham 109 for 4.
Just using his feet a little bit there, Robinson, getting outside the line. You see a few of the lads. Drizzle, Parky. Colin Parkinson returning from the nets. Alongside coaches Will Gidman and Graham Onions.
So it was a range ball that had gone loose. I thought, right, if there's one saving grace this round, it's be if I can just smash this ball with a putter back over the fence and into the range. And then on the 4th and final attempt, got a big top edge
straight in the
off
eye.
the putter, straight into the face.
Pretorius to continue. Ackerman just takes his eye off that one a little bit and drops his hands. Nice and late, but safely. Did you come up straight away?
No. The golf ball very much had me on the ground. But I did get back up onto my feet, ready to fight again, but it was the golf course that saw me off in the end.
Oh, nice from Pretorius.
Yeah, the golfing gods very much teaching me a lesson about golfing etiquette there.
Yep.
Anyway, back to more important matters.
No, I enjoyed that. It was a good build-up too. Didn't just rush into it. Good context. I wish I'd have seen it. This one's tucked away fine by Ackerman, and they will not be able to be stopped in the deep by Archie Vaughan. Ackerman's away with the boundary. A little tickle down to fine leg for 4.
It's not too dissimilar of a position for Ackerman coming in right now. Durham under pressure as they were against Notts in the final innings. Obviously not chasing a low total, but nonetheless his job here is very much to rebuild with Ollie Robinson. And that 4 getting off the mark will do him a world of good.
Yeah, nothing worse than being stuck on 0. Pretorius really hitting the pitch hard here. Lots of effort.
What do you reckon the longest is that you've been at the crease without making the scorers do any work?
Oh, wow. I don't know. I used to like to try and score, so it was normally either runs early or out early. There's quite a few of the latter, to be honest.
Any kamikaze singles?
No, I did play the big odd first ball shot. I've had a few first ballers in my time. Cup final still springs to mind, long time ago. Pull shot top edge, first ball. That's a glorious shot and good bit of fielding by Abel at mid-off. Gets a solid hand to that. And we'll probably save a couple of runs there.
Yeah, sharp stop. Heroic dive.
Yeah, it was good. Good athleticism.
I'm always a sucker for a bit of chat. As soon as I'm 6 without scoring, any little nibble of, struggling to get off the mark here. Next one's going over the top. Or, as it turns out, normally not over the top, normally straight in the air.
Hits the seam and comes back. 6 from that Pretorius over. Durham 115 for 4. Ackerman on 6. Ollie Robinson on 14.
Had one last summer, or 2 summers ago actually, for Durham City. I'm one of those, doesn't like to wait with the helmet or the gloves on. So I take a bit of time to get to the middle. So the last wicket fell, and then probably about a minute and a half before I was out in the middle. Dotted up for about 6. And then one of the fielders around the bat said, "Gee, that was a long wait for a lot of nothing." So I thought, right, this one's going. It's a play and a miss from Robinson, outside off stump. This next one's going. It was a sort of flat off spinner on a good line and length. I've just half hit it straight to mid on. I was down on my haunches for about 2 minutes before dragging myself off the field.
Nothing worse.
Overton again over the wicket. Started well after lunch. Not a lot of runs off his bowling at all. Leachy's up and about in the field as well. But for the minute, seems to be the way to go. Still beating the bat. But still a good battle. Runs on offer for Durham as well. 2 slips in the gully waiting. And it is flashed a little bit outside the outside edge, and it scuttles away to the boundary. It's probably not straight out of the textbook.
Getting offered a little bit of width there, Ollie Robinson. Played and missed at one earlier, but cashed in on that one. Interesting. Amy Matthews saying, I'm assuming it's loving the commentary, or she's living it. I hope she's not living George's efforts on the golf course. Any plans to have in-ground earpieces like Somerset? Oh, you'll have to tell me a little bit more about that.
They have those at Test cricket usually. Tune into the radio or the TV commentary. So at the Newcastle Falcons game last week, surprised to see they had it there as well.
Oh, really?
There's some kids next to me who were tuned into the ref mic.
Don't mind that.
Yeah. Short from Overton and pulled away from Ollie Robinson. Dismissed to the mid-wicket boundary. It's not the smallest hit, but he's hit it well. It's Archie Vaughan who's traipsing over to pick it up. No chance of stopping it. And he was on it early. He was on it well.
Good shot. Picking up length early, Ollie Robinson. Putting it away.
And having said that Overton's bowled quite tight, Robinson's got 8 off him. Oh. And that is again leg side. It's fuller this time, but it's going to be the same result. Ollie Robinson flicks it off his pads, straight out the middle of the bat. And it's a hefty over from Craig Overton, 12 off it. And 2 glorious shots to see it out.
Some really nice boundaries there, different shots, a flashy drive square of the wicket, a lovely pull and a lovely flick off his legs from Ollie Robinson. So Amy, little question for you. Amy listening out there has just said that earpieces for the crowd, they provide the live commentary. Is that from the live stream or is that through the radio? I'm sorry to keep asking questions. I'm sure you'll fire an answer across. Maybe we can give that suggestion to our Durham team here and see if we can enhance the experience you get from the game. As Pretorius continues from the Lumley end. This one's short and outside off stump. Ackerman shoulders arms.
Just the one out in the deep for Pretorius. Out at deep square. Apart from that, everyone's in the ring.
Yeah. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate that. She said, yeah, straight from the live stream. Oh, we'll see if we can get Sam Blacklock from Durham onto that. Not going to ask Somerset, Sam Dalling. That's a lovely flourish of the bat from Ackerman, but Pretorius gets down well and stops it. Takes a blow on the left hand for his troubles.
Yeah, lovely looking shot for no run. Shaped up well. Found the middle. Sam knows about this bit of tech, apparently.
Yeah.
Amy's got a hotline there.
Oh, lovely, saying that Amy is actually Polly's daughter, who's the Somerset scorer.
Oh, there we go.
Brilliant stuff. Well, welcome to Chester Street, Amy. Hope you're enjoying the day. Turning into a lovely afternoon here in Chester Street, the Banks Homes Riverside. Some of the crowd starting to migrate across to the LNER stand, but the majority still across on the member side of the ground, the Don Robson Pavilion, all the way around to the electronic scoreboard and to the Ballantyne's gym. This is full and wide and not perfectly timed, but fielded in the covers.
Yeah, for the Notts match, we were using a wicket about 10 strips over to the right.
Yeah.
So the LNER stand was right on the boundary rope. But it's now got 10 or 15 yards away from the field of play, whereas the members are right on the boundary. So maybe the better place to watch from, although the sun is shining on those in the LNER stand.
Ackerman pulls but can't get that square enough to beat the field, and that ends the over. A maiden over from Pretorius. Some lovely shots in that over, but none of them scoring any runs. Pretorius has 1 for 38. You can see there, nice, say healthy crowd, decent crowd in today.
Yeah, bank holiday weekend.
Yeah, it might be the best of the weather over the weekend is today. So some heavy rain forecast overnight.
Need a bit of rain though, don't we?
The ground's desperate for. I sound like an old man, but yeah, we definitely do need rain.
I've heard lots of comparisons to summer 1976.
Oh, there you go.
When West Indies came.
Well, see, I was talking about that. I said I'd watched some highlights of that and the outfield. I can remember the oval being brown. So seeing highlights of the West Indies running in, and I think it was as the Blackwash series, and then Somerset Sam says, I can't remember that, I wasn't born, and I didn't really know where to go from there. I think I was one. Well, I would have been one at the time. So it was highlights that I saw, didn't see it live.
That's uppish from Robinson, but evades the fielder and get one out to deep cover. Doubt that pace attack needed a hard pitch to help them. Wouldn't have been putting my hand up to face them.
No thanks. I'd rather have top edged a putter into my eye than face that one.
Overton in again, defender back him an outside off stump. Yeah, to return briefly to that round, just remembered one of the more unusual reasons given for not playing through. So we were quite a slow 4-ball and there was a single behind us. So we said, all right, mate, just come and play through when you want. But he refused.
Were you entertaining him enough for him to stay behind?
Overton, and again, over the wicket. Defended. No, because he'd seen, the previous 8 holes, which weren't pretty. In fact, by about hole 8, my playing partners were shouting 4 right before I'd even teed off. But he said he's got a newborn. So he quite appreciates the time away from home.
It wasn't Sam Dalling behind you, was it? These kind of tricks these days.
Defended again from Ackerman. Overton back on his line and length. And then when we were through about 15, it's actually shortly after he saw me top edge a putter into my eye, that he decided to restart from the front 9 again. So he must really be enjoying his time away from home.
Playing 27 instead of 18. Yeah, it was a real long round. You should have seen these 4 blokes in front of me. What a great excuse that is.
Overton, last ball of the over, goes up for LBW again, but it looked maybe a bit high, maybe a bit leg side. And the umpire shakes his head, and it's just 1 from the over. Durham, 128 for 4.
There's been a lot of them appeals, haven't there, where that ball's just running back in towards the stumps. Maybe a little bit high or a little bit too leg side. We saw the really full one strike David Bedingham right in front. Thank you for all the comments on the streaming. We'll get Sam Blacklock to have a look into that. There's Ollie Robinson. Both of these two playing with lovely bat flow at the moment, even in defence. Looks like there's a lot of intent to strike the ball.
Over in Nottingham, Zimbabwe find themselves 99 for 2. And it's a Somerset man, Shoaib Bashir, who has picked up the second wicket. Sure, they love him here at Banks Homes Riverside, but they've not got him.
Cut away off probably the toe of the bat from Ollie Robinson. And it races away to third man for 4. Bit short, a bit wide. Robinson throwing the bat at that one.
Yeah, he's been given a whole bat, Ollie Robinson, and he's pretty keen to use every inch of it.
I tell you, he's got some lovely sticks. Beautiful bats, Ollie Robinson. Very precious of them as well. And that one just nips back in and cramps. Robinson, Pretorius, you can really feel and hear his effort ball.
Can Robbo do the same thing that Steve Smith can? Blindfolded, he's given any one of his bats and he can say what number it is.
That was impressive, to be fair.
Just by the weight and feel of it.
And the fact that they were like number 22 and then, that's number 26. I was like, what? That one's cut away, more orthodox. And ironically, just gets the single rather than the 4.
How many sticks have you got on your back?
That's a good question. 3, I think I've got. 1 is absolutely brand new. The other one is just about brand new, and one I've had for a few years now. I'm not sure they're going to see much more use, to be honest.
Is there any rhyme and reason to what you choose and why?
I just pick up the feel. Whatever feels nice. I like a nice thin handle. That is gorgeous from Colin Ackerman. I talked about bat flow. Pretty on drive. Yeah, there's a couple of things I look for in a bat. One is definitely the bat handle. I really like a thin bat handle. I see lots of players that like 2 or 3 grips on. That would kill me immediately. And I'm a bit old school. I like a spine. A lot of the bats that the pros are using now are really full profile at the back. I do like a little bit of a spine. Anywhere from around 2.9 to 2.11, as long as they pick up well. I normally shut my eyes when I pick them up. I don't care how many grains.
I thought you were going to say I normally shut my eyes when I hit them.
Well, I do that as well. I was down. I'm lucky to have a little deal with Kipax Cricket. They're based down in Leeds, and I went down yesterday. And they've just got these clefts at the moment with 13 or 14 grains in, and they're having a limited edition launch next year as their 50th anniversary. But I couldn't care less if there's 5 grains or 12. It just doesn't bother me as long as it picks up.
It's going to be a change of bowling from the Finkel end. It's going to be Kiwi Matt Henry, who bowled very nicely in the morning, and he's picked up 2 wickets for his troubles.
It's his first crack from this end as well.
I think more or less every bowler switched ends.
Yeah.
Because Pretorius was from the Finkel end in the morning.
Yeah, he bowled a couple of spells, didn't he? Henry before lunch, picked up a wicket in each. What about you, mate? How do you select a bat or pick a bat? Or do you just get what's given, or...?
Yeah, just go to a shop and pick a few up and see what picks up nicely.
Yep.
Matt Henry to start his spell with a short ball, which is hooked away by Ollie Robinson to fine leg for a single. Had the same bat for a number of years now.
Yeah.
M&H number, which I believe may be Somerset country.
Yeah. Absolutely.
May see a few of those today or tomorrow.
There's a few of the Durham lads use them as well. I think Mitch Colleen in this game uses those.
Fuller this time from Henry, and Durham scamper a single. It's good running. Just a little drop and run to Archie Vaughan, mid-wicket. Yeah, I've been surprised how many M&Hs I've seen around the place recently. A few in the Notts team as well, if I remember correctly. And many just around the northeast in general village cricket leagues. Short again this time. And a back foot punch.
A little uppercut
from Robinson. Don't quite know how he's got his hands over the ball, but he managed it. Runs himself a single down to a deep offside boundary. Henry not quite settling on a line and or length at the minute.
He's bashing the middle of the pitch, isn't he? It's first over. I see Jack Leach warming up quite vigorously out in the deep.
It's short again to Ackerman. So it's been 2 short to Ackerman and 2 full to Robinson.
It's a big leg side field, that as well, isn't it? Must be the best part of 80 metres, that boundary.
Leach is really doing his best to get himself on right now. Doing all sorts of stretches.
I wonder if he's been given the nod or he's just throwing some massive hints. I hope it's hints.
It is full again, and it's driven down the ground again. And it looks like it's going to be pulled up by Archie Vaughan, who has done that countless times
I reckon
today.
it's at least 3 or 4.
Make the young un run after it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's done very well to cut that off. Full length dive, then scooped it back. It's happened once or twice when I've tried to scoop it back on a dive and ended up scooping it over my head.
Yeah, 100%. At least it wasn't into your eye.
That's why I'm not playing county championship cricket. Short again. It's a clear plan he's got here, Matt Henry. Short to Ackerman, 4 to Robinson, but all it results in is quite a few runs off the over and no wickets to his name.
I wonder if we are going to see Leach here. The helmet's being taken out onto the ground by the Somerset 12th man. And he has been warming up with real purpose there out in the boundary, Jack Leach. And we are going to see him. So a lot of left arm spin from the Finkel end. Jack Leach is going to have a go from the Lumley end to start off with. little bit of a cross breeze on the ground. Coming across from the way you're looking from your right to left.
Banks Homes Riverside has proved to be quite a happy hunting ground.
He bowled beautifully in the Metro Bank last year. Spun Somerset to victory in that game.
Maybe it's just a Durham thing, because down at Taunton last year, took 12 in the match. He's been warming up for the best part of the last 2 hours. So should be nice and loose, but gets through a couple more rotations before he delivers his first ball to Ollie Robinson.
144 for 4, Durham. Robinson on 37, Ackerman on 12. It'll be Jack Leach for the first time today. And as you'd expect, right on the money first ball. Robinson uses his feet, just pushes that back to Leach. Pretty standard field, slip in place, catching man at cover, and a deep backward square. No man at 45, so just might entice Robinson to sweep or to lap sweep. Instead, he uses his feet and goes downtown and gets enough of that for that to run away for 4. Good intent here from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, just had 2 looks at Jack Leach. In fact, the second ball he came down the track as well and decided he couldn't wait any longer. Nice stroke over the top, and he moves into the 40s. 41 off 44. Ollie Robinson making his intentions very clear from the outset.
This one he hits to mid-on, who has just dropped back a few now. So good batting from the Durham wicketkeeper, taking full advantage of his manipulation of the field there. Went over the top, and then that allowed the easy single to mid-on. 149 now for 4. Robinson into the 40s, going at just under 100 strike rate.
Yeah, clever batting for Robinson. Boundary single. Not getting too ahead of yourself. Unlike the village school of thought of send the man out, then hit it to him.
Solid. Not a lot of turn for Jack Leach, as you would expect there with that amount of live grass on the pitch. That ends the over. As I said, Durham 149 for 4. Robinson on 42, Ackerman on 12.
I always see that as an honourable way to go in the lower reaches of village cricket. Hit one over the top, send long on and long off out, and give him some catching practice.
Well, you see a lot of it in the blast and whatever one-day cricket now, that just because they're on the boundary doesn't mean that the batter is going to fear that. They just think they can hit it over them now. And most of the time they do.
Matt Henry to start his 11th over. And he beats the bat with the first ball. Good line and length outside off stump. And Ollie Robinson just has a little push at it. Tries to drive it through the offside.
Yeah, that was good bowling from Matt Henry.
Just angling in, slightly nipping away off the pitch. Too good for Ollie Robinson on that occasion. That one, Ollie Robinson,
shot.
Too good for Matt Henry, just slightly back of a length. Rocks back and punches it through the offside, past the diving fielder at short cover. And that brings up 150 for Durham, which they've done in just over 40 overs for the loss of 4 wickets. But that was an absolutely glorious shot from Ollie Robinson.
Almost trademark Robinson.
And again, plays and misses outside the off stump. Pretty much frame for frame exactly what happened the first ball of the over. Matt Henry finding his line of length. Just passing the outside edge of the driving Ollie Robinson. And I make that 2-1 Matt Henry in this over. See if Ollie Robinson can pull it back. Dot 4 so far. Short. Pulled away to fine leg. And Robinson will just walk through for the single. Matt Henry will have 2 cracks at Ackerman. It's an interesting that one, I think. He's beaten the outside edge twice with the full ball. Then perhaps just tried to catch him off guard a bit with the shorter one. 2 out there, ready and waiting, deep square and fine leg if he was to miss hit it. Full from Matt Henry, and Ackerman pushes it into the offside for the single. That's another milestone, the 50 partnership for these two. And Ash, you said about half an hour ago that these two need to build a partnership. And, well, 50 runs, that's very much the start of one.
Yeah, just 65 balls. Robinson, the aggressor, he's 47 from 49.
He stays on 47. At the end of that over, as Archie Vaughan picks it up and throws it to Jack Leach. He's going to have another crack. Bowled out his first over for 5 runs. Robinson hitting him over the top of mid-on for 4. And it's going to be Ackerman to face up this time.
Yeah, continues a good little spell this for Robinson. Scored 141 last week against Nottinghamshire, top scoring in that record-breaking innings for Durham. Durham scoring their highest first-class score, and there were 664 all out on day 3. Ackerman gets one short and wide, but won't beat Lammonby, who is the deeper of the 2 covers. Oh, nice bowling from Leach. Really drawing Ackerman forward.
It's a great stride from Ackerman. Big stride down the pitch, get to the pitch of the ball.
Long on still, well, long on, mid on still, just hanging a little bit deeper. And again, that lovely flow of the bat as he defends.
Yeah, just at 3/4 there, mid on, acting as a slight detriment, slight deterrent perhaps.
A little tempter maybe. He's got to pick up a single there, Ackerman, as he punches that one exactly to that man at mid on. This one off the back foot. So all eyes on Robinson. Last ball of the over. It's been aggressive so far. This one he stands up tall and whips it away through square leg. And Robinson's happy just to take the single, which moves him on to 48. And with Ackerman on 14, that takes Durham to 157 for 4. As we touched on, losing that wicket in the first over after lunch. It was really important for Durham's point of view that these two put on a partnership. And so far, so good. That wicket fell on 105 for 4.
It's not been fully plain sailing in the afternoon session. Couple of LBW shouts off Craig Overton, and Matt Henry more recently has beaten the bat a couple of times. But no massive chances, no clear-cut chances. And these two done very well to put themselves on a steady footing. And he doesn't beat the edge this time, Matt Henry. He finds the edge But Ollie Robinson finds the boundary just wide of the fielder in the cordon, and that brings up the half century. 52 off 50 balls, and they haven't all found the middle of the bat, but there have been some glorious strokes in there.
It's been a positive innings. Ollie's looked to score almost off every ball, and that's the ball that's troubled him from Matt Henry, especially this spell from him. He's beat the bat a couple of times in that drive. 3 slips waiting in place for any mistake.
He tries to find that same area. Touch filler this time. Robinson looks to drive down the ground. Slightly skews it to mid-off for no run.
It's just a touch early on that one, playing in front of his body.
Yeah, slightly slices across it. Slightly square as he hit it, perhaps. Drags his length back a bit. Again, doesn't quite get up. Robinson comes back and defends it.
Let's give the pitch a quizzical look there, but 52 from 54. Doesn't look like too much of a minefield. It has been the odd one keep just a little low, and the odd ball has nipped, which has kept the Somerset bowlers interested.
Finds the edge again, and this time finds the gloves. And Ollie Robinson, having looked so good for 52, has to depart, and it is that ball outside off stump which has caused him trouble. And it is that ball which eventually sees him walking back to the sheds.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that Ollie Robinson. He is looking to score. That one is the one that's just left him a little bit late. That's troubled him. But Durham just starting to build into a position of strength. And 161 for 4, having lost that early wicket after lunch. Now 161 for 5. And Somerset right on top here. Matt Henry has 3 for 33. And he's absolutely running the show today.
Just smart grab behind the sticks as well. It's on a first stump line by the time he's taken it. Diving full stretch to his right. But Robinson just flashing at a wide one. And he punches his bat as soon as he sees it land in the gloves. And Matt Henry is pumped up. He's taken 3 for 33 now. And has looked the most likely of the Somerset bowlers all day.
Yeah, he's impressive. And a good catch by Rue behind the stumps. Wasn't sure if that one was going to carry through the first slip. And he dived across, committed fully. And got both hands to a very, very good catch.
It was a good start for Robinson, and it was a good start to the partnership, but they both come to an end, and at 161 for 5, Durham have to rebuild once again. Graham Clark at the crease now, facing up to Matt Henry. And it's clipped his pad. It's a good take down the leg side from James Rue. Setting up, seemed to be quite far down the offside, Graham Clark. Let's give that a look on the monitor for this next ball. Dare say Matt Henry's going to be trying to find that exact spot again.
It's been superb, hasn't he, Matt Henry? Oh,
and he does. Finds that line. Just nipping away again. And Graham Clark, I think, was taking his guy slightly outside off stump.
yeah, his back foot's definitely on off stump there.
And it brings the end to a successful over for Somerset. 4 off it, but more importantly, the wicket of the bat, Ollie Robinson, who departed caught behind for 52. And it's going to be Jack Leach from the Lumley end to see if he can follow suit.
What will disappoint Durham so far is that all four of the 5 batsmen, apart from Alex Lees, who was out first ball, have all got starts and spent time at the crease. Jack Leach from the Lumley end. Now mid-on is in a traditional circle. .161 for 5. Game moving forward. Still 51 overs after this one remaining in the day's play. Nice bowling by Jack Leach.
Yeah, he's not going to give you many loose ones.
Just varying his pace a little bit. Knows there's not a lot of spin, so his deception will have to be in the air. And Durham just need to absorb this little period and again build another partnership. This one's full and wide and driven nicely by Ackerman, but it will find Overton out there who's sweeping, I think.
See if there's any changes to the field for Graham Clark for the last ball of the over. Doesn't look like it. The offering from Jack Leach is leg side. No one sweeping bar the deep square.
Oh, that one finds the inside edge of Clark's bat, which will get Clark off the mark. And that ends a tight over from Jack Leach, 163 for 5. Clark on 1, Ackerman on 15. And Leach has gone for 9 so far from his 3 overs.
Do you think they're going to try and attack Leach at some point, or do you think they're happy just to try and soak it up?
I think now they've got to soak it up a little bit. I can't afford to go 6 and 7 down here, Durham. This is a big partnership. Graham Clark being in excellent form. Scored back-to-back hundreds, including last week. It was 121 to his name. And a big 100 after getting back into the side due to a Ben McKinney back spasm.
Matt Henry finds the edge again, and it's just dropped short. And Durham, at the minute, are really up against it. Just got to try and see through this period. Matt Henry is on fire at the minute. Passing the outside edge or finding the outside edge more often than not. It's that same line and length. And Matt Henry at the minute, with his trademark white sweatband on his left wrist, is absolutely relentless. And Colin Ackerman at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat handle, I imagine is fairly content where he is. Graham Clark just 5 balls into this innings. Has some work to do. And there's a solid forward defence into the offside. But the visitors definitely have their tail up. Lost the toss and inserted into the field. Have Durham 5 down. Midway through the second session on day 1. And Jack Leach still just doing some rotations, keeping himself loose. I imagine he'll still have a fair few overs from the Lumley end. Matt Henry bowling to a deep square and a fine leg. 3 in the cordon. And at the minute it looks like it's those in the cordon who are most likely to be in the game. Although as we saw with Emilio Gay, the short ball ploy has also worked. Being caught by Tom Abel at fine leg.
It's been good from Henry, hasn't it? 3 for 33, 1 ball away from completing 13 overs.
And it is the short ball. It's pulled away, and he has found the gap without the fielders moving. Graham Clark swiveled round off the short ball, straight off the middle of the bat. And I imagine he'll be absolutely delighted about that. 5 runs to his name now. It's going to be Jack Leach again from the Lumley end.
I'll give you a tip, mate. If you watch Graham Clark bat for any length of time, especially in white ball cricket, you can't bowl anywhere near his hip. He absolutely smokes it.
Yeah, that ball had reached the ropes before either fielder had bothered moving for it. Jack Leach again with that big gap at deep mid-wicket.
Ackerman tucking this one into the leg side and setting off immediately for a run. I don't know if it's a done thing or not, but I'm getting up. I'm going. Sam Dowling's going to come and join, even. George. See, I'm that excited just to get out of here. No, I'm going to see the over out. I'm not that guy. Clark pulls with a straight bat, gets a deflection off Ackerman to mid-on, and it will be no run. As long as you're happy to stay, mate.
Delighted.
This time Clark drives and drives firmly into the covers. Really interesting period of the game set up here. Durham again looking to rebuild. 168 for 5. Clark new to the crease, just on 5. The wily Jack Leach. And the brilliant Matt Henry has been superb. 3 wickets today. And on day one, this is exactly the job you want from your spinner. You want them to come on, keep it tight, rotate your quicks from one end. Oh, and Leach just finding the outside edge of Clark's bat. They'll settle for a single. That will end over number 47 with Durham on 169 for 5, Clark on 6, and Ackerman on 16.
It's been a good battle in the afternoon session so far. Durham headed into lunch at 96 for 3. Robinson and Beddingham at the crease. And Beddingham didn't last long. He departed within the first over. LBW to Pretorius. Robinson and Ackerman did well to build a 50 partnership, but Ollie Robinson, not so long ago, departed to the man bowling now, Matt Henry. Caught behind. A fantastic grab, actually, from James Rue behind the sticks. And now Graham Clark at the crease. It's another little rebuild job, as Sam is back in the box.
Hello, mate. You right?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, I can't complain. I enjoyed that from Robinson. It was a good catch, you're right. Springy. Robinson would have been proud of it.
Henry again over the wicket. Full and straight. Blocked by Clark. What have you seen from upstairs?
Oh, no, not much, mate. Not much different to you. I've had it's a good view, isn't it? We're slightly to the right of the pitch here, so we're more at a mid-on, so it is nice to be right behind the bowler's arm up there. I've enjoyed it. It's a good contest, this. If Graham Clark rebuilds, it's probably going to be quite a quick rebuild, isn't it? I mentioned his brother a bit earlier.
Matt Henry full and straight again. 2
cricketers who definitely fall in that underrated category. Graham Clark is capable of taking a game away from you very quickly. But yeah, it feels like a big wicket, big moment, big period in this game. It could still go one of 2 ways, this, for Durham. Partnership here, and they'll be quite happy, but Somerset will be looking to roll through them.
Certainly a bit of tension in the air as Matt Henry comes in again from the Finkel end.
He's just such a good bowler.
Both of these ends, it's just consistency.
It's proper county cricket, this, isn't it? Really high standard. There's a reason why, you know, for the Australians, for the Kiwis, they all want to come over and play in this tournament. It's because the standard is so high. You've got a lot of international cricket. I haven't counted it out, but you've got a lot of international cricketers, a couple that probably will play international cricket in their career, some very good county players and some sort of Lion standard players as well.
Full and straight and driven down the ground by Graham Clark. That's going to go all the way to the ropes. Matt Henry on the floor, unable to stop it. And it was a glorious stroke.
Hits it hard. Does Graham Clark hits it hard? Don't know what number he batted last week, actually. Did he get 100 and get dropped down the order?
Well, it was a low chase in the second innings, just 92 to win. So is it a slight reshuffle? Full and straight again, blocked this time. Yeah, well, Bryden Cast came in.
Well, he smashes it. I saw Bryden Cast got 100 in the game between these two sides at Taunton last year, I believe, and batted absolutely beautifully. He was around earlier, Bryden Cast, in the white ball squad for England, so not able to play in this one, but they haven't met up yet. Right, Jack Leach has his cap off. See the reflection of his skull.
It was lovely to see Casey bowl last week.
Sharp,
yeah.
It's always been a case of getting that body fit and durable enough to keep him out on the pitch, and he was always going to be a top talent. Ryan Campbell loves him. Slip in and to Ackerman. We'll get a couple. Tom Abel will chase it, loses the hat. What have we got? 1,600 of you on the live stream. Plenty of Durham fans, plenty of Southern fans, Somerset fans, plenty of neutrals. I am sure I'll try and keep an eye on that. I always forget to look at those YouTube comments, but I will try and keep an eye on what's going on. Do interact. Always nice to have your company.
Yeah, I think England will be delighted with the number of overs that Bryden Cast got through in the last match.
What did he bowl in the game, do you reckon?
Couldn't tell you a number.
Plenty.
Okay. And he didn't pull up, most importantly.
Well, that does seem to be a bit of an issue amongst, well, all seamers really. It's taxing, I tell you what. Not natural for the body that is bowling. Cuts it away. Pretorius out there in his long sleeve jumper. It's glorious out there now. There's barely a cloud in the sky. It's nice and warm. But where Pretorius is from, sub 20 degrees is still freezing, I suspect. Long sleeve jumper on there for the big fast bowler. Bit of grazing in front of the ground stuff. Haven't seen Vic yet today. He hasn't been up. He's usually up on day one.
His deck chair still vacant. The ground staff finished their lap about 15 minutes ago, walked just in front of us, and I think they'll be quite pleased with the pitch they've prepared. Bit in it for both teams.
Probably just one. I think it's Archie Vaughan out there, is it? At deep square leg. Does the fielding. So end of the over. Where are we now? 49 gone. Just over halfway through the day. Durham, remember, having won the toss, said we're going to have a bat. 177 for 5.
Yeah, he's been busy body out in the field today, Archie Vaughan. Plenty of sprinting to the ropes and diving.
He's a young man. He's all right. He's got all the energy.
Good knock against Sussex as well. Good form of the bat.
Yeah, it was good for him, that Archie Vaughan. He'd made a couple of stylish 20s and 30s at the top of the order, but he really got in. He made 70 odd, I think, didn't he? I should know that.
Seems to be perhaps the only outfielder not in a jumper. Bar James Rue behind the sticks. But everybody else, either short sleeve or long sleeve, it's double layered up. It's a change of bowling at the Finkel end. Davey to start his 9th over. Over the wicket. Outside off stump. Push to point for no run. He's another one who bowled beautifully this morning.
Did bowl very well. I mean, his wicket was probably not his best ball. Although it did shake back on an under edge, but yeah, I think he was... he'll feel unlucky to have only picked up 1 for, actually. He's just a very good bowler at this level. At international level too with Scotland.
Matt Henry managing 4 overs or so, possibly 5 after the break. He's now off. Josh Davey on. And it's hardly a respite for Durham, that. No matter how well Matt Henry has been bowling. Josh Davey has hit the ground running for this afternoon session as well. 1 for 36 so far off his 8 overs.
Keep an eye on the game going on down at Guildford as well. Durham women taking on the Surrey women in the quarter-final of the T20 County Cup. Surrey 5 overs through their innings, 48 for 2.
Cut away very fine with the aid of the outside edge from Graham Clark. Just splitting point and the cordon, racing away to the 3rd man boundary. And he'll pick up 4 runs for his troubles. It was quite the way that the women got through the last round.
Super over, wasn't
it? On their journey to face Surrey. It was a super over.
Down at... I felt for them a little bit. Was it down at Exmouth? Already having to go away to Somerset. We'll just put another hour on that journey for you.
At least they didn't have to come back up north in between, I suppose. Full and straight from Josh Davey. A touch leg side. And via the pads of Graham Clark, it's going to trickle away to the ropes. It's another 4 to the scoreboard. It's 8 off the over so far. And after all the pressure that Matt Henry had built, just a touch of release here for Durham.
Yeah, I think he might have only conceded 5 off that little spell. Maybe not, maybe a few more, but there was pressure. Archie Vaughan just starting to warm up.
Leg side again. They think there's a tickle on it, and so does the umpire after a bit of a delay. But Graham Clark has strangled one down the leg side for 15, and Durham now 185 for 6.
Well, he bowled absolutely beautifully this morning, Josh Davey. So he would argue that he's definitely owed a little bit. He's come back, not quite found his line of length. But they were certain about that one. You never know with appeals these days because you see them sometimes go up and you think, oh, they must think it's out. And then when it's given not out, wow, and this is not just Somerset, this is loads of sides. You're thinking, oh, okay, they didn't really think it. But they seem convinced that. They seem convinced Graham Clark was maybe hoping the umpire hadn't noticed it. Has to wander off, and I have to wonder how big a breakthrough that will be. What a change of bowling for Lewis Gregory, the skipper. He'll be delighted with his role in that.
Yeah, perhaps the wicket's not come about in the fashion that Josh Davey or Somerset might have expected, but it has come, and that's all that matters for them. But yeah, I didn't hear anything through the headphones, but James Rue forewent the appeal, went straight to celebration, and then was about to leave his hands outstretched, questioning the umpire before he did eventually raise the finger. So they did seem pretty confident.
They seemed confident.
Either
Clark
way.
seemed pretty confident as well, but in the other direction.
Yeah, he wandered straight back to his crease, but I guess that's part of his job, isn't it, to try and persuade the umpire otherwise. But either way, it doesn't matter, because the umpire has given him out. He's back in the sheds, and Ben Rain is now out in the middle. He's got quite the job on his hands. Somerset inserted into the field will be delighted. They've got the hosts 185 for 6. It's Josh Davey coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rain, who shoulders arms first up. Just has a little look at it outside off stump. And that will be the end of yet another productive Somerset over. 8 runs off it, but more importantly, the wicket.
Look at that. That is a glorious sight here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Bathed in sunshine, decent crowd in over towards the pavilion. They have started to... The sun's crept round. They're in the shade a little bit, as Ash Thorpe said. A few have moved across into the LNER stand, into the sunshine. Wouldn't be me. I'd be hiding in that shade. Jack Leach, ball in hand from the Lumley end. He's bowled 5 overs. Wicketless so far, not 15. Just getting his field right. To Ackerman, he's got 19. Extra fielder coming across from the offside. Josh Davey jogging from backward point to... Is he going to go to an orthodox square leg? And I think Pretorius, who was the sweeper out on the offside, has been brought up. Still one slip in. Craig Overton. Huge hands, safe hands, Craig Overton. Mid on and mid off are both quite deep. In fact, it's Lewis Gregory at first slip. Won't be many times that Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton are mistaken. It's pretty poor from me. They are very differing heights. Very different heights. Fraction short from Leach. Gets away with that. Acrobatic from Josh Davey.
It's an interesting angle we've got the slip cordon here. First slip right on the shoulder of James Rue. Looks almost slightly unsighted if it comes off the outside edge.
There's Craig Overton pushed to him for a single.
Remember listening to Alistair Cook on TMS a couple of years ago, who said he always found it a lot more difficult in the cordon against a spinner.
I can imagine it would be, yeah.
Than against the pace bowler.
You've got... I don't know what the reaction time is, but in terms of visibility...
Yeah, it's closer to the action.
It's just coming, you're almost blindsided, you're very close. Maybe not coming... Well, by the time they've got a bit of bat on it, maybe the speeds are comparable, I don't know. But yeah, it's just the way it's coming almost from around a corner. Gregory very good in there. Left-hander Rain on strike. That's a lovely shot from Ben Rain, the all-rounder. First ball from Jack Leach, left-arm spinner. Just punches it through a gap on the offside, picks up a boundary. 190 for 6.
Yeah, there's no one out there. No chance of that ball being stopped, and Ben Rain just makes a bit of room for himself and back foot punch through the offside. 4 to him.
Uses his feet, second ball, and that's just as impressive. Gets right to the pitch. With that little bit of leather. Plays it straight in the air for a little bit, but no real danger there. Back-to-back boundaries. Giving Jack Leach and Somerset something to think about. They were maybe expecting a Ben Rain within his shell. Bit of pressure on. Poking and dabbing around. Doesn't look to be the case.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot again. Mid-on was up. Was wide of mid-on anyway. Wouldn't have mattered. Straight down the middle. Straight down the ground. 8 and 2 for Ben Rain.
Jab to Tom Abel to end that over. 51 gone. Just coming up to 3 o'clock. Well, we've got 45 minimum remaining in the day. So 13 in the session. So we won't be too late going to tea. George is going to probably go and grab a brew. Thank you, George. He'll be back, though, at various points throughout this game. Ash is coming back in. Should we do a switcheroo, Ash, as well?
Oh, do you want
to make it easier? Yeah, because my laptop's running out of juice. We'll do our admin live.
Seamless. Josh Davey.
Not sure would have been popular if we'd lost a wicket there. I suspect the social media team up there would have been clipping up silence. They could have dubbed us onto. I'm sure they've got that. Harry's good at what he does. I'm told.
It's just a rumour. I thought, lovely afternoon. I'll go around for an ice cream, and then I just heard the shout of Clark being dismissed.
That put you off your ice cream, did it?
No.
No,
it didn't. If I'm totally honest with you.
What did you go for? Honesty's good.
I went for a 99 with a bit of caramel sauce on.
Okay.
Did the job.
I don't ask what a 99 costs these days.
Mate, I bought 3 ice creams, so my son is working in the ticket office today. He's normally running the shop, but he's in there. And Callum Thorpe, his boss, ex-Durham player, spells his name really funnily, but that's down to him and his family. Things can't be helped. He decided to jump on board, and it was the best part of £9, I think, for the 3 of them.
To be fair, I was expecting much worse damage than that. I'd have taken that. These days, you see
it's like getting a round of beers in, really, isn't it? It's pretty similar now, getting the ice creams. It used to... Yeah.
I didn't think you'd get much to change from 20 quid there, to be honest. So
what, for 3 ice creams? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, maybe I spent too many times in the parks of London.
Yeah, I think you're right. On the money, Josh Davey.
Always get good value up in the North East, All right, I can live with that. At what point does son start buying father ice cream, though? Is there a
It's a really good question. I've set the market early in the week. Let's just see what I get in return. Probably nothing. It's part of the gig, isn't it? Being a dad.
So I'm told. Well, based on
you've got to be at home to be.
Very limited experience, but yes, I can't imagine ever saying no.
No, that's the hardest thing. It's the hardest word. Last ball of the over, 194 for 6, Durham. And Ackerman defends out. A nice maiden over from Josh Davey. Davey returning as 2 for 40 from his 10 overs. I'm going to have to go and investigate the last wicket to fall, because that's the only one I've missed so far.
Going to have a change in bowling? I think we are. I think Craig Overton might have the ball back in his hand. So Jack Leach is going to come out of the attack at the Lumley end. See Craig Overton bottom right hand corner of your screen, just bowling a couple of looseners at Matt Henry. Get that shoulder working again. Ben Rain and his approach towards Jack Leach. Probably you've just seen the wicket, haven't you?
I have. Hence the old strangle down the leg side. Clark not convinced either.
No, he wasn't. Overton around the wicket to Rain. 2 slips and a sort of deep gully. Walking in, Rain flicks that off his legs to the left of Miguel Pretorius. Just gets the 1.
So Durham women also in action at the moment. Playing Surrey and Guildford. They have 2 wickets, 2 for 72, Surrey women. Off 8 overs. Durham having won the toss and electing to bowl.
Keeps a little low. Ackerman just kicks some dust. Wanders away towards the square leg umpire. 20 he's got so far.
Lauren Filer making her first appearance for the Durham girls.
Yeah, she's been injured, right?
Yeah, she's been, I think, a little bit of precaution in getting her ready for England as well.
Driven. Nice looking shot. But straight out mid-off for no run. She's sharp. Ex-Somerset as well. No.
Yeah.
Big move for her. Long, long way.
Huge.
Attracted a couple up, didn't you? Emily Windsor from the South Coast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been good value on the comms, actually. Been really good. To be part of our team for the Blast on Sunday. Sunday week. Double header against Lancashire.
Are we to leave those alone? Ackerman knows he's got all the time in the world here. Still 43 overs left today after this one. Improving weather forecast, so I don't think we're going to have to worry about losing big chunks of the game. Pretorius and Henry there, the two Somerset overseas, come together for a bit of a word, half a hug in their long sleeve jumpers.
It's nice. What a nice moment.
Two slips waiting.
Lots of noises.
Yeah, definitely a bit of bat involved.
Forecast has changed a lot, hasn't it? Heavy overnight rain was forecast.
Has that changed too?
And it's, getting earlier and earlier, so might see some a little bit. And it's due to stop around 6 o'clock in the morning, so Vic and the crew might have a bit of a clean-up job.
He'll be down here early, won't he, Vic?
He'll
be
definitely
down
be here early,
down
rolling
there.
out the front door.
Catching it all. A better shout, but not really one that Craig Overton was that interested in. And if he's not that interested, then well, it's not a great shout. So I don't know why I'm saying it's a better one. Anyway, 53 gone. Overton's through his 13th. He's through 12. Not for 34.
Yeah, coming on 20. Ben Rain on 9. Couple of boundaries to his name early doors. Very, very long Durham batting lineup. Still have Mitchell Collane, James Minto and Cody Youssef to come.
In that order, do you think?
Not be far off. Not be far off.
Not be far. I mean, there's only 3 people. Can't really be that far off, can you?
Don't know. Can't really see the balcony either. Although the way Minto batted last week.
That's what I was thinking. Half centurion.
Yeah, whack him in an 11 just for the.
Did he open up?
He was night watchman, so he had to face one over before stumps. So knots were knocked over in the 94th, 5th over of the day. Can't have been that 93rd over point something, I think. So that left one. Davey round the wicket and murdered by Ben Rain through cover point for 4. That's as hard as a cricket ball's been hit today. And yeah, it was kind of heads around, and all of a sudden Minto was sprinting up the stairs protecting Ben McKinney and Alex Lees. Alex Lees was backing up next to the umpire, so wasn't really walking, and Minto pushed one for 2 through the covers, so Alex had about an extra 2 or 3 metres that he had to run. But he definitely wasn't facing a ball that night.
So you're advocating him going from 1 to 11.
God, I love that. What a story.
Having to think about Ben Rain a little bit here, Somerset. He's come out and been pretty aggressive early doors.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Really good striker of the ball. Spent a little bit of time at the top of the order as well in T20 cricket. He's come out full of intent. Looking to counter punch here. Durham 199 for 6.
Are we at a stage where I can ask you what a decent score might be?
Oh, wow. I think you've got to be looking north of 300.
Yeah.
Especially having won the toss and batted.
So Somerset have bowled well as opposed to
They have.
too much.
I think they've bowled really well. Been very impressed. They've beat the bat quite a lot. Some intelligent dismissals. The one they got of Emilio Gay, that Durham will look at that as a softie, and Somerset will look at that as the perfect plan. Getting Beddingham trapped in front as well. Ben Rain drives through the vacant cover region, and he'll come back for an easy 2. So Archie Vaughan does the fielding. That brings up the 200 for Durham, hence the round of applause from the crowd. The problem for Durham is they're 6 down. Ben Rain on the march. Moves on to 15. 3 falls already to his name in that short stay. Just 8 balls at the crease. And he drives again with purpose out to the sweeper at deep point. And he'll pick up another single.
He's seeing it well.
He's moving and striking the ball beautifully, isn't he, since his arrival at the crease. A man who started his career as a batsman before moving away to Leicestershire, and his seam bowling just went from strength to strength. And is now probably a class as a bowling all-rounder, but more than handy with the bat.
Well, the man with the ball in hand is followed a similar path.
Yeah,
really.
100%. Just dropping a man out on the leg side. That's driven beautifully through mid-on by Ackerman. And that will race away for 4. So an expensive over from Davey. That one goes for 11. Some nice shots from this Durham pair in that over so far.
Yeah, fair play to Archie Vaughan, because he sprinted after that one for longer than you or I would have.
Yeah, I just would have
waved
turned
it
and
through.
walked. Yeah.
Felt like
Exuberance of youth.
he'll learn.
Yeah, wait till life just treads him down like the rest of us.
Give it 10, 15 seasons, Archie, you'll realise.
He'll not be feeling it mid-on then.
Well, that's true.
Ackerman tries to get the gap through. Extra cover, but doesn't time it well. There's actually 12 off that over. Went the ball early. Durham 207 for 6 now. Ackerman moves on to 25. Ben Rain on 16.
Ben Stokes has ball in hand down at Trent Bridge.
Interesting.
It's very interesting way it's come about as well. Shoaib Bashir's gone off the pitch, dropped a caught and bowled, cut his hand open. Stokes has come on to bowl the last 2 balls of the over, and Joe Root has put a catch down in the slips. So yeah, when Ben Stokes is around, stuff happens, right?
It does happen.
Stuff happens.
Saw him here last week, really working on his fitness.
He looks fit, doesn't he? He does look fine.
Saying it's the skinniest I've ever seen him. As a man, that is.
Corey Overton to Ackerman. And they're just leaving it little tempters outside off stump, because we saw that previous ball the last over. Ackerman isn't afraid to go after those slightly wider ones.
The majority of the Durham batters like to field bat on ball. You probably saw that a little bit with Alex Lees, and I hate bringing up that first ball of the innings, but he's probably thought that was an easy scoring option. First ball, a bit of a loosener. Managed to off a thick inside edge, drag it on. Ackerman up tall, driving nicely, but can't beat Lammerby in the covers. .207 for 6. Decent over rate here from Somerset. They've got a couple of bonus points so far, 6 wickets. Durham need another 43 runs for their first batting bonus point. Plenty of time to do it. I don't think that'll be the worry. No.
Certainly not for the first bonus point, anyway. Lack of a length again.
Just a bit of shape there, isn't there? Still a little bit of movement off the pitch. It'd be interesting to see. We'll have a look tomorrow morning, Sam, maybe before the start of play, and just sometimes when there's a lot of grass on the wicket, you can get indentations in it, and that just provides a bit of variable bounce. That didn't happen with the wicket last week, even though there was actually a little bit more grass left on. The challenges of a dry summer for the ground staff.
Archie Vaughan again, doing the fielding this time at mid-wicket. Very much in the game. Ackerman 25 from 63. Somerset keen to get him sooner rather than later. We've moved conversations on to vegetable patches on the live stream by the looks of things. I do enjoy that about a county championship live stream.
There's some randomness.
Oh yeah.
What you're probably going to do is encourage one of the lads to tell a random story as Ackerman. I think is he called Daniel James? He normally gets a few comments on there, and I bet there's one here somewhere.
There's a fair few Somerset fans on there. There's plenty of names I recognise from the work I do down there.
There you go. Daniel James. In 1998, a South African club match was disrupted when a player's false teeth flew out mid-yell during an appeal, landing near the stumps. The umpire called not out but could not stop laughing. So you'll get some randomness.
Overton around the wicket to Rain. Pushes a single. To mid-on. Scurries through. Gets a round of applause. 55 overs gone. In the day, in the game, in the innings. 209 for 6.
Yeah, well poised this game, isn't it? Durham winning the toss and batting first. 6 down before tea on day 1. It's not the ideal response to winning the toss.
Depends who you are.
Well, not when you win the toss and bat, mate.
Oh, not for...
Come on, don't be
not
that guy.
Not if you're the batting side. But it's...
Somerset, brilliant.
Yeah, it's ideal for them.
Similar Durham last week, but they won the toss and bowled. Took 10 wickets on day 1 despite not scoring 400. And that helped set them up to win. So... Oh, that's a good delivery from Davey, just squaring up Ben Rain. I don't know Josh Davey well, but he'll be disappointed for the fact that he's gone for runs in that last over, so he'll be looking to bounce back with a maiden here.
I was just thinking, looking at his figures, I'm thinking 252 doesn't really reflect how well he's bowled.
Yeah.
And his wickets were not necessarily his best balls. Not that he'll mind that at all. I mean, he'll feel he's earned that little bit of luck.
Yeah, for sure.
He's bowled better than that.
The one to McKinney was a decent one, catching the inside edge.
Yeah.
The one to Clark, a little bit more luck involved. As Ben Rain picks up a single. See, part of the team meal tonight for Somerset, Sam, going out with the lads?
Oh, no. I'd never be invited on that. I am going out for dinner with Polly and her family, though. Amy was on the live stream.
Yeah,
we're going
nice.
to go for some dinner. Lovely family.
Yeah, picking... Polly says she picked Amy up from Scarborough on the way through.
Yeah, she lives up there.
Obviously not much of a detour, just... I suppose if you come from Somerset, it's probably not that much of a detour, but... nice to have families in cricket.
Yeah.
Polly was telling me her husband wasn't interested in cricket. It's
No,
normally
took
the
a
other
couple
way
of years,
around.
Yeah, yeah.
Had a lovely chat this morning, me and Paul. It was really nice.
She's good fun, Polly, isn't she? There's a fair few Somerset fans around. I've seen a few shirts.
You can definitely hear them.
Yeah, Tractor will be around.
Oh, Ackerman drives again nicely, but this time won't beat Archie Vaughan, who's come a little bit straighter at mid-on than he was in the last over.
But yeah, dinner with Polly and her family. Back in Durham, I haven't been to Durham much since I left the university a long time ago now. Lovely little city.
Try and avoid George if you can and his mates.
I will. He may go somewhere different to where Polly has planned. I'm not sure.
I don't know with Paul.
Yeah, you never know.
Seems lively. This one's driven, belted into the covers. And Tom Abel jumps all over it as well. It's just what you want as a bowler. You bowl that ball and probably thinking, oh no, as that leaves the bat, and your fielder bails you out. Just continues to build a little bit of pressure for Somerset here. Durham 210 for 6. That's nicely pushed out into the leg side. Archie Vaughan is very quick. Pulls that in and keeps it down to 2. I thought up to 3 immediately off the bat, into probably the biggest pocket on the ground. But he prevents that. Good fielding from the youngster. 28 to Ackerman, 18 to Rain, 212 now for 6. I'm going to disappear for a little while. George, oh God, tongue-tied, excited to get out of here. George is going to join Sam again, and I'll be back in around an hour's time.
You're on T20 stints these days, is it? It's just one over. Oh, wow, I suppose when you're entering your 6th decade. But that was low, wasn't it? Low. 212. I almost felt a little bit of guilt about that comment. No, I didn't really. No, there wasn't any guilt there at all. Here's Craig Overton into Ben Rain. He's got a brisk 18, from 12 balls now. Ackerman at the other end, 28. 13 balls now, scoreboard's just ticked over. We've got, 7.5 overs left until tea. That scoreboard feels a long way away. Well, it is a long way away. I think I need to clean my glasses because I'm not reading it very well. Still 2 slips. Oh, nice shot from Ben Rain. Lammonby will chase it. And he'll get there as well, does well. Keeps it to 3. Rain moves into the 20s.
Went up to the top of the LNER stand.
Oh, yeah?
That brief interlude.
Any good?
Delightful. What a day. Barely any wind. Bright sunshine. A great match of cricket.
Yeah, it can get very nippy up there. It's a long way up. It's great, that stand, when the pitch is right over on this side of the ground as well. Feel like you're on top of it. Guided, but doesn't get it past Tom Abel, who acrobatically fields at gully and gets a hug. Not just a pat, a hug from James Rue.
You suggested you and the sun are not one.
No. I actively avoid it, which is quite good when we go on holiday. Because, you see all these bars and cafes and you can't get a seat except if you want to go and sit in the shade. And that's exactly where I want to be. Beauty.
Do you know where you're going tonight?
No, I think Polly did mention her hotel has a restaurant, but I don't know which hotel she's at. I will follow.
Good places to eat in the city centre.
Are you a student or you just finished?
Just about to.
Just about to finish.
Just about to.
Yeah, I popped in last time I was up for the first time in years. A lot of it's changed, but there's much of it that's still the same. It's just lovely. Lovely little town. City.
Good save.
Yeah, I know. I nearly said it a minute ago as well.
Maybe one of its greatest attractions, bar the cathedral perhaps, its proximity to Banks Homes Riverside. 15 minutes up the road. You might find some intriguing first-class cricket if you're lucky.
57 gone. Craig Overton, just a free from that over. 215 for 6. So are you living in Durham?
Yeah, for the minute.
In the student houses behind the bus station?
No, I haven't ventured up to the bus station.
No, okay. Stayed on the posh side of town, have you?
Nice and close to the sports centre.
Okay, nice.
That's where I've based myself. Walks between the library, the sports centre and home is basically my year.
You actually might have had to go to the library this year if it's your last year then.
Yeah, regrettably so. Not more than I had to. Just enough to keep my hand in.
It's a sensible amount.
Well, I guess we'll see.
Oh yeah, true.
In a few weeks.
That is true.
It's going to be Pretorius from the Finkel end to Ben Rain, who's made a good start to his innings. 21 off 14. Having come in with Durham. Just a bit of trouble. 185 for 6, but these two, along with Colin Ackerman, have got the score up to 215.
Yeah, just the one wicket so far for Pretorius, but it was arguably the biggest one. Beddingham LBW.
He comes in from the Finkel end, round the wicket, onto the hips of Ben Rain, who just tucks it away to deep square for a single.
I'm not sure there's a better player that plays regularly at county level than Dave Beddingham. Better batter.
Well, Beddingham has been and gone. 17 off his 33, but he looked classy for it.
He always does. He is a joy to watch.
And come the second innings,
Oh, well, that's the worry for Somerset.
he could prove to be so important. For the time being, though, it's Ben Rain and Colin Ackerman looking to steer Durham towards a decent total. Ackerman defends into the offside. There's a lot to be said for the look that Pretorius is going for here. I know you and Ash mentioned the red leather stain on the front of his shirt.
It's significant, that, isn't it?
There he goes, rubbing it into that same spot again. Just a glance at the hamstring as well, and a tinge of red. Changes around to over the wicket and is driven by Ackerman all the way to the boundary for a single.
I mean, maybe he deliberately doesn't wash it. Why, if you know it's just going to get red again, why waste your Daz or your Vanish or whatever it is you put on it?
That's the same theory with making your bed, isn't it?
Well, yeah. It's one I subscribe to.
I think more so than that is the decision he's made not to tuck his shirt in.
Well, there's a few like that. You go into a dangerous zone if you start talking about that on comms. I tell you, I've made that mistake before. You're not dragging me with you on that one.
It's a good area from Pretorius as his shirt flaps about below the waistline.
Durham Uni got any lads that have played any first class cricket or are likely to this year?
Yeah, well, there's one who's familiar around these parts.
Is this the lad with the double-barreled name that kept scoring hundreds?
Wilf LaFontaine Jackson, yeah, who is a first year at Durham Uni.
Right.
And he's been opening the batting for the Uni, but he's been playing a heck of a lot of cricket, that's for sure. Driven off the back foot by Rain for no run. So he started his season here at Banks Homes Riverside against the Durham County 1s, and he turned up. And then Durham County 2s came to visit at the racecourse ground in Durham, and Scott Borthwick hit 200 odd. And Wilf said, anything you can do, I can do better, and hit 236, I think.
So it's a good start then. That'll get him noticed.
Well, it got him into the County 2s. And then on debut for the County 2s, he hit yet another ton.
Right. Okay, so he can play this lad.
So he can play. He's making run scoring look easy this year. And I think 3 days or so ago, he played for the 2s again in a T20, I believe, and hit 70 odd.
Presumably he's not contracted anywhere.
Well, he was at Hampshire.
Right.
And then they let him go, I think, at under 16 level. So he's come to uni, and only as a result of that, I think Durham have had a look at him and picked him up. He's made batting look very easy at times this year.
Overton continues to Ackerman, just pushes that for a single. Yes, he was playing 2s for Hampshire last year by the looks of things. They're clearly not contracted. Scoring runs as well for them.
And if he does come to Banks Homes Riverside, Cheshire Street to play, you can recognise him by his flowing locks.
Right, okay.
He's got a lot of hair.
Has he?
Flaps away out the back of his helmet.
Ooh, short ball from Overton. Way too short to trouble Ben Rain, who just ducks underneath it. He didn't really need to duck, though. More instinct than anything else. 218 for 6. Sounds like a character then.
Yeah, on his numerous centuries he's hit, he takes his helmet off and then has to shake his head like a wet dog. You look like you're watching some of his highlights there. What do you make of it?
I think I am. I wish I had that much hair these days. Flicked into the leg side for just 1. Yeah, if I had a helmet on, you'd think there was no hair whatsoever. 226 off 288 balls. 28 fours, 5 sixes against Durham 2s. Yeah, that should be enough to get you a game or two, wouldn't it?
It was an explosive knock. And also playing in that game was Durham left armour James Minto.
Okay.
Who, of course, played against Notts.
Crive, catch it. I mean, James Rowe did do that. They didn't think it... Well, it definitely didn't take any back.
Took
Acrobatic
something.
from Rowe, yeah.
A flick of the shirt or the pad, perhaps. Yeah, James Minto looked good value against Notts. Coming over the wicket to the right-hander, pushing it away, swinging it back in.
Something about left armers, isn't there? Driven on the up. Oh, put down by Craig Overton. It was one of those that either sticks or it doesn't. He'll be fuming about that. Fuming at himself. Craig Overton will be ticking. Doesn't take much.
Yeah,
Fired up. It was driven sharply back at him. He just almost snatched at it.
it's come straight off the middle of the bat. It's come fast. In fact, Bryden Cast took a similar one against Notts. If anything, it was slightly wider of him. Just stuck his mitt out. And it stuck.
Oh, and it hasn't mattered, though, for Craig Overton. Very next ball. You can see how fired up he is. Having just dropped a sharp caught and bowled chance, he's decided that no hands are required. He's bowled Colin Ackerman. He has to go for 30. Durham 219 for 7.
Yeah, no better feeling for a fast bowler than seeing that off-stump cartwheeling back. That's probably done 2 or 3 rotations and ended 5 yards back from where Colin Ackerman was standing, and that feels like a big wicket. Ackerman, perhaps the last recognised batter. And Ben Rain here, 23 not out. It's going to have some work to do.
Yeah, still 5 overs before tea. 7 down. Durham, at the moment, heading for a subpar score, you'd think. But still 3 wickets for Somerset to take. As you said, we're beyond the recognised batters, the specialist batters, but there is still some batting to come. Ben Rain's still out there. James Minto, off the back of a half century last week. Mitchell Colleen, though, is the new batter. County Championship debut, not his first class debut.
Well, they say you never judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it. It certainly looks to be doing a little bit. I think Ben Rain, who's now had 20 deliveries come his way, will be hoping that it continues to do a bit when he's got ball in hand. Because as soon as it does, he's got to be one of the most dangerous bowlers in this competition. As he showed in the evening session on Monday, as Durham rolled through the Notts lower order. There are some last minute fielding changes here for Pretorius. And that was the last ball of the over, so it's going to be Ben Rain to face. It's full on off stump and driven to the offside for no run. Yet another big period in the match. Durham 219 for 7. Still got 6 overs or so before the tea break. And you'd suggest it mattered greatly for Durham to go into the tea break at 7 down. Ben Rain flashes one out into the offside, and he's going to come back for 2. He's going to have to push a little bit, but he does make it to a warm applause from those in the stands. And it's a good piece of running from these two. Good intent, putting the pressure. I believe it's Archie Vaughan out there.
He's everywhere, Archie Vaughan, isn't he?
He is everywhere.
The ball's following him around. Maybe it's good captaincy then. You want your best fielders doing the majority of the fielding. He's quick, Archie Vaughan.
Archie Vaughan certainly doing a lot of the fielding. Pretorius in again, slightly shorter. Watched right under the eyes from Ben Rain. And yeah, 6 overs to go until the break. And Durham would love just to steady this game down just a touch. Bonus points currently stand Durham 0, Somerset 2. And that should give you some sort of indication of where this game lies. At least in this first innings. Rain looks to the third man region. Can't quite squeeze it through the gap.
Couple of the coaches down in front of us. Always busy down here. Looks like Thomas Roos going for another net with Shane Berger. He's having a quick chat with Will Gidman on the Durham staff as well, as he waits for the younger Roo to make his way across. Not that the other Roo's particularly old.
He's going to watch this delivery from long off. Pretorius starts his run up from the Finkel end. And he's hit the pad, he goes up, and so does the umpire's right index finger. Ben Rain departs for 25 at the hands of a good piece of bowling from Pretorius. And having said Durham would love to go in at 7 down, that won't be the case. Ben Rain departs, Durham 8 down for 221.
Yeah, Ben Rain's head went up to the skies there when he looked up to see the finger go up. Nothing wrong with the line. Maybe, I'm just trying to see on the replay if it hits him on the back leg. Maybe clipping the top of the stumps. Doesn't matter either way. He's trudging off, Ben Rain. A bright and breezy innings. It was fun to watch. He'd have wished it had lasted that little bit longer. And Miguel Pretorius, 251 now. Somerset sniffing 9 and 10. Can they get there before tea?
There was a slight look of disdain from Ben Rain towards the umpire as the finger went up. I think he was quite confident, perhaps, that it was going over.
Yeah, I can see what he means.
There's not too much movement in the air coming over the wicket to the left hand. He's pushed it across him. It's done quite a bit off the surface to nip back. It's a good seed.
Ashthorpe has his dream because Cody Youssef, well, it's probably not his dream, it's just something he mentioned once. But Cody Youssef has come in at number 10, which means the young Mr. Minto has gone from 1 to 11 inside a week.
Well, there's a good stint at 1.
It was.
67 runs on the board for James Minto, and he looked good value for them, opening the bat as a night watchman at the end of the first day. He had to face 1 over from Mohammed Abbas. Did so with 2 runs to his name, and then followed on the next morning with some lovely cover drives. But he is not at the crease yet. It's Cody Youssef instead, who receives a short one first up and has no trouble in getting out the way of that, perhaps a little too short. That brings the over at the end to another good Somerset over. 2 off it, as well as the wicket of Ben Rain, LBW, bowled by Pretorius for 22, and Durham now 221 for 8 with 4 overs remaining before the tea break.
Yeah, this game's moving forward pretty quickly. What have we got elsewhere? Headingley, Nottinghamshire playing Yorkshire. Nottinghamshire are 149 for 5. Joe Clark and Lyndon James together at the crease. Ben Slater top scorer so far, 52. Clark's 27. not out. What else have we got? Essex 197 for 8 down at the Oval. They're playing Surrey. Jamie Overton is back in the Surrey side, and he's got a wicket. Not a bad seam attack, actually, for Surrey. Worrell, Smith, Curran, Clark, Laws, and Jamie Overton. 6 frontline seamers as twin brother Craig is in to Mitch Colleen on County Championship debut. Lets that one go through to James Rue. Are there any batters playing in these games at any point? I mean, Somerset have got, what, 7 or 8 all-rounders? 8 if you count Andy Amid. Surrey have gone very bowler strong, although Curran and Overton definitely all-rounders, as is Jordan Clark. Swing down the leg side. James Rue can only parry it. Given us byes. What else is going on in Division 1? Warwickshire 166 for 3 at New Road. Tom Latham being gone for 59. Sam Hain is 70 not out. Australian Bo Webster has just been and gone for a couple.
I wonder what part, if any, Bo Webster will have to play in the Ashes come the winter.
Well, he's the incumbent all-rounder, isn't he, because of Cameron Green's injury. Green can't bowl in the World Test Championship. Not fit yet. So you probably get another game in that, but then, yeah, it'll be interesting.
He came in for a couple of games in the Border Gavaskar Trophy as Australia took on India. And he looked quite good, did Big Bodie. Looked good with bat, ball and in the field.
He's just a good cricketer, isn't he? Flicked away for 1, hands on head for Craig Overton. On the blast with Gloucestershire last year.
And of Durham interest elsewhere in Nottingham, Ben Stokes has taken 2 wickets.
Short ball, too short, and James Rue only just holds on to that. He then shows his teammates at first and second slip. That was very much in the fingertips.
Somerset still with 2 in the cordon. 2 out deep on the leg side, just in case of the short ball. 1 at fine leg, 1 at deep square.
Push to Abel at mid-wicket. They won't get a run there.
And as Craig Overton takes his sunglasses off the umpire's hat. That spells the end of his over. 2 off it. Now taking 1 wicket for 42 runs off his 16 overs.
Just trying to make sense of a story sent to me by Harry Everett, who's a voice and a name will be familiar to all the Somerset listeners. Naturally, Harry's played against him in the Devon League. He's played against everyone in the Devon League, so Cody Youssef has had a stint down at Sidmouth. Oh, a lovely place. He must have enjoyed his cricket down there, Cody Youssef. Cody Youssef didn't get Harry out, but he did shortly after get Sam Curran out in the South Africa T20. That's the crux of the story, H, isn't it? That's what you want me to read out.
And Pretoria, successful in his last over, goes again to start his 14th. Outside, off stump, left alone by Cody Youssef, who was another who had a good week against Notts.
Looks a good bowler.
Took 4 in the first innings. Couldn't quite claim that last one for his fifer, but looked lively, putting it in good areas. But right now, Durham need him to score some runs with the bat. Doesn't do on that occasion. An extra 1 into the cordon for Cody Youssef. That's 3 waiting for the outside edge, and the man at deep square has been taken out. Fine leg. still in there. Archie Vaughan just strolling about, trying to keep himself amused. He looks to be warming up his elbow.
He's got a first class 50, Cody Youssef. I think an average of 16 means you can't really classify him as an all-rounder. Averaging 16. But can bat a bit, clearly.
Hangs the bat outside off stump and drops it into the offside for no run. Archie Vaughan cutting a lonely figure as he scratches at the turf at fine leg, but guess he's out there for the catch. He's a good fielder. You only put him there if you think maybe the ball is going to come, so perhaps we'll see a short ball at some point to Cody Youssef. Not on this occasion, just a good line and length. Beats the outside edge. Beats the gloves of James Rue as well, who drops the ball. No consequences on that occasion, however. Good seed nonetheless, beating the outside edge of Cody Youssef. He's won from his first 7 deliveries. As the wind has dropped right down, neither flag flying on top of the pavilion. Cody Youssef hits bat into pad and out into the offside, which brings the end to the over, and it's a maiden. Durham 223 for 8.
Into the last over of the Surrey innings down at Guildford, Women's T20 County Cup quarter-final. Long way from home, Durham are, and they've got a long way to go if they want to win that game and book a spot in finals day. At finals day in Taunton on Monday. Couple of balls left in that Surrey innings. They're currently 184 for 3. Eve Jones 80 not out. Alice Davidson Richards 19 not out. Lauren Fire left through 4 overs on her Durham debut, 1 for 27. Great to see her back out there playing cricket. Couple of overs left before tea. Scoreboard seems to be suggesting that previous over was a ball short. I'm sure it wasn't. It'll catch up. Swing and a miss. Craig Overton just tempting Mitch Colleen into a drive. Couldn't quite find the outside edge though. What is it? 14 minutes to 4, so we'll play until there's 32 overs remaining, or a minimum of 32 overs remaining in the day, so another 10 minutes or so. Only on day 4 the time's fixed. Unless we get rain and then it all changes. Very hard to keep up.
I think the scoreboard keeps changing its mind on how many overs have been bowled.
Still yet to get off the mark, Colleen. Thought about taking a single there, probably wisely turned it down to mid-on.
2 new batsmen at the crease. An important period for Somerset, just to try and knock these 2 wickets off. It's the lower order runs which always hurt the bowling team the most.
Short ball from Overton. That's well directed. Bowled one a couple of overs ago that was too short. But that one, Colleen had to duck out of the way of.
Yeah, very well directed. Equally well played from Colleen.
Looks a relatively short man, so probably quite used to facing the short ball. Interested to see him bowl. May well be later on today, given the state of the game, state of the Durham innings. Not what Durham would have hoped for, what Alex Lees would have wanted when he won the toss and said we'll have a bat, 8 down by tea.
Well, if Durham don't bowl today, then it will have been a stellar effort from the lower order.
Yeah, it really would.
8 down with still a session and over and a bit to play. 33 overs left in the day, plus these last 2 deliveries from Craig Overton.
Oh, that's another beauty from Craig Overton. Just too good. Too good to find the outside edge, Colleen. Plays down the inside of it. We'll give him the benefit there. 1 ball left of Craig Overton's last involvement pre-tea. If they get them 9 down before tea, do they do something silly and keep going? I can never remember. Polly will know. Will would know. We'll find out. Leaves that one alone. I don't think, based on the reaction, that's missed off stump by an awful lot. But it has missed off stump, so it is the end of the 63rd over and Durham still 8 down.
No, it seems to just tail in slightly after it had pitched. Perhaps more so than Colleen was bargaining for. Either way, as he said, it has missed off stump. And it's the second maiden over in a row. And it's going to be Pretorius again from the Finkel end with his red leather-stained shirt. 2 wickets to his name so far, 2 for 51 off his 14. Most recently claiming the wicket of Ben Rain, who fell at 221 for 8. And that was 3 overs ago. Durham only capable of putting on 2 runs in the time since that dismissal. And Pretorius finding the inside edge of Yusuf's bat there. Challenging inside and outside edge. Which will please the bowler. Left alone this time by Cody Yusuf, just outside the line of off stump. As he twizzles the bat in his hands. So he just steps aside to collect his thoughts, and there's a conversation going on in the cordon. And it's square leg between the fielder and the umpire. Things that happen to keep everyone occupied in between balls. Oh, that's short, and that has hit him square on the helmet. And that was quite a big noise off the helmet of Cody Yusuf, and Pretorius goes straight up to him to apologise with a big smile on his face. So let's assume and hope that everything's okay. Nonetheless, I imagine there may be some sort of medical attention coming onto the pitch. I believe that's correct.
Yeah, it's mandatory these days to have that check. Indication was he was all right, though. Cody Yusuf, he'll have to answer the various questions they ask. Change helmet as well, I think, if he's had a blow on his helmet.
Yeah, that wasn't a glancing blow and it wasn't a deflection. It was straight onto the Durham badge of his navy blue helmet. Now he takes a drink of water as he's asked questions like, what did you have for breakfast? Actually, I say that, they're actually just having a laugh. Just having a little catch up and a chin wag out in the middle as the umpire watches on. Perhaps they now turn to the questions. Yep. What do you have for breakfast? What's the score? How many wickets are you going to take? I know you can't answer that last one, but give us a prediction. And some nods from the physio to the umpire. And Yusuf gets his helmet back, so it's not going to be a change of helmet.
Yeah, I thought they had to change them. Maybe not.
I think they do in Test cricket, but
okay.
Perhaps it's different in the domestic game. Also not a dead ball once it hits the helmet, which it is in Test cricket. We just have a little interlude after Cody Yusuf gets hit square on the noggin off a short ball from Pretorius, well directed. Not very well evaded as Yusuf tried to duck out the way but ended up ducking straight into it.
Well, now he's okay. It's all right to say. He didn't play it particularly well. Turned away from it, didn't know where it was, and that leaves you open to being hit. Down at Guildford, 195 then is the target. That's what Durham women will need if they are to progress to T20 finals date. So a big old chase. Not an impossible chase, but a big one.
He goes short again. This time slightly too short, and Yusuf has no trouble in bobbing and weaving out the way of that one. And Pretorius there has broken the bowler's code of don't bounce each other. So I dare say he'll be having some short balls back his way. Not quite like the deal that Flintoff and Murley had. No bounces, no googlies was that arrangement. No such niceties here at Banks Homes Riverside. Full, wide and driven beautifully from Cody Youssef down to the cover boundary for 4. And that's quite the way to hit back after getting a bit dazed and a bit dazzled. Pretorius hands him a lovely, juicy 5th stump half volley. And Cody Youssef says, "Thanks very much, good sir," and strokes it away to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Particularly having just been struck, having bounced, ducked out of the way of one.
Slightly shorter this time. Back of a length and blocked. To bring up the end of the over, 4 off it, and Durham 227 for 8. And not only the end of the over, but that brings tea as well.
Yeah, good session from a Somerset perspective. Durham will be disappointed. They'll be disappointed with how this game has gone so far, really. Ollie Robinson making 50. He looked very, very good. Dangerous cricketer, Ollie Robinson. But after he got his start, he fell. Wickets have fallen regularly. Somerset have bowled very, very well. So Robinson remains a top scorer on 52. Emilio Gay, 41. A couple of 30s for McKinney and Ackerman. Ben Rain, 25. So plenty of starts, but no one yet has kicked on. Henry's got 3 wickets. Davey and Pretorius a couple each. And Craig Overton has the other one. We're going to grab a brew as well. It is 5-4, so we'll be back in about 20 minutes, about 4:15 for that Durham chase down at Guildford, though that gets underway at 4 o'clock. So why not grab your brew and sit down and watch that for a little bit.
Well, Cambo, we've just had our rest week. We're now coming up towards the end of this first block of Red Bull games, and some White Bull and the T20 Blast is now coming into view. How would you assess this first block of the season?
Look, it's been tough. I'm not denying that. We've played some good cricket. We've played some not so good cricket. We've had, as well documented, just a run of injuries that, I just don't know how to describe it really, to the point where, we had to go to the loan market to literally have enough bodies to cover a team. So, that's been really, really frustrating. But I just think to myself, the week off came at the perfect time, playing 5 games in 5 weeks with quarter of a squad. It was probably the most we'll ever be tested. The break came at a good time. Where are we? Equals 6th or 7th or whatever. It's probably a fair reflection. The fact that we'll all look back and, everyone will talk about Warwickshire and should we declare and all this sort of stuff. And my answer will always be the same. Bloody oath, should have declared. We should have won that game. We had our opportunities to take 10 wickets and we didn't take that extra opportunity. So, you win that game and everything's different. And that's I'm not a guy that goes, oh, what if, if only. But, they're the facts. And so we go to the break probably where we deserve to be, with the knowledge that players will start to come back now with their fitness, coming back into that, also about playing our best cricket, which we haven't done yet. And so hopefully, where things are about to go on the up.
Final touch on this injury saga, because we talked about that. Have you ever dealt with anything like that ever in your coaching career? No. So to give people indications of saying, before they all jump up and down and go, we got to look at our S&C staff. What are they doing? This, that, and the other. We're talking about injuries that, for instance, in Hampshire, Ben McKinney was left out with a sore back because he went to push the button in the lift with a bag on his shoulder and actually twisted the wrong way and hurt his back. Sam Connors is recovering from a side injury, hurt it again, sneezing. These are the things that you just can't believe are happening, but they continue to happen. So, look, I don't want to say we've had bad luck, but
we have had some bad luck.
Not had the run of the green.
Yeah, no, we haven't quite had the run of the green. So, during those times, you can actually get down in the dumps. But, when you got a guy like Marcus North who looks at me with a big smile on his face and, rubbing his hands together saying, how are we problem solving today? This is going to be awesome. You kind of think to yourself, yeah, you know what, we'll work it out. We'll get through it. We understand. Winning in Worcester was important on a wicket that was dodgy at best. Drawing in Hampshire wasn't surprising considering the wicket that they prepared. Again, not trying to bang on about wickets, but, they're good results against, teams that can cause issues. So, the best is starting to come, and I think that's the exciting part for Durham.
It feels like at some point so far, all of our batters have kind of stood up with one big individual score. We've had Emilio make his first century for the club. Ben scored that century against Warwickshire. Leesy scored a century against, Yorkshire here alongside Emilio. We had Clarkey score after not being in the team until literally half an hour before the game started. He scored a new career high down at Hampshire. What has stood out to you most about the batting group so far?
What stood out is that we haven't clicked as a unit at the same time, which is really frustrating. You look back and Ackerman is the other one who made 200s in the game against Nottingham. The batters have all made runs, but not as a group. And that is the exciting part for me, because I can tell you they've been working and they're hitting the ball better than they ever have. And, we know we want to push the boundaries with the pace of play and how fast we go with the bat. But you've got to be informed to do that. And you've got to be going all in a group, because, as soon as you start to worry a bit about your own form, you start to look in the mirror or look in the rear vision mirror about people around you, then it can be a bit nervy. And, we don't ever want to bat like that. We want to go out there with freedom, which hopefully our environment creates. So, look, I think that, that is what has stood out, is literally the fact that we haven't batted well together. And, hopefully Friday is the day.
Onto the bowling side of things, kind of the two that have been synonymous since you came over and took charge have been Ben Rain and Matthew Potts. Unfortunately, now the victim of our own success in a way, with Pottsy being so good and us producing so many quality players, is that they do get called away. We are now seeing that with Pottsy, and that potentially we might not see him again this season. But you're the positive one. You like to look at these opportunities. We brought in Cody Youssef on loan, who's done really well so far. We've got James Minto and Daniel Hogg, who are in and around as well. How excited are you to see kind of those other bowlers have to step up to the plate and put themselves in a position to make Durham strong?
Well, and it's all about opportunity, and it's about how we're going to find a bowling combination to take 20 wickets and to do it consistently. Now, I don't think we've had the same bowling attack 2 weeks in a row, and that's the cold hard facts because of the list of injuries that we've had. Like I say, to the point where we've had to go to the loan market as well to help us out. Cody Youssef, we were never supposed to have an extra bowling pro. It's just the fact that our batting pro got injured in Bettingham and, gave us that to give us some backup. So, look, it's been tough. I won't lie about that, and I won't deny the fact that, putting bowling group together every game, it's literally been last man standing stuff. We never wanted to put our youngsters under so much pressure to play 4-day cricket and be the main guy almost, which has been something that we've tried to stay away from, but they've all had to play, and now they've all got little niggles and stuff that young bowlers do get. So, yeah, but that's been really frustrating, to be honest, as well. But at the end of the day, Ben Rain's done fantastically well. What we've seen is George Drizzle become our number one spinner, literally through his hard work. And, Cullen Parkinson's still a bloody good bowler and will come back, and he bowled really well against Hampshire. But George became the number one. And, our whole thing about this club is about opportunity, like we talk about. So George is our guy, and he's going to have to, bowl a lot of overs and do the skill work, so to speak, of any good spinner has to be. who goes with him. We had to rest Ben Rain last game because I think there was at one point the S&C staff literally were crying to me in the corner saying, please, he needs a rest. He's bowled more overs than any other bowler in the competition. We're going to break the unbreakable guy. So, yeah, of course, we had to give him a rest down at Hampshire. And again, don't get me wrong, after winning 2 days in Worcester, there was a bit of a thought of should we go again, but we just had to give the guy a rest. He carries a lot. So, he's had a good week and a half off, and hopefully he's refreshed and ready to go. And he'll lead our attack, as he always does. As for Matthew Potts, look, I love the fact that Pottsy gives his heart and soul to this club, and, he deserves his shot with England. That's the thing. I know I read a bit of social media and, don't go to England, play for us. His goal is to play for England. Everyone's goal when they start out is to play for their country. So we've prepared him, hopefully, brilliantly, that when he gets into that English Test team or the white ball team, he's going to be there forever.
That's the red ball side out of the way. We have got the T20 Blast coming up, so we'll switch focus to that. Currently, right now, we've got Bellingham, Cody Youssef, who's agreed a loan deal to stay for the Blast. We've got Zach Fawkes as well, and looks like we're going to have another overseas in Jimmy Neesham joining us. Let's talk about Zach first and foremost. What can Durham fans expect from him?
Really exciting. Anyone who's only, I think he's 23, 24 years of age, if you're playing international cricket at that age, you're doing something very, very right. But add that another layer to it, to be playing for New Zealand, who, everyone thinks that New Zealand are one of the small guys, but their record of making semi-finals and finals in World Cups in every white ball format is absolutely phenomenal. So the fact that that kid is playing, he bowls all the tough overs in the power play and then at the death, and his batting is quite unique. He hits the ball in some really weird areas, which is what I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm really excited about Fawkes coming. So excited about Jimmy Neesham coming. It's one that we've worked on for a while. I'll be honest here, David Bellingham probably won't play because of the World Test Championship. He's got Test cricket, which is his number one priority now. So he's going to miss a big chunk and then probably come back towards the back end of it. But, with Jimmy, you've got a guy who's done it everywhere. Hard hitting. He's going to take over the death hitting role as well as bowling all the tough overs. But the other thing for me is that what that guy does is suddenly add a lot of flexibility to our team. So we may see a different player at the top of the order. We may see an extra player or an extra bowler that we weren't even going to use before come into the team. So, I think the T20 Blast, obviously we started well last year in the fact that we made the quarterfinals, but we are far from satisfied. We want to make Durham a fortress. We want to make this home ground an absolute place where everyone wants to come and watch us play. And we're going to win everywhere else as well. And, hopefully we can have a quarterfinal here.
You went with an out-the-box approach last year, and you kind of mentioned it. We had this sort of chat last year about you're going to have to think about reinventing how Durham played T20 cricket. You went with two spinners in Nathan Souter and Callum Parkinson, both of them obviously still around for this year. It was very successful. I think Souts led us in wicket-taking, and Parky was up there as well. That has to give you a lot of confidence to go, if you want to go with that same tactic again, even though in sport you can never guarantee results 2 years in a row.
Yeah, 100%. But, we changed our whole format because our formula wasn't working. That's the cold, hard facts. When I arrived at the club, we hadn't made finals day or even a quarterfinal since 2016 or something. So, you can't just keep doing the same thing all the time and expecting a different result. We'll have two spinners in those two. We saw Ashton Turner play for us last year and bowl some spin, but Colin Ackerman will be doing that. So, we've got at least 12 overs of spin of the 20 that we can go to, which is really exciting for us. But, the other things that I think people won't quite expect, but Ben McKinney won't bat in our top 2 or 3, but Ben McKinney might play T20 cricket for us. So you can work that one out for yourself. But, we used a guy like Michael Jones last year in a different spot. We do throw things around as long as the players are prepared for it, which we give them time and do that. I think Emilio Gay and Will Rhodes, for instance, who haven't played for their clubs very often in their former lives, man, I think they could be really good white ball players and add to our team. So, yeah, I can't wait for the T20 Blast to start and can't wait to see what 11 we come up with.
For the younger guys, like if we go with James Minto and Daniel Hogg, for instance, who also haven't played a lot of white ball cricket, you mentioned last year there would be chances for those guys. Will that be the case if the opportunity provides itself? Will they get the opportunity to play some T20 cricket?
I think you know me by now, Rob, that I love playing our youngsters. I'll give them a chance wherever we can. The other one who is absolutely bowling rockets at the moment is Lukey Robinson, who has played a game for us before. Lukey is getting set for that blast to be a real impact sort of bowler for us. We also hope that he's going to play red ball as well, but it's just because of his history with injury so far. You
got to look after him.
We do have to look after him. So, the guys start their T20s in the second start. They're playing a game against Leeds University, but then there's a pretty good setup for them to play a lot of games of cricket before our blast starts. So, all those players, Hayden Mustard, who's had a horrible run of injuries, he's had a hamstring injury, hasn't played a game yet in anything. He needs to put his name forward as one of those finishing batter types. So, yeah, the youngsters will be given opportunities, don't worry about that, but they have to be ready to go, and we're not just going to throw them in for the sake of it, but, I would have thought that, yeah.
Back to the Banks Homes Riverside. I've just realised that 15-16 minutes have passed and I didn't go and get me a cup of tea. So Sam Blacklock's listening upstairs. White, no sugar, please, Sam. Sam Dowling here alongside. I don't know your surname, George.
Gompertz, George Gompertz.
George, okay. I'll have to learn that, George. We've been having a nice little chat, so I didn't manage to get a cup of tea. Stick your order in if you want one. But in the cricket, Durham are on their way back out there to continue their innings. Well, not the entire side, but Cody Youssef and Mitch Killeen on his county championship debut. They're in a bit of trouble, though, having elected to bat, 6-7 hours ago. 227 for 8. So Somerset, you can see, are out there in the middle already. Skipper Lewis Gregory, who is that figure in the middle with his hands in his pockets, will be delighted with the work his bowlers have done so far. 8 down. Couple of batting bonus points, bowling bonus points. I don't know why I said that earlier on as well. Looking to pick up those final 2 Durham wickets. Youssef's got 5. Killeen yet to score. Matt Henry, who's picked up 3 for 41 from his 14 overs, is going to start us off from the Lumley end. Couple of slips. And is Ami going to go third slip or gully? I think he's going to go into third slip. James Rue behind the stumps. Keeps a little bit low, that one.
Yeah, we've had a bit of variable bounce today. Some have jumped off a length and some well, perhaps tell Ben McKinney have kept a tad low. That one never really got above knee height as it bounced through to James Rue behind the sticks.
That one did. Well directed bouncer. Has to duck underneath it, Colleen. Cody Youssef struck by a Miguel Pretorius bouncer in that final over we had before tea.
Yeah, struck hard. Ducked into a short one and wore the full brunt.
Solid in defence. Durham women 27 for 1 after 3, chasing 195 for a place in the T20 County Cup quarter-finals. Maddie Villiers and the skipper Holly Armitage, the two not-out batters. Bess Heath is the one to fall a run out by the looks of things.
Well, Heath is the reason that Durham have made it this far in the competition. 3 reverse sweeps in a row in the super over.
Don't get many super overs, do you? They are fun. Solid from Colleen. Tom Abel does the fielding. Tom Abel, he was warming up quite vigorously a couple of minutes ago. Not sure we'll see him with ball in hand. What have we got? 15 overs after this one until the second new ball is due. Somerset will be hoping they don't have to think about that, and they want to pick up these last 2 wickets before that. Seen a little bit of Jack Leach. No Archie Vaughan yet with the ball. Ooh, edged and gone. 9 down, Durham, straight after the tea interval. Matt Henry has struck. Mitch Colleen goes without troubling the scorers. Caught by the Somerset skipper, Lewis Gregory, at first slip. 227 for 9.
Yeah, Matt Henry's got another one caught in the cordon. Not the biggest surprise of the day. Slightly wide, perhaps not the most challenging line, but still straight enough for Colleen to have a swing at it. Unable to get off the mark from his 15 and a fairly routine catch. In the cordon, shin height at first slip. Didn't have to move too much. And Matt Henry has been relentless. 4 for 41 from his 14 and a bit overs.
Some bowler, isn't he? They missed him, Somerset, first 4 or 5 games where he wasn't available. His arrival was much anticipated, and for good reason. You don't get many of his quality in the county championship. Right, young James Minto is out. To bat at 11, from 1 to 11 in the space of just a couple of days. We know he can bat. I saw it last week. Half century as night watcher.
Became the youngest half centurion for Durham in county championship cricket. And what they do for another one of those right now.
17.
What were you doing when you were 17, Sam?
Oh, got no idea.
Perhaps
More
not
than half.
facing
No.
test level bowlers.
No, I don't think I was playing in a game with anyone with what must be several hundred international wickets. I'd be surprised if I was. I think I'd remember that. Around the wicket, Henry Minto leaves that one alone. Yeah, fair play to him. 17, more than half my age. Starting to feel old. Creaking. End of the over. Durham are 9 down. They batted for 65 overs. They got 227 runs. They lost 9 wickets, 4 of which have been taken by Matt Henry as well. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 41.
We haven't seen much of Jack Leach today, but we're going to see just a little bit more from the Finkel end. He's replacing Pretorius, who was the bowler from this end before the tea break. And Leach has been warming up with vigour for the best part of these 65 overs. And he's bowled 6 so far. And he bowled 6 fairly economically, bar a couple of loose overs. Can trust he's going to land it on a spot. As he has done for most of his 6 overs. He's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Cody Youssef. And there we go. Straight on that spot again. And I wonder if Durham might just look to score, or if they're going to try and absorb. Youssef absorbs again. There's not too much respite in this bowling attack. If you think you're going to absorb Jack Leach at one end and score off the other, well, you've got New Zealand international Matt Henry. So not much to choose from there. As Leach again puts it in a good area. Cody Youssef equal to it. He's got quite a few on the ring, on the boundary, sorry, perhaps more so than we've seen all day. And that is kept remarkably low. In fact, it's barely left the surface at all. And it's not going to leave the surface all the way to the boundary rope. As it trickles along, unchallenged, to the boundary for 4. And that is probably, we've had some variable bounce today, but that is the most variable of all of it.
Something in it, this pitch. There's runs in it, I think, but also, yeah, you have to be a bit wary as a batter. Plenty of batters have got starts, which suggests it's not one that is all in the bowler's favour.
Leach just tosses that one up a bit more, gives it a bit more air. And Youssef again just fends it off. We've got 1 out on the cover boundary and 1 out on the leg side boundary, and mid on and mid off sort of at 3/4 at the minute. Cody Youssef with no intention of going big. No runs off the bat, 4 byes through the wicket-keeper's legs to the boundary. Nothing James Rue could really do about that. And that brings Durham up to 231 for 9.
Matt Henry then searching for his 5th wicket of the innings. It'll keep his exemplary record up here at the Banks Homes Riverside going. Played once previously in a first-class match up here. Picked up 12 for 5 in the first innings, 7 in the second. I think he was averaging something like 6. So actually this innings so far will not improve his average. As Minto plays a beautiful shot to get off the mark. That won't improve Matt Henry's average either. Had backward point interested. It was all on the ground. Archie Vaughan couldn't get down to stop it. 4 runs, 2, 3, 5 for 9. Minto's got 4.
It's a lovely shot from Minto. We've seen quite a lot of runs today through that area. Not all of them off the middle of the bat, but that was definitely carefully placed and well played from the young left armour.
3 slips in.
He seemed to duck that one even before Matt Henry had released it.
Yeah, probably anticipating it. Josh Davey grazing in front of us. He bowled well earlier. His figures probably aren't as good as they should be. Bowled beautifully first up, particularly with a brand new ball. Tom Lammonby's at a deep backward square leg, probably 15, 20 yards in from the boundary. Single to the left hand of Tom Abel at mid-wicket.
It's a good single from Minto. It's good running. Just dropped it into the leg side and set off immediately. Just rotates the strike. Gives Matt Henry a different angle to work with. Doesn't quite let him settle. It's now going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Youssef.
Abel comes across to mid-wicket. I think that's Jack Leach, who's disappearing slightly out of our sight down at long leg. Solid from Youssef. 3 slips waiting for any mistake. Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Andy Ameed. was just going through his bowling action there, Andy Mead, I think somewhat optimistically. Not sure he's going to catch Lewis Gregory's eye at this stage. Given Archie Vaughan hasn't had a bowl yet.
Just the 1 wicket to go, and it's been seam all the way. 7 overs of Jack Leach, but no wickets off the spinner.
That's a beauty. Durham without a frontline spinner in this game. Maybe they've called this pitch right. Maybe Jack Leach will have more to say in the second innings. We might well find out the answer to the question who will open the batting for Somerset relatively shortly. 1 wicket left. These two will be hoping it's a while yet.
With a 66 over-old ball, still plenty in it. That last delivery from Matt Henry just angling in and nipping away.
You get the feeling Matt Henry could get a ball of any age to do a little bit. End of the over, 67 gone.
Not with his feet though, bit disappointed in himself with his footwork as he tries to do the tried and tested flick up into the hands, but couldn't get it off the ground with his left swinger.
Yeah, Craig Overton seems to have had that one perfected today, but they're not a big footballing nation, New Zealand. And they do have one of the top goal scorers in the Premier League right now, but
it's going to be Jack Leach again from the Finkel end, and there's lots of pointing going on. And eventually that results in square leg moving out to deep square leg. Oh, and another from the offside coming over into the leg. So just 3 out. 3 fielders in the ring on the offside, none sweeping. Jack Leach going to try and get James Minto to play into the leg side with the spin. One slip waiting, 2 out deep in the leg side, a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. But that is just a big stride from James Minto, and he defends confidently into the offside. Durham at the minute happy to just sit back and see out Jack Leach. Although Minto perhaps there just hints at some intention of attack. He takes a couple of paces down the wicket but ends up yorking himself. Comes back and turns it into the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid wicket, who shines the ball on his trousers and chucks it back to Jack Leach. Spins the ball in his hand. Or sending it down, pitching on about 5th stump. Hint of turn, but not much in it for the spinner at the minute. It's been a seamless track. It's still 1 ball to face for James Minto in this Jack Leach over. Yet again, another big stride down the centre of the track. And plays it into the offside. It's another Jack Leach maiden. And it's going to be Seam again from the Lumley end. And it's been Seam that has won the day so far. 9 wickets for Somerset. Spread fairly evenly throughout the sessions. 3 in the morning. Then 5 in the afternoon. And we've had 1 so far in the evening. Matt Henry is going to look to make that 2.
not with that ball. Leg stump half volley. There is a sweeper out there. Yusuf will just get a single. Archie Vaughan, who's getting around a bit in this innings, keeps it to 1. Left-handed Minto comes on to strike. Josh Davey gets sent back to long leg. Tom Lammonby, coffee shop proprietor Tom Lammonby now. A deep square leg. Still 15, 20 paces in from that boundary for the mistimed hook shot. Henry goes around the wicket. Abel's catching it mid-wicket. Jabs that one into the offside. Takes a single. Jack Leach just the fielding at backward point. Essex all out for 2:17 down at Surrey. No Sam Cook for Essex. Great to see him playing Test cricket. Their seamers, all 6 of them have shared out the wickets down at Surrey. That's a serious attack they've got. Free slips wait. Yusuf on strike. Playing a miss. Matt Henry chucks his head back and runs around a full circle to go back and do it again.
Lamambi's got a little side gig, does he?
Yes, and I'm forgetting the name of his co-owner. It's a rugby player who plays for, I'm going to say Exeter, but yeah, they've opened up a coffee shop 9:15, about 300 yards from the Cooper Associates County Ground. Jabs his bat down there, Yusuf. Picks up a single. Again, hands on head from Matt Henry. Seems to be very popular. All the players tend to spend most of their wages in there by the looks of things.
Have you tried out the produce yourself?
Yeah, I've been there a few times pre-game.
What's your go-to?
I am a flat white man these days, but I like an espresso chaser as well. Didn't used to, but these days necessity. A lack of sleep means I need a bit more coffee. Left alone outside off stump. I'm an oat milk man too. You're going to judge me for that? How you
Not
feel?
going to judge you, no. Let you live your life.
I
no
enjoy it.
opinions on milk. I did go to a place called Grød in Copenhagen.
Right.
Which is a porridge place.
Oh, a specialist porridge place.
Specialist porridge place.
Okay,
Very
I like
popular.
that.
And they're all out oat milk, which I guess makes sense
yeah.
for an oat-based meal.
Jabs his bat down, picks up a single there. Minto. Sam Maunder is the rugby player. Thanks, Liz. I knew the name. 9:15 is their 2 respective squad numbers. Maunder's
I see that.
Scrum half.
Very clever.
2:40 for 9. It could cause a lot of confusion if I said to you, I'll meet you at 9:15. But like, where? But where? Like, yeah, 9:15. Yeah, Sam, but where? I tell you what, occasionally, I'm an almond milk man on my porridge. And if we run out, I occasionally indulge with oat milk porridge. And that does feel like a real life of luxury. That's the kind of thing you've got to look forward to when you're in your mid-30s, mate.
Are you normally, semi-skimmed on your porridge?
Almond milk with my porridge.
Jack Leach continues to James Minto, turns him into the leg side for a single. Why don't you just go all out oat milk?
It just feels it's too indulgent. It's like having a dessert for breakfast.
So what's the difference between almond milk and oat milk?
Well, it's a little bit thinner. It's not as creamy, the barista. The barista oat milk I have in my coffee. I'd have to do a bit more exercise if I was having Ashford's back shaking his head at me.
Dying to hear Ash's thoughts on this milk debate. Yusuf drives down the ground, he goes for a quick single, and he gets it, and then maybe buzzes, or not.
Ash gets his milk direct from a cow. I'm going to have to look at this porridge place up. I'm going to take a break in a second, get Ash back on. I'm going to have to Google this porridge place.
Now that is an early morning luxury, going out for porridge. In a place like Copenhagen, the winter's pretty bleak, and a bit of warm porridge in the morning could spice it up a bit.
Yeah, but it's not cheap. But it's not your cheapest porridge.
Nothing in Copenhagen is particularly
exactly.
cheap.
I'm off to Stockholm soon to see some family. It's never cheap over there.
Same old story. James Minto, big stride, big forward defence again.
Feels like the kind of place that could also have a specialist porridge cafe, though. Stockholm. What's it called? Grød.
Grød. GR, and then it's got one of those O's with a diagonal line through it.
Yeah, I got you.
And then a D. James Minto turns this leg side for a single. It may even be pronounced more like gruel.
And does it mean something pretentious that hasn't got a direct translation in English?
I imagine it's got a direct translation. I don't speak Danish. I went to Denmark for a week and got by with just nodding my head, saying hi and saying tak, which means thank you. Big stride from Yusuf. No run. Yeah, my goal for going to Denmark was basically for people to treat me like a local.
You've got the looks for it.
And the main place in which that happened is going to shops. So I'd get to the cashier and they'd start speaking to me in Danish. And I think, great, like 1-0, challenge complete. But then it just meant I couldn't interact with them without giving up the game. So yeah, it ended up just shaking my head, nodding my head and sort of mumbling some words I thought were vaguely Danish.
Looks like there's 6 or 7 of these places in a very close proximity. A bit like H&M. Stockholm, I've never seen so many H&Ms next to each other. And on that note, I'm going to let Ashthorpe come back in.
Meanwhile, there's a cricket game going on out here at Banks Homes Riverside.
I didn't realise you two lived such a rock and roll lifestyle. Wow. Love it.
I've got to say, Ash, I'm a semi-skimmed man on my oats, but when in Copenhagen,
just go with it.
Go with the flow. It's lovely. You go in, it's cosy atmosphere and get all sorts of toppings.
In a specialty porridge store.
Oh, they love it.
Wow.
They've got this specialty caramel sauce as well.
Well, now I'm interested.
I'll
give it a caramel.
That's a fantastic stop in the cover region. James Minto didn't half hit that. And he's going to get congratulations from 2 of his teammates. Diving away to his left. It hit hard and he's not only stopped it, but taken it cleanly as well.
This has got to be the last time he batted 11, surely.
Well, from 1 to 11, as Sam said. But he's looked good for his 9 so far. So he just tries to feed that down to third man and misses it completely. Yeah, their caramel sauce is so popular that they sell it separately.
Okay.
Bit much for me in the morning, to be honest.
It's pretty rich, I guess, isn't
it?
it?
Just a bit of apple. A few nuts. Maybe some raisins.
There you go.
Sprinkle of cinnamon.
Very healthy.
Henry over the wicket. Finds the outside portion of James Minto's bat. And he thinks about coming back for 2. He's not going to get it. Leachy trying so hard that his hat flies off, and he tried to catch it on its way down.
Great haircut.
What's your go-to breakfast, Ash?
It's a good question. I'm not really a really early morning fan of food. I'd probably, if I'm honest, probably even just a bacon sandwich, or I like a cooked breakfast every now and then.
Cody Yusuf plays and misses outside the off stump.
Or a bit of Vegemite on toast.
Do you get that shipped over here?
No, you can buy it.
Can you?
Yeah, you buy it local.
I've got to say, Ash, I'm maybe offending quite a few people here. I don't get the hype.
Of Vegemite
versus Marmite, yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. My son eats Marmite. He won't touch Vegemite.
Oh, it's not that I won't touch it.
I've disowned him, but no, that's his choice. Everybody makes their own choices.
I had a year of it, and I enjoyed it. Definitely, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it. It's just, it's not quite got the richness
I agree.
that Marmite has.
I agree.
I believe it was invented as an attempt to recreate Marmite during the war. They couldn't ship Marmite over.
Right.
That could be complete rubbish.
I like it. It's
so do fact check
just
that.
go with it. Go with it.
I think my favourite Aussie snack are shapes.
Oh, so good.
But
which one?
The fully loaded sweet chili.
Yeah, good.
So not the I don't really like the thick ones that much. They're more like crackers.
Yeah.
But the fully loaded ones have double the topping and half the biscuit, so it's much more like your traditional crisp.
I do like a shape. Barbecue. I'm a bit of a traditional man. Barbecue, pizza shapes. All of the. You can get Vegemite shapes actually. The chicken ones are the best. I think the chicken. Oh, incredible! Anything with chicken salt. As Minto gets a thick outside edge, and that will run away for 4. Much needed runs for Durham.
I said earlier, it's the lower order runs which are most frustrating for the bowling team.
Yeah.
And having got Durham down to 9 fairly quickly. These runs are flying off the bat now. 221 for 8, now 248 for 9.
Yeah, nearly a batting point for Durham, just 2 away now. And you feel that first innings runs are going to be really vital in this game. Remember, Durham winning the toss and batting first. Minto solid in defence.
I'm afraid, Ash, we've started a bit of a food discourse in the chat.
Excellent.
Liz is on me with grud. Maybe you can... I see. Grud is just Danish for porridge. Yeah, that checks out. Excuse my pronunciation as well.
Don't worry about the cricket. The cricket, that's going on. You talk to me about food.
Cheese on toast with black pepper. Thoughts?
Not against it. Don't mind a bit of Worcester sauce splashed on the cheese on toast as well. Vegemite and cheese is a great combination too.
Liz just puts her oats in Greek yogurt. Do they get soft enough come the morning? Who knows?
Oh, inside edge back into the body of Minto.
Showed some signs there that that's definitely taken a bit of flesh, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the wince, you could feel it as it hit him.
I'll just make porridge with water, then chuck some honey and fruit in.
There you go.
Can't get behind the water personally.
It's got to be milk if you... Minto pushes into the covers and sets off immediately for a single. Good running from the youngster. Really good game awareness.
Liz likes chewy oats. I guess that explains everything.
Chewy.
Yeah, clever single there from Minto. Just finds the gap. Drop and run. Puts Yusuf on strike for the last delivery from this Craig Overton over.
Yusuf solidly in behind that one. Ends the over. 249 now for 9. Durham just 1 run away from a batting point. Got some notes to catch up on a few wickets. Fallen in my absence. Might have to watch a couple of replays as well. Durham women 65 for 4 in pursuit of the 194. So tough chase now, with Marlowe and Abby Glenn at the crease. Bess Heath out early, Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers and Mia Rogers. The batters to fall so far.
It's going to be a tough chase.
Yeah.
It's going to be Matt Henry again, 4 for 51 off his 18 overs. He's got James Minto at the other end. He just runs him down into the offside, and it's a really classy shot from the number 11. It's a really mature shot. It's quite a Joe Root-esque shot.
He's a talented lad. He is a really talented lad, and that importantly brings up a batting point for Durham. So it's a handy little partnership this at the end.
Yep, 250 up for the 9 wickets. Yeah, and James Minto saw in the last over just a push into the offside and a run, and they're just dropping it into the offside. Just playing with the field a bit, finding the gaps, making the bowling team think a bit. Cody Yusuf.
Matt Henry still doing tricks.
Outside edge well and truly beaten by Matt Henry, and that's not the first time we've said that today. Matt Henry has been relentless on that line and length, and still with this ball, which is just under 8 overs away from being swapped out potentially for a new one, is just nipping about. Henry angling it in and just seaming it away. And that one finds the outside edge again. But for a run this time, a half hand at third slip. which brings Minto back on strike. So he just does some gardening down the wicket. Some prodding and now some scratching. Maybe some twizzling. Before he takes his guard on middle stump. Slightly open stance to Matt Henry. And he looks to play a similar type of shot down to third man. This time missing. It was a bit loose. His bottom hand coming off the bat there. Just playing the ball quite a long way away from his body. So he just resets and then practices leaving the ball, which perhaps was the better option for that delivery. He flashes at that one again, just missing the outside edge. James Roos still on the floor. Does eventually get back onto his feet.
Gingerly.
I reckon that's a sign of a wicket-keeper who's been out in the middle for 72.5 overs. 3 slips waiting behind the 17-year-old Matt Henry, running in from the Lumley end, and this time James Minto does leave it alone. That brings up the end of the over. 2 singles off it. Durham 251 for 9.
Yeah, important. 2 singles there taking, well, one of them especially taking Durham to 250 for 9 and a batting point.
It's a lovely, calm summer's evening in northeast England.
Yeah, it's quite, actually, if you're out of the wind, it's pretty pleasant out there. If you're in the wind, it's still got that nip in it. Yusuf flamboyantly drives at this one, but plays and misses.
Still though, 23 overs remaining in the day. Definitely a chance for some chaos to come.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Looking forward to speaking to whoever we get from Durham down at the end of the day, because we've seen a lot of starts. You've got a 30-41, a 17, 52, 15, 30 and a 25. There's a lot of starts there from the Durham batters. I've just gone through the dismissals that I missed. The Ackerman one looked like that kept a little bit low. Maybe trapped on the crease a little bit. Ben Rain didn't look particularly happy, but wasn't a bad shout from what I saw. Clean flashing at a wide one there and being caught at slip off the bowling of Matt Henry has been very impressive today. 4 wickets to his name. This one is flamboyant, but a lot more successful as this one's crunched through the covers. And he'll pick up 3 as Minto races back, as does Yusuf. So good batting from this pair.
It's quite a graceful slide, but he almost seemed to slide for so long that he had to trek quite a long way to get the ball, and they came back for 3.
He was on the floor for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah, Ben Rain will be slightly annoyed about his dismissal, missing a straight one, but at the same time, fairly encouraged, I think, for when he gets ball in hand.
And that, I think they'll be encouraged by the amount of starts. Sharp bouncer from Overton. For that many players to get starts and to get out with a higher score of 52, that tells you that there must be something in this pitch for at least one of the batters not to go on and make that big score. I can't really see the pitch changing a lot over the next couple of days, especially if there is a little bit of rain around overnight. Minto guides that one away, but won't beat Lammonby at backward point. 254 now for 9.
Just the one groundsman over to our right. Splayed across 4 chairs. Yeah. And I think they've produced a good wicket here. A good cricket wicket. A competitive wicket. As you said, Ash, something in it for both teams.
Minto glances that one away fine, and that will run away for 4. So real annoyance factor now for the Somerset bowlers and fielders. The rest of the crew, if you just have a look a little bit further to your right, are on the roller and all got the kit ready to go to sweep up at the fall of the 10th wicket. But that boundary moves the partnership on to 31, with Yusuf on 12, and James Minto has moved on to 20.
Yeah, it's classy from Minto. Effortlessly flicking it off his hips. Wouldn't be surprised if you're right, Ash, and he won't be batting 11 for long.
No, he can't, surely.
20 off 33.
I was his delivery boy this morning from his sponsor. Had some gloves and bat grips and cricket bags, and yeah.
And it's going to be Yusuf facing up. I think he might have worn that one. There's no run.
I love Minto's temperament. Right up for the challenge here. 258 for 9. He's looking a lot better than 227 for 9.
Are you both with the same provider then?
We are indeed. He probably needs his gear a little bit more than me these days.
Driven through the gap by Cody Yusuf, and he'll pick up a fairly comfortable 2. Down to the ropes to Archie Vaughan, who
he's done some miles today, Archie Vaughan, hasn't he?
has seemingly been fielding in every fielding position. He seems to have collected every ball that's gone through the ring.
I reckon there's at least 3 or 4 occasions I can think of him getting the one right on the rope and having to flick it back to prevent the boundary. But yeah, 260 now for 9.
Pushed into the offside by Yusuf. No run this time.
I like Yusuf's body language. He looks like he's looking to score, not just looking to survive.
Yeah, these two have been proactive. Lots of quickly taken singles and first runs, run hard, coming back for 2. That's much fuller. And it's flicked into the leg side. Definitely off a bit of pad, perhaps off a bit of bat as well. Just given us runs. To Cody Yusuf, comes through for the single. It'll be James Minto to face the last 2 deliveries of the over. I think Matt Henry's going to come round the wicket now. He's just been bowling slightly wide of the crease to Minto, trying to angle it in and get it to seam away. He's been doing successfully all day long. 3 slips waiting.
Sweeper at deep point.
And he's going to have to work here. He's not going to get there because James Minto has absolutely smoked it all the way to the ropes.
Well, if Somerset weren't aware of young James Minto before today, they certainly are now.
And he may be even more in their minds if he has a bit of a bowl this evening.
Oh, that's a peach. Good running from Yusuf as James Rue's unable to collect that one. It looked a tired effort from James Rue, and that one goes through for a bye. Good running from Yusuf.
The end of the over, 8 off it, including a glorious stroke from James Minto, who has looked so elegant for his 24.
As you can see, tickets flying out the door for our international coming up against the West Indies on the 6th of June. You'll need to be quick to grab your tickets. Minto again pushes this one out into the leg side. Really exciting to have the flair of the West Indies against Bazball. Should be an intriguing contest that here at the Banks Homes Riverside. The 6th of June, not long now. I think the last block of tickets is on sale, so you'll have to be quick. 267 now, partnership up to 40. Yusuf on the back foot, unable to breach the cover field.
Minto as well, from the non-strikers then, very keen to get down the other end.
They're busy, aren't they? They look like they're wanting to score, which is really good. And such an annoying factor. You get that 9th wicket, and you just feel that you're going to get that breakthrough. and kind of walk off the pitch now 40 runs later. It was a bit like last week with Hutton and Hamid from Nottinghamshire's point of view, who put on a lot of runs for the 9th wicket, well over 100, which really changed the course of day one. Going back to notes, moved the score on from 275 for 8 to 387 for 9, and Durham, not expecting, but we'll be hoping for some kind of similar heroics from this pair.
Well, that pitch, I think it has to be said, an easier one to bat on than the one they've been presented with today.
It looks that way. Yusuf tucks that into the leg side and calls immediately sets off, as does Minto, and they get through for a very comfortable single in the end.
It's often desired at the top end of the order to have a left-right combination. Do you think it's just as detrimental for the bowling team to have a lower order left-right combination?
Yeah, I think as the day goes on, the bodies get tired, having to move from position to position, the bowlers having to change angles from over to around the wicket, so there's lots of benefits. And Minto edges, and I think is put down at second slip, having to dive across in front of first slip. Tough not carrying through greatly, but that looked like a chance.
Yeah, it's definitely carried. Second slip, as you said, just coming across, getting one hand to it. I'm not sure it would have carried to first. It's a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Frustrating for Somerset, as Minto now drives fluently, and he'll get that down to the sweeper at backward point and pick up another single. Good double teapot from Overton as the over ends. I love a double teapot. Having a little word with Minto as he walks past. Minto's probably looking up about a foot in the air to see him. And probably thought that's a good target for me in the second innings if you're going to have a little chunter. .269 for 9. A real nuisance factor, this last wicket partnership.
Yeah, 227 for 9, the score when James Minto came to the crease. He's put on 26 for himself, and now the score 269 for 9. And Somerset turn to a change of bowling, see if they can make the breakthrough. Matt Henry's off. Pretorius is on and almost straight into the action as Minto swipes at that one and gives himself a single teapot. Telling himself off because that was wide. Probably too wide to be playing that shot to. He just wants to mentally reset, and again, practices the leave.
No, you can't score runs when you leave it.
Can score runs when it flashes off the outside edge and goes over the slips.
There you go.
And that's exactly what's just happened for James Minto, and that races away to the boundary. Perhaps not the way he intended to score the runs, but the outcome is the same nonetheless. 4 runs.
Outcome important at the moment for Durham. 273 for 9 now. That partnership up to 46. In the context of the day's play, this is huge. As I said, real nuisance factor in these lower wicket partnerships. Oh, that's gone through.
That one's leapt a bit off the length.
Bit of anger in that one, I reckon.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised. Number 11's flashed you off the edge, over the slips. It really has just taken off.
Yeah.
Minto bobbing and weaving everything out the way from that one. But he's still there. And that's the most important thing for Durham. And that one is off the outside portion of the bat again. And yet again, it's going to run down to third man for 4 runs. And I'm going to give him a bit of the benefit of the doubt and say he's opened his face a little bit. But maybe that's a touch finer than he would have hoped for. And it's a warm round of applause round the ground, because that brings up the 50 partnership for these two as they shake hands in the middle of the pitch. It has been ever so needed for Durham. As I said a minute ago, 227 for 9 the score when these two came in. 50 runs later at 277 for 9. The story is ever so slightly different. No run into the leg side for Minto. And as you've said, Ash, these are the runs which really hurt the bowling side. Would have thought at 227 about half an hour ago that by now they'd be sat in the sheds with their feet up, watching the batters do their work. But for the minute, these 5 bowlers are still plugging away. There's James Minto and Cody Youssef. And not still at the crease because James Minto has just dollied one up into the leg side. And after batting so well for 43 deliveries and 34 runs, he's disappointing himself, shakes his head, but gets a supportive arm round the shoulder from his batting partner and his bowling partner, Cody Youssef. As he slams his bat into the ground, James Minto, he felt there were runs out there for him. But if there are, it will be in the second innings because Durham are all out for 277. But it was a much needed 50 partnership between these two. They went very well, and now for the next innings, their job will be with the ball in hand.
Yeah, Durham eked up to 277 thanks to that last wicket partnership of 50. The day started by Durham winning the toss and electing to bat first, and it soon went south from a Durham point of view as the first ball of the day was played onto his stumps by Alex Lees off the bowling of Matt Henry. He was gone for a first ball duck, and then there was a little recovery, a nice partnership between Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay before McKinney edged Josh Davey through it to James Rue behind the stumps. He was gone for 30, 65 for 2. Emilio Gay fell into the short ball trap, hooked Matt Henry down, right down Tom Abel's throat. He was gone for 41, 88 for 3 just before lunch. Bedingham went just after lunch, LBW to a full one from Pretorius for 17. Ollie Robinson was the most fluent of the batters. He scored 52 before he was caught behind off Matt Henry and a diving catch in front of slip. Graham Clark was caught behind down the leg side off the bowling of Josh Davey. Much to his disappointment, he was gone for 15. Colin Ackerman was then bowled by one that kept a little bit low from Craig Overton. He was gone for 30. Ben Rain was LBW at Pretorius for 25. And Mitchell Colleen on County Championship debut went without scoring, caught by Gregory at first slip after flashing at a drive from Matt Henry. 227 for 9. And then as you've just seen, Minto was the last man to go, caught by Lammonby off the bowling of Pretorius for 34. Durham are all out for 277. We're going to take 5 and we'll be back with the Somerset reply in a few moments. I'm sure you'll do shot. But Somerset are about to there. Reply to them 277. Stay there, everybody waiting. Someone fair and through ball for Somerset. Matt Hefty for Maiden. Josh 12 overs, 1 for 55. Sorry, 2 for 55, 1 maiden. Probably a little bit expensive for him, but I thought bowled a lot of wicket-taking deliveries. Miguel Pretorius, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 63, was always a threat, as was Creighton, 20 overs, 2, 1 for 57, and Judge was none for 27 from 9. Kind of bowling wall.
Well, looks to be an unchained. No. I think that's an unchained pair. So it's a great go. Surprisingly slightly, for a meet. I mean, no. What? Taking guard?
Yeah.
No, Lewis Gregory.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is he? Oh, there you go.
I'll be very embarrassed if it.
No. I mean, you definitely know this team better than me. Lewis Gregory's flashed up on the board immediately, and Josh Davey. Ben Rain. Eclectic, the word, is that what I'm looking for? But can't believe that hasn't been given out.
I thought I heard a bit of bat on it.
There was a lot going on there. I just thought it was a bit high. Gonna have to, we're both of us scrambling for the stream. The last time I was on the stream, Colin Ackerman was batting.
Ben Rain did like it. And then we would have been in a Google hole trying to work out how many times both teams have lost a batter with the first ball of the innings.
That would have been something. Leg by to get Somerset underway. Josh Davey is underway immediately with a ball that's full and straight and clipped through the leg side. And he'll pick up 3 as Mitchell Colleen does the fielding.
I'm trying to work out how I feel about this. I didn't really process it last week because
now it's a thing.
I wasn't as joyful as being a parent to a young child is. When you're not at a cricket ground, it's very difficult to follow the cricket. I'm really struggling for words here, aren't I? You're looking at me, and the more
I'm wondering where this is going. Yeah.
And basically, what I'm saying is, I didn't really soak in the fact it was Davey and Gregory opening the batting in the county championship. And I see the logic in that if you've got, okay, this is the approach we're going to go to, so actually give it a few games, don't just do it once. I like the way Archie Vaughan comes in a bit further down. So Lammonby, they don't like moving Lammonby away from 3. I'd imagine it's Rue then Abel, probably Vaughan. So Hamid could bat as low as 7 here.
Yeah, Hamid on the team sheet is listed at 1. Oh, and that beats the outside edge from Ben Rain. I think he'll enjoy bowling on this surface, Ben Rain.
Now look, Lewis Gregory always was, when he was a kid and he was breaking in, for the first couple of years, he took a lot of wickets. He had this season, 2011, where he took 17, 18 T20 wickets, a lot of them on Sky. He was bowling wheels, and everyone always, the idea always was that he would end up being more of a batter than a bowler. He scored good runs, but it hasn't quite worked out that way. But there was always this narrative that he'd become a top 4, top 5 batter, and then he's ended up in the middle order. But playing as a batter only here, not bowling. And Josh Davey, who is very keen to tell anyone who asks the question, he always was a batter and has always wanted the opportunity to bat up the order.
That's a good bit of fielding there. An initial thought of running immediately, but young Minto, and I think Minto is going to take the new ball. So you're going to get your wish again. You're going to see Minto nice and early. Oh, all your dreams are coming true in one day, Sal.
Well, that's what happens when you come to the Banks Homes Riverside. It's always lovely to be up here.
Nice to have you, mate.
I still feel like I can hear the voice of Rob Rush. I can't walk around this ground. Rob Rush's booming voice. I tell you that. I think the last time I was here, I was over in Newcastle for a meeting, and it was on a match day. It was outside the ground, and I just heard Rob Rush's voice, and I'm thinking, no, sure, I must be going mad here. But there was some some bloke, a man, sat on the steps listening to the live stream. Didn't have his headphones on, so all I could hear was Rub Rush. Follows me around, that man.
I'm surprised it didn't carry from here.
Well, yeah, there is that. It might have been that. He might have just had the pictures up, the visuals up, and listening to Rush live.
Steve Kirby having a little lap around the ground.
Big appeal. James Minto probably sliding down the leg side. Left arm seamer. Good pace. Josh Davey falling over, trying to work it into the leg side. Be a good man. If you want to talk about Zimbabwe, Steve Kirby might be a man to chat to, because he had a little spell away with the Zimbabwean national team a couple of years ago. He was at Somerset for a while, then left for maybe 6 months, maybe even a year.
Okay.
Worked with them, and then came back. Another big shout. Another one turned down. The bowler wasn't that interested in that one. It was the free slips. Ben McKinney, Colin Ackerman.
Encouraging signs from young Minto. There's a little bit of swing there for him early.
Bowls at good pace as well.
He bowls quick enough, and Alex Lee's just having a word with James Middlebrook there, saying, what are your thoughts there? But he's the first one, really. Probably the Somerset bowlers are more hit-the-deck bowlers. It's the first one to really swing the ball. This one swings a lot.
Yes, much to Ollie Robinson's annoyance. It swings too much. Not able to get across. Blindsided by the batter. 4 byes. Right, this will be a testing period for Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory, if they can see off this new ball. Ben Rain hasn't got the same sort of pace as Minto, but he's got the control, the accuracy. Durham will be looking to finish with a bit of a flourish. They finish with a flourish with the bat, that 50-plus partnership for the last wicket, just giving their total some respectability. Good take from Robinson.
He'll keep Ollie Robinson busy. Because of his height, he doesn't get a lot of bounce, so you have to stand quite close. But his pace also dictates that when you are standing that close, it gets you in a hurry. If you have a look at the Durham slip cord, and they're very, very close to the bat.
Yeah, thick outside edge, and that is seriously travelling. Short ball, punched off the back foot by Josh Davey. He'll feel a little bit better. Bat off ball. Ball on bat.
Bat on ball?
Bat on ball. Either way round.
Yeah, you choose.
I get to choose. That's nice. The one I really struggle with this summer in particular is hands on head. I keep saying head on hands is my default training.
I said healthy edge the other day. You've heard the term healthy edge, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Emily Windsor,
thick edge.
She was like, oh, well, never heard that before. So Ollie Robinson's nick was a healthy edge.
Yeah, I think so, as opposed to just a thin edge.
Yeah, just yeah. There you go. Good. I feel vindicated.
Oh,
Maiden over for Minto.
I can tell it's been bothering you as well.
That's been eating away at me for a week. Emily Windsor, if you're listening, she'll be watching the Durham girls, actually.
Finally, you can relax again, Ash. 8 without loss. Did you just say that? You might have done.
No, I didn't. It was all yours. A little bit late from the ground announcer, but it is. Well, Ben Rain to continue.
I'd like it if we're going to announce every single over.
That would be awesome.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
Gregory forward defending. That could really cover our job there. Just announce that and then just let the pictures play out, and then. But I mean, everybody wants to listen to this drivel.
Right.
Why wouldn't you?
I do know one commentator who's tried his hand at the PA announcing, and I won't say his name or the venue, but I think he tried to jazz it up a little bit. And I don't think there wasn't anything malicious in it.
Ben Rain gets the edge and it doesn't carry. And that's the killer on this surface. And the Durham slips are now looking at actually how close can we get.
It might have even been in the fixture between these two sides down at Taunton last year, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so it was almost a commentator's take on the PA role. So I think
was there a PA announcer that left the role or something? I remember watching on the stream, and there was something to do with the commentator and the PA announcer.
Oh, maybe.
That's clipped away a little bit too straight from Ben Rain.
I think he introduced Basteleda as trying his luck from the River End. And I think he was told that there were a few more little quirky announcements, and I think he was told that best just to
stick to what it is. Yeah.
Quite like that.
The traditionalists in cricket, eh?
Trying his luck. But we won't name
Having a crack.
It was a bit like that.
9 without loss, Somerset. Davey solidly in behind that one.
I didn't mind it though. I like a bit of ad-lib over the tannoy.
Sometimes you just, need to freshen things up a little bit. Maybe just for a short period. Keep people on their toes.
I think a couple of wickets, I think he may have gone a bit overboard
rogue
in his description. It might have been something like, out for a second duck in the game or that kind of thing.
Rub it in.
Yes.
Maybe more T20 than County Championship.
Yeah.
Davies solid again in defence.
Someone flashes at one outside off stump and gets caught at slip, that kind of thing. I enjoyed it.
There is lots of Somerset chat on the stream.
Is there? I recognise a few of the names. I think a few of them know who I'm talking about as well.
Yeah, even welcoming Durham fans down to Somerset. It's lovely chat for a change, and it's good. 9 without loss after 3 Somerset. Davey on 3, Gregory on 4. We've had a 4 byes and a leg bye.
Sounds like a band name, that, doesn't it?
4 byes and a leg bye.
Would you go and see them on a Friday night?
Nah. Actually,
pub in Stanley or somewhere, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Gregory just taking his guard. He's going to face James Minto for the first time. Is he a James or a Jimmy? Is it straight James?
Oh, I think, maybe Jimmy as he gets a bit older.
Short ball. Lewis Gregory has punched that away in front of square past Graham Clark at backward point for 4 runs. Rode the bounce really well there, Gregory. Got on top of it, made sure it went straight into the ground. First boundary of the Somerset reply off the bat.
Yeah, nice shot. Absolutely described it perfectly there, up nice and tall.
Well, tall's not his natural starting point, Lewis Gregory. It's a skiddy bowler. Oh, but he's left that one alone. And James Minto has his first wicket of the game. Shaped back into Lewis Gregory. Caught in 2 minds.
Little inside edge there, I think.
Off his inside edge. Middle stump. Just rocking back. He has to go for 5. Somerset have lost their first wicket, 13 for 1.
Yeah, caught in 2 minds. And a little bit similar. The first wicket is a drag on. Gregory going for 5. Bowled by Minto. And Durham need early wickets. What have we got left in the day? 13 overs after this one. Durham would be looking at having Somerset 2 or 3 down, and then you would feel it's an even day. If Somerset go to stumps at 1 down, you would feel that they're well in control of this game. That's a big moment. Experimental, or potentially the new opening partnership has been broken, and Lammonby will be the new batter to the crease.
Yeah, one of the senior players in this batting lineup now. Lammonby made his debut back in that COVID season, Bob Willis Trophy. 68 first class match, 700s, average just north of 30. I think that'll go up as his career continues. Good summer last year, 941 runs, an average of just under 40. A couple of half centuries so far this summer. Left-hander, so a little bit more for the fielding side to think about. Takes his guard, free slips weight. James Minto remains over the wicket.
Ooh.
I like the look of James Minto. I remember when he made his debut down at Surrey, they got very excited about him down on that Surrey live stream. Makes it look it's kind of graceful, actually, the way he approaches the crease, almost effortless. And then there's that real explosion as he hits, it gets into his delivery stride.
It's really strong for 17.
Lammonby gets off the mark. Almost single, slight misfield by Dave Beddingham in his floppy cap at Gully. Soft hands from Lammonby. And Minto just kicks away a bit of sawdust.
Still a bit of swing for the young left armour. Paul shouting one more for tonight.
They'll be after a couple though, really, won't they?
Yeah, 100%.
I feel they can get it. There's still a bit in there. There's plenty in the pitch.
Absolutely.
A little bit of cloud.
Yeah, it's just starting to come in a little bit, isn't it? Starting to close in. Overcast. That's nicely played by Josh Davey. Tucks it around the corner.
Bit of a dog walk for you after play, is there?
I'm going to head up to Ropery Lane. So Chesley Street are playing tonight. They're in a
lovely.
T20 comp. If my wife's listening, she now knows my plans.
You in the side?
No. 6 o'clock kickoff. Keep telling them I'm retired.
Lammonby gets in behind that one. End of the over, 4 gone. Durham have their first wicket. Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper, bowled by James Minto off the inside edge. Just a start Durham wanted. 13 overs remaining in the day. Who Chesley Street taking on tonight?
They're taking on Sacriston, so a bit of a local derby. Sacriston just up the hill, really, from Chesley Street. T20 competition. Lost in the last over to Burnmore, another local rival. So our group started off with a loss. That's our first loss of the season. Burnmore, very strong side, good side, well led. It was a tight game, but they came out on the right side of it. Be rain to continue. This is tucked away nicely, but unable to beat Cody Youssef. Starting to get got to always remember that we look through tinted windows here, so I always think, oh god, it's actually brighter than what it is, but it is starting to just get a little bit overcast and a little bit gloomier. Good conditions to bowl. It's pretty fresh out there. Rodney Ward has just asked, as he is 17, is there a limit on the overs? Yes, he's under the ACB guidelines. And WizKid says he's got bunions older than him. I like that. Nevi saying there's nice movement from Minto. It was the same as the last game when nobody else swung the ball. Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. Good contest between these two sides. Pretty evenly matched. Durham bowled out for 277. Now chasing wickets tonight to try and get themselves back into this contest. That's full and a play and a miss. We've seen a lot of drives missed today.
Yeah, Josh Davey ending up in what could have been quite an uncomfortable position there. Big stride in, almost got stuck in the V. We have, a lot of plays and misses.
I like Lammonby. He reminds me a bit of Milan Darwin Milan.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Lots of similarities.
Well,
Languid, fluent left-hander. Oh, Ben Rain squares up Davey this time. Much to the excitement of the band behind the stumps.
Well, if he ends up with anything like the career numbers of David Milan, I think he'll be a very happy man.
Absolutely. Durham women have fallen to defeat away at Surrey, so they will not make finals day. They've been bowled out for 122, meaning that Surrey have won that game by 72 runs, so Surrey advanced to finals day of the T20 competition. Ben Rain again beats the outside edge. Good work from the Durham spearhead. Such a vital part of this Durham team. Doc saying, can you see off that new ball, lads? And again, good bowling from Ben Rain. Closes out. A familiar sight here at the Banks Homes Riverside is about to go up on the scoreboard. A maiden over bowled by Ben Rain.
Wonder how many of those there have been over the years.
Yeah.
Hundreds. Going to be Minto, unsurprisingly, to continue. Lammonby just taking his guard again. 3 slips and a gully for company, along with Ollie Robinson. Young Mitch Colleen is just in front of us at long leg. Fielder at point, cover, mid-wicket, mid-on. Back of a length. Nice Minty is the shout. 17. He's quite a broad lad, as you say, 17-year-old. They're all in the gym early these days, though, Ash.
Yeah, they
See
are.
some big units at 15, 16, 17. That one whizzes through to Wally Robinson, who takes it around head high. Just a little dance to his right, having to be lively. Springy still, 5:30 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. 5:30 everywhere in the country, that's how it tends to work. 11 overs left after this one. I think the light will be alright.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Also got the lights that can come on.
Yeah, that's true. Power those up.
Somebody saying they still haven't fixed the scoreboard with a sad emoji. Not sure what's the issue with the scoreboard, if you can let us know. I'm just going to check on the bowling directives to see if they still do class for first class cricket. I think they do. If that's the case, then Minto, I think, is restricted to 6 over spells.
Which, in fairness, you probably wouldn't want any more than that out of him anyway.
Yeah. And I think for him it would be a maximum of 15 in the day. Oh, that is a peach.
He's bowling beautifully here. Lammonby squared up completely there. Ends up feet the wrong way round. Just goes to have a little pat at the pitch. A quick word with Josh Davey. Take a breath. Go again. That's the more difficult one, isn't it? 15 in the day for a side to... It's all right on a day like today. But in a 96 over day, that's more difficult to balance. Because you'd expect your 4 frontline seamers to maybe bowl somewhere between 20, 25.
Yeah, you'd be looking at... Yeah, absolutely.
Fuller dug out by Lammonby, and they take a single, chance of a run out, but I think in the end it was pretty safe. They come through comfortably enough. Is that Cody Youssef there? Mid wicket, had to get around, shy at the stump. So Lammonby moves on to 2. Josh Davey, who called him through, is on strike. He's got 4. 1 ball left of over number 6. Intriguing first day here, 11 wickets.
Yeah, it's been good.
as you say, there were a lot of starts in that Durham innings, which suggests there are runs out there. Keeps a tad low, maybe. Maybe Josh Davey didn't quite pick up the length anyway. End of over number 6, 16 for 1.
Yeah, interesting chat around the team names here on the live chat now. He's saying the issue with the scoreboard is the actual title of Durham men being on versus Somerset. That's something I picked up, and I'm not going to lie, last week. And I think it's just the way that the team name has been registered in the PCS Pro scoring system, so that's what comes up. I don't think it's anything more than that. So yeah, there you go. Also asked Neil Killeen, who's part of England's bowling coaches, to just check on those ECB directives as well to see if they're still applying first-class cricket. Ben Rain to continue around the wicket to Lammonby, and that one short and wide and crunched away from Lammonby. Got exactly what it deserved. He picks up his first boundary, moves on to 6. And Somerset will move on to 20 for 1.
Very much in his arc there, Lammonby. He's not going to miss out on those. Just sat up quite nicely.
Yeah. Short and wide and punished. Just what you want when you're new to the crease. You've only got a relatively short time. You've got time to get your eye in, and then hopefully stay not out and start again tomorrow. This one's tucked away into the leg side. And they set off immediately. Bedingham unable to stop the single. $21 for 1. A few more spectators over in the LNER stand now.
You predicted it. Chasing the sun.
Chasing the sun. Although it is probably as far away from the action as you can get. That's tucked away nicely by Josh Davey. Oohs and ahs from the band behind the stumps.
Well, it's in that deepest pocket of the ground, isn't it? Where we saw the ball hold up. You could almost run 4 up to this pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, those in the top tier of that stand are miles away.
Like level 7 at St James's.
That is a long way up.
It's not as many stairs though. Oh, so there might have been a little tickle down the leg side. We've already seen one of those today. Lammonby doesn't get anything on that one. And yes, the slips are pretty close. We've already seen one edge not carry through to the slips.
Almost in helmet territory there.
Well, I was just about to say they might get the old Trescothic theory out and get on the knees and kneel at slip rather than stand at slip. A familiar sight for Somerset fans. That one's left alone by Lammonby.
Ground staff all getting ready to spring into action. I mean,
I'm not sure about that.
You're not going to spring. Vic looks like he's in that low deck chair of his, ready to just spring up.
I reckon he's more likely to recline and that's
and
beautiful.
Direct.
Yeah. Delegate, I think, was the word he used last week.
Said he's been giving his staff days off recently.
Yeah, they're on a rotation, which is good. This one is on the hip, but won't beat. Skipper Lee's at mid-on. Ends the over. Over number 7 in the books. Somerset 22 for 1, Lammonby on 7, and Davey on 5.
And it is still in the books as well, isn't it? They do still score
They
manually.
They do both, don't
Probably
they?
has to multitask.
Yeah.
Or the home scorer is it that takes control of the computer, I think. But they're plugging away.
Brilliant.
Doing
I
it
tell you
in
what, fair play, because they have to concentrate.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we drift off under randomness at any given moments and get breaks, but those guys have got to sit and basically notate everything that happens during the day's play.
Not an easy job.
No, not at all.
Minto to Davey. And Davey shaped as if he was going to cut that one. I realised the ball wasn't quite there.
He's looked really busy at the crease, but only has 5 from 20 now.
There's a question you might be able to address there, Ash.
What's the local brew?
There's presumably a load.
There's lots of there's Wylam Brewery. There's lots of microbreweries are popping up now.
Very on trend.
You've got Cameron's down in Hartlepool. You got Vaux that was in Sunderland. So yeah, lots of local. Not sure brown ale's even brewed in the area anymore. I think it was Tadcaster and
the old factory got knocked down.
Yeah,
right by St James's Park. I presume it's some kind of student housing now. That seems to be the way it goes. Leaves that one alone, Davey. Oh, it takes Ollie Robinson slightly by surprise. Nasty one on the end of the finger, potentially. Just misjudged it. Rather than getting it softly in the palm of the hand, he went bang on the end of a finger. Their wicketkeepers presumably all have their fingers nicely taped. Although some don't. Some like the feel of ball on hand, but a lot of them these days, it's like a boxer before they go out.
All the knuckles taped up.
That's a hard job, keeping wicket. Pushes that one, but can't get it past the fielder at cover.
9 overs after this one remaining in the day's play. Be interested to see if we get any early bowling changes. You've got Yusuf and Mitchell Colleen would love to have a little spell tonight just to get into the game.
Yeah, you almost want to give him that over just to ease a few nerves and probably sleep a little bit better if there's a ball. I mean, he's had a bit of action with the bat. Pulled. Short ball doesn't get hold of it. Fielder out there at deep square leg, so it will just be the 1. End of the over. 23 for 1. No, it's not. I've called it early. See? It's just exactly what you were saying. Drifting off.
Can happen. It's been a long day.
Umpires coming across. The umpires actually doing what they're meant to do and changing to square leg. Some of them don't. Few leg buys.
That might be the end of Minto, I think, tonight.
End of the over. 24 for 1. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8 for Minto.
Yeah, picked up the early breakthrough. Drag on. As Lewis Gregory attempted to leave one. Caught in 2 minds. Thick inside edge.
Colleen looks like a man who's starting to warm up. You think we might see 4 sets of 4 here or a longer spell from Rain?
I think Ben Rain might keep going. It's nicely played by Lammonby up tall in defence. Bit of encouragement from the crowd, the Durham bowlers. Oh, it's a good leave from Lammonby, tight to the off stump. .24 for 1 in reply to Durham's 277. Again up tall in defence, Lammonby. Skipper Alex Lees comes across for a little chat with Ben Rain, having a look at the ball. This one's driven but won't beat Cody Youssef in the covers.
Which I reckon makes it an even day here. 2, 3 wickets. 3.
Ooh, depends how many Somerset get. What we've got 8 overs left. 50 probably Somerset will probably get to. You would think scoring around 3. Yeah. Maybe grab another one and bring a night watchman in, I guess, potentially. I think 3 down Durham would be pretty happy after being 227 for 9. This is driven nicely by Lammonby, but Ben Rain sticks out his left mitt and does the fielding. And guess what? It's another Ben Rain maiden over.
So many. Such a common occurrence at the Banks Home Riverside. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10 for Ben Rain. So, are we going to see a bit of young Colleen? Yes. His first bowl in the County Championship. Big moment for him. Had his cap represented to him this morning. Opportunity for him to show what he can do with the ball. 8 overs remaining, so it could be a 4 over spell if all goes well. Cody Youssef warming up as well. 3 slips. Ben McKinney, the unmistakable figure. Colin Ackerman, such safe hands in at second. Emilio Gay in at third. Josh Davey on strike. Bustles in.
Yeah, he does. He's a hard worker. He will run in. He'll try. In a bit like Ben Rain. Very. I'm not going to say similar, but hopefully one day will be a Ben Rain. Learning his trade, a young 20-year-old boy. I say young 20-year-old. You got Minto as well on the side at 17. Oh,
outside edge into the gap. Josh Davey getting on that front foot early. They're going to come back for 3. Good bit of running. Graham Clark chasing it down to third in front of us. Lammonby's quick. That's a relatively comfortable 3.
Not sure if Graham Clark's thrown that seam up or not, but that seemed to go a long way from the stumps. Holly Robinson scrambling away. A nice start from Colleen.
Fuller whipped away. Graham Clark. That long leg for Lammonby. Better throw from him. Right above the stumps for Ollie Robinson. Is it into the sun? No, not quite.
The opposite.
Other side, isn't it? 4 off the over so far. Mitch Colleen.
Interesting way of scratching his guard, hasn't he, Josh Davey, with his right foot. See if he can pick that up.
Pushed him on for no run. I always used to do it with my bat. I was never convinced I had the accuracy with a stud.
See how he does it there?
Yes, normally it's the other with the foot faces the other way.
Yeah.
Nothing gets past you, Ashthorpe.
That's just something different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, eye-catching to me, probably boring to everybody else, but you know, it's just something different. Got the traditional scratcher normally either faces the stumps or faces the umpire and scratches up and down.
We could do a good little piece on that with you to camera, couldn't we? You know what they used to do on the test matches.
Give me half an hour.
I'm not sure it's quite got half an hour in it, that one. But a little, they used to pop up to third man and whatever it is on Sky, and someone would be there. NASA or Michael Atherton would give you a bit of analysis, a few examples.
To the third man.
Yeah. Good to get that going, actually. That'd be quite a good addition. Just stick you in a box permanently.
Yeah, just somewhere out in a truck somewhere in the car
do
park.
It remotely, can you? Yeah.
Coming up with all these great ideas, and Ross is not even paying attention in the studio there.
Probably got us on mute if he's got any sense. I wouldn't blame him.
I think he's asleep, actually.
Not again.
Have to get that stick back out and poke him through the door.
Shorter wake windows than my 9-month-old, old Ross.
Going to see a double change. Cody Youssef into the attack from the Finkel end. This one allowed through to the keeper. Going all regional on the live chat. And accents. I'm not going to comment on any accents. That one's full and wide. By Middlebrook just telling Cody Youssef sorry, it's Kettleborough at this end, isn't it? Telling Youssef just to be careful with that front line. Getting a nice lead from Lammonby. 28 for 1. Somerset in reply to Durham's 277. Trading by 249. There's 6 overs remaining after this one. And if Somerset can go to the close of play 1 down, they'll feel they've had, I would say, the better of the day. Lammonby looking solid in defence, thinking about going and getting the ball. Durham fielder saying, get away from that, that's ours. Just trying to be nice, the lad, wasn't he? Pick the ball up and throw it back to the fielders.
Yeah, I think he's spot on. 1 down would make it Somerset's day. They'd be pretty pleased.
2 even-ish.
Yeah.
3 maybe Durham.
Fine margins, isn't it?
That's what Durham would be thinking. They'll put 2 on it. Makes it 30 for 1.
It's a very skiddy attack, isn't it?
I think you've got 2 very different attacks. You've got the height of Somerset, and I think we had Cast last week, and that gave us that height factor. Even Drizzle with bowling his off spinners is quite tall, but this attack is all very similar heights.
It's not
in fact, Colleen probably the tallest.
Yeah.
At just over 6 foot. That's flashed away. A thick outside edge and will run away for 4 through third man. Just playing away from his body there, Lammonby would be pleased with the result, but not with the shot. But importantly for Somerset, it's another boundary, 32 for 1.
Yeah, looks like he bowls with decent pace, Cody Youssef.
Yeah, he'll work that up. I think tomorrow you'll see probably the best of him. It takes him a little bit to get going, but he's all action. He was a superstar on day 1 versus Nottingham. Every time that Durham just seemed to get behind the 8 ball, Alex Lees threw the ball to Cody Youssef, who at one stage made us all panic. He started clutching at his hamstring, but thankfully it was just cramp.
Not again. Clean in, 3 steps, wait. Josh Davey cries a catch, leaning edge. Falls safe in the end. Youssef at cover, scrambling around. They come back for 2. We're trying to turn that into the leg side, I think, Josh Davey.
We've seen a few leading edges today, haven't we?
Davey survives.
Yeah, the despairing dive of Yusuf nearly bought Colleen his first championship wicket.
What a moment that would have been.
Yeah, for him, and just in the context of the game, what you just try and get another new batter, and I think it's probably a Somerset renowned for night watchman, or would they send in?
It'd be interesting to see what happens next.
This is what I love about
Davey
these
would
little
have been
phases
the
of the
natural
game.
candidate had he not been opening. This is probably actually a situation Davey has found himself in a fair bit in his career, opening the batting or batting against a relatively new ball late in the evening. Are they going to have a look at that ball?
The ball? Alex Lees is not happy with the ball.
Umpires are going to come together.
A familiar sight a couple of years ago, wasn't it, when we had the batches of
that year.
really poor quality.
Barely got 15 overs out of each ball, wasn't it? Yeah, a colleague of mine, friend of mine too, Charlie Taylor, who does a lot of work for the BBC as well. He's a fan of Josh Davey as an opener.
There you go.
Says he likes it. Every time, it's one of these things you almost, if you had a soundboard for Somerset, one of the buttons would be something like, "Oh, Josh Davies got really good technique," or "He shapes up really well." Josh Davies, he's got the technique for it and the temperament. And there's a lot to be said about protecting the bat. It's an odd one, isn't it? Because often you want your opener to go out there and make you a really strong start or to be one of your better batters. But actually, if you haven't got that, if you've struggled a little bit in that opening position, then actually having someone who, if they bat for a long period of time, will score runs, but who takes a little bit out of the legs of the bowlers, takes the lacquer off the new
super balance
ball,
in your team as well. Having one of you, did he open the bowling as well? Yeah, open the batting and the bowling. He'd probably keep in the second innings.
Takes the ball home tonight, looks after it.
He drives nicely through mid-on. That's a gorgeous shot from Josh Davey. The pick of his batting so far this afternoon.
Pressing me soundboard there.
Beautiful.
Drives beautifully. Shapes up really nicely.
A real shot of authority. Just slightly full that from Colleen, and Josh Davey jumped all over it. Right-handers will often tell you that is one of the toughest shot in the right-handers playbook. The on drive. Short, and this one cramps Davey for room, and he chops it down right next to the stumps.
Sorry, Ash, I've left you to do all the work there, haven't I? Realised.
That's okay, mate. 39 for 1.
I started something and I've forgotten it completely. I can just feel you looking at me expectantly.
I'm going to look away.
Much
I'm going to look away.
Look away.
Look away. Don't look at me.
He'll be relishing this opportunity, is what I was going to say.
I think he will, yeah.
Oh, he always wants to bat higher. One of the things I used to get wound up by Jack Brooks about the fact he hasn't got a first-class 100 and Jack Brooks has. Flicked away by Lammonby for a single. And one of the things you would, I think, fairly acknowledge and observe about Jack Brooks' batting is while it can be effective, it wasn't always pretty.
Agree.
Bit of sunshine again, poking out from amongst the clouds. Somerset 40 for 1.
It's
Durham.
a funny sky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Almost hazy. And you're right, there is sunshine.
We got sunshine. Half a shout for LBW. Josh Davey trying to flick that to the leg side. Always telling where the wicketkeeper ends up.
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson took a step or two to his left.
Going well down the leg side.
Yeah. Nice for Colleen, though. Just to get a couple of overs under his belt tonight. There's been a few nerves, even though he has played a bit of first-class cricket when he found out he was playing. Jabs to bat down, Davey. End of the over. 12 gone. We've got 5 overs left. It's 4 minutes to 6.
Beautiful.
3 minutes to 6 now. I'm like a talking clock.
On the third stroke.
It's
incredible. I was just going to say, it's incredible to think that actually was a thing that people used to ring up to get the right time.
Of all the business, if you looked at,
I think Apple's killed it.
Usage levels, that is, if it still exists, it's gone down massively.
Oh, dear me. Setting your clocks. It'll be Yusuf to continue. He'll be right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. And he allows that through to the keeper.
It'd have been a good job, wouldn't it? Probably not much continuing work in it. But to be the
It's
voice
a long
of the
shift,
talking
that.
cloth,
That
yeah.
would be a long shift.
I'm not sure it was live.
Oh, imagine if it was, though.
That
Even
would
having
be-
to record it, that's still a long shift.
Yeah, it is. I wonder how often they change the voice. Or was that you done for years?
That's a good question.
Not something I think about often, is the
No. What other jobs would be kind of obsolete now in the last few years? I can't believe we're talking about that. I love it. This is cut away by Lammonby. He got up tall, and he's timed that really nicely, and that will run away for another boundary. This partnership building now nicely for Somerset. Lammonby moves on to 17. Davies on 16. And
Cool.
Somerset move on to 44 for 1.
According to AI, the AI overview on my Google search, it still exists. Dial 123.
There you go. I think we should ring it.
Available to BT and EE customers.
Oh,
Well, I'm not sure I would ring it because it costs 50p from a landline
What?
and 40p from a mobile.
that's ridiculous. A no ball from Cody Yusuf.
I am on EE though. I'm tempted to spend the 40p just to hear it.
Phone books? Maybe another one? Do the phone books, the yellow
Yeah,
pages?
let's get it delivered. We could undercut it, Ash.
Yeah.
We could start it up, record it with our voices and charge just 20p for a call. Imagine
Mate.
we'd never have to work again.
Be millionaires. This one's tucked away off the hip from Yusuf. Not quite got his line right to the left-hander. Searching over and around the wicket. Lammonby being pretty comfortable so far.
A nice little partnership building between these two. Pushing on towards 50 on the scoreboard as well.
Nicely played by Josh Davey, growing in confidence. A bit of nice feedback for the camera crew, doing a good job. You can pass that on upstairs, Ross, if Jay's still awake. Bless him. Jay has spent 6 hours on his feet today. Ross has spent 6 hours on his backside in the studio. There's a big shout. Not a convincing shout.
At least 3 of them with his eyes shut.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Saying that our stream is nearly as good as Somerset's, I'll take that. I do enjoy watching the Somerset stream, especially when Sam isn't commentating.
I prefer it then as well.
That's full and straight and clipped away beautifully by Josh Davey. He'll pick up another boundary. Yusuf searching for a Yorker. It's an expensive over. 11 off it. And that brings up the Somerset 50. So probably a little bit ahead of the game.
Yeah,
There's a
lovely
replay for you.
lovely shot from Davey, that. Beautiful.
It's timing it nicely.
Yeah, no Vic Marks up here. Fair point. Bumble's been on here before last summer.
We have
wasn't
had
he?
Bumble's company.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Couple of days.
A lot of fun. I was telling the guys last week that on one of the days I was due to run a quiz for the members.
Here's Colleen.
And I was telling Bumble about it throughout the day, and he went, well, can I come? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. So he said, can we drink? And I said, yeah, we'll have a pint. So what turned into a sports quiz ended up being a 15-minute chat with Bumble that lasted for an hour and a half over about 2 or 3 pints. And it was just brilliant. There was no sports quiz questions asked throughout the whole night. It was like there was a microphone between us two just having a chat in a pub. It was brilliant.
He's good value, isn't he?
A fantastic fella.
Excellent. So like a bonus evening with Bumble.
With the Bumble.
He's been on tour this year, I think.
He's been with Doige, yeah. I'm going to try. I'm trying to convince him, and I think he has agreed to do a night up here as well. So I know that Sam's trying to get him on another couple of games. So when he's up on one of those games, he said he would do a night, probably at Chesley Street Cricket Club just up the road. Seems he normally stays at Lumley Castle, so we'll make it nice and local, and it's my club as well. So
Gay goes into a catching mid-wicket. Oh, that's kept a little bit low, left alone by Lammonby. 51 for 1. He can borrow my limo as well if you need to ferry him around. It's probably quite difficult to drive a limo to Chester Street Cricket Club, though, isn't it? Isn't it down quite a narrow lane?
No, it's just up the road.
Yeah, I know, but isn't it?
You'd have to get dropped off out of red carpet.
Yeah.
We'll drop him off out the front.
Lammonby, 18 from 36 now.
I've enjoyed your chat, the live chat. I've enjoyed your chat as well, Sam. But yeah, enjoyed the live chat. It's been good humour. We had a bit of, some rubbish on it last week, if I'm honest with you.
It's nice to have.
It's good, yeah. Good friendly banter. I've always liked the Somerset mob. Good crew.
It's not what you said when the microphones were off, mate.
Mate, come on. Don't be that guy. Good friend of mine, Justin Langer, spent a lot of time down in Somerset. Loves the place. Sent several players down to play club cricket down in the area.
Back-to-back triple hundreds Justin Langer had for Somerset. He's a player. Is he coaching in the IPL now?
Yeah, he's one of the franchises. I don't know if it's Lucknow or somebody with a big badge. I know that. I'll actually try and find out.
Maiden from Mitch Killeen. 3 overs, 1 maiden. 0 for 12.
My usual search when it comes in. Justin Langer is now Justin Bieber. Lucknow Super Giants.
I'm sure they're very similar characters, Justin Langer and Justin Bieber. Often mistaken.
Great singers.
Often mistaken. And do you play club cricket with him then?
Yeah, I grew up at the same club, yeah. Very fortunate. Josh Davey finding the middle of the bat on a regular occurrence at the moment. He won't want Stumps to come. Stumps just 3 overs away. Well, 2.5 now.
Seem to be a couple of years older than you.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
50 a couple of years ago, wasn't he?
Yeah. He is, yeah. Fantastic
Anyone
cricketer
else?
for Australia.
Anyone else of note in your club side back then?
A lot of Western Australian cricketers.
Okay.
Probably the most talented one I saw was a lad called Robbie Baker, who spent a lot of time in the northwest. That's a gorgeous on drive again. Not timed as well as the one before, but will have enough to get on to the Toblerones just down in front of us. Josh Davey looking $1 million out there. Moves on to 24. Somerset move on to 55 for 1. There was a guy called Matthew Nicholson, bowled really quick. Spent a bit of time at Surrey as well. Played one test, the test that England won at the MCG, Boxing Day, where I think Mark Ramprakash took an absolute screamer off Justin Langer in that test match. But yeah, there's been a few good ones from Scarborough Cricket Club over the years.
Harris is one, isn't he?
Marcus Harris
was there, yeah.
Originally when he was a youngster, moved to Victoria. AJ Ty, Cooper Connolly there at the moment.
The club cricket must be a different. I mean, it's a completely different thing over there, right?
Well, it has changed a little bit now with the franchise stuff. So a lot of those cricketers that would play a lot of club cricket now involved in state cricket and franchise cricket, so probably not available as much. Edged and caught. McKinney, no mistake. Just as I've probably put the mockers, and I apologise to all the Somerset viewers out there, that Yusuf finds the edge right down McKinney's throat, and he makes no mistake with a comfortable catch at slip. And that's a big wicket for Durham with just a couple of overs remaining in the day's play. Josh Davey gone for 24. Caught McKinney, bowled Yusuf. Somerset 55 for 2.
I almost asked when you said he looked $1 million, was it one of those reverse psychology style attempts? I don't think it was. I think it was a genuine comment,
I've actually really enjoyed his innings. I thought he's been solid. He's played a couple of really stylish on drives, but he has to go. Much to the delight of Durham fans, and for Somerset fans, it's a long trudge off. It'll be interesting to see who comes in at number 4.
I think it might be Jack Leach. So I think the answer is they have gone down the night watcher route. Although another man who would have required no encouragement to stick his pads on and get out there and have a bat.
Good area that from Cody Yusuf, drawing the outside edge, bowling in long sleeves. Don't see that very often. Shoaib Akhtar back in the day used to bowl in long sleeves. That might have been for a different reason.
He played a bit up here, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I tell you what, the first time I played really for Durham at the Riverside was a game where Shoaib was playing for Lashings.
Right.
And it was a bit of a fun and fancy game, but Shoaib wanted a contract with Durham. And my God, he bowled the absolute speed of light. And the best thing for me was that when he got a wicket, he just walked off the ground. So as I'm walking out to bat, he's walking off, and honestly, it was the biggest relief going. As Yusuf beats the edge of Leach. First ball. We've seen what Jack Leach can do, more than capable. Opening a test match, didn't he? Was that against Ireland?
Did he open? He got 92 at Lords. After, I think it was the Tim Murtagh had run through England in the first innings. Yeah, more than capable batter, Jack Leach.
Still wake up with thoughts of him and Ben Stokes at Headingley.
Yes, that was fun to watch.
No, it wasn't. Oh, and this one nearly gets through Leach, as he aggressively tries to whip that one through the leg side. 2 overs remaining in the day. It's been an excellent day's cricket between these two sides. Somerset 55 for 2 in pursuit of Durham's 277.
And with 2 overs remaining, that was the cue for the ground staff to spring up. There you go.
Deck chairs and other chairs.
That deck chair is nearly as big as Vic.
It's huge.
It is. It's like one of those comedy ones.
They'll have a big job tonight there. They'll be battening down the hatches for what is expected to be some pretty heavy overnight rain.
Half a shout, maybe a bit of inside edge.
Yeah, I heard 2 noises there. As much as I want Mitchell Colleen to grab a first wicket in the county championship, keeping a close eye on him. Former student of mine and Ben McKinney at Parkview Academy of Sport. It's a really nice moment this morning. If you haven't seen it, jump on social media. Ben McKinney presenting or representing Mitchell Colleen with his county cap.
Leave that one alone, Lammonby. I like the way the Somerset batters have gone about it. It hasn't just been about surviving this hour. They've still played pretty positively, but we're at that time now. 1.4 overs left in the day. Yeah. And actually, what they don't want to do is lose another wicket. Particularly Lammonby, because they'll feel of the 4 or 5 frontline batters to have not lost any of them and be a couple down. They'll feel pretty confident with that.
Oh, it's a good leave. Just nipping back off the seam, clean bowling, good areas here.
Because they probably got, with Gregory open, you've got Vaughan to come, Abel to come, Rue, Amid. Probably not in that over. I'd imagine Abel comes next.
Yeah, it gives you good depth. That's what I was saying. Josh Davey, having one of your bowlers being a really top order batter, just gives you great balance.
Extra slip goes in. 3 slips now.
Oh, tempter.
I think he's going to have to get them right on those stumps if he's going to be tempted into anything. Tom Lammonby at this stage from around the wicket. Colleen. 2 balls left of the penultimate over of the day. It's been a good day. Been a brilliant day's county championship cricket, really. Sets the game up really nicely without it being particularly in either side's favour.
Yeah, it does. I think that as a balance, probably Somerset will be the happier of the 2 sides just. But it was important that Durham picked up those couple of wickets tonight. Well, have they got 3?
Everything changes. Everything potentially changes. We talked about 2 wickets making it even. A third one, which is what Durham have just picked up, swings the pendulum in their favour, and it's Mitch Colleen.
I'm sorry, but I've done it again. I've done it again. Just saying there, it was Somerset's day, but that probably swings it a little bit, especially with the wicket being Lammonby. Mitchell Colleen with the first championship wicket. Superb delivery there, just bouncing off a length, leaving the left-hander. Getting a faint tickle through to Ollie Robinson, who does the rest. And in the context of the game, that's huge.
You hadn't even really finished a curse there. It was sort of midway through the sentence when the wicket came.
I'm being called the 12th man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am sorry, but I'm not.
Now, it's interesting though, because had this been in the last over, that would have been it for the day. But because we've still got 6 deliveries remaining, I think that might be James Rue. Looks like a left-hander to me. So James Rue would have been hoping that his day was done. Alas, for his sake, Durham will be delighted. He is required. He's batting at 5 in a slightly mixed up, odd Somerset batting order. Jack Leach is out there as night watcher. Tom Lammonby has just departed. 2 left-handers out there for Somerset now. James Rue would have probably just said to Jack Leach, I'm facing this ball and this ball only, Jack.
Don't ruin the day.
Drives it nicely. Off the mark. With a boundary. Races away. Backward a square. Mitch Colleen will be a little bit annoyed by that, but I don't think that will override the emotion he'll be feeling, which will be largely very positive, having just taken his first, and hopefully the first of many, county championship wickets. Somerset 59 for 3.
I know him really well, and he would be absolutely spewing that he's been hit for 4 there, despite, as you say, picking up that wicket. It's tough to get a smile out of him at the best of times. But really nice moment for him. His dad will be here watching as well. It's a nice moment for the family. Hopefully his mum Claire's here as well. And his grandparents will definitely be here, Nora and Glenn. So, big moment for the family. And new generation of Durham Colleens bursting onto the scene here. He's been around at this club playing cricket for many years under the various stairwells and all sorts. You used to see him never away from the place. But yeah, big moment for him and for his family. Nice stuff. Yusuf to bowl the last over of the day. Oh, Jack Leach has probably hit shot of the day. It was a half volley, it was wide, and Jack Leach has belted that through the covers for 4.
Do you want to just keep going with the compliments about Jack Leach's batting?
What a play. I think he should be batting 3
for the World 11.
Yeah, trying to beg another wicket for Durham. But what a shot. Ooh. Little flirt at that one from Jack Leach. Cody Yusuf again getting tight to that popping crease. Pi Kettleborough just having a look.
I like that comment.
That's brilliant. It's before the watershed. It's almost like that meme. You know what men are thinking. Jack Leach cover drives. Nicely defended by Leach. 3 balls remaining in the day. 63 for 3. And has that wicket. Jerks. I've got the word we don't like, jinxes. I'm sorry. Swayed it slightly in Durham's favour. That lead, 214. 3 wickets down. Would you say even?
Yeah, no, I think it has. If only, maybe even in the context, but I think in terms of the mood this evening.
Yeah.
at dinner.
Durham will be buoyed by that. That's a great leave. Yeah, had Durham walked off having them 1 or 2 down, you would think that the body language and the general vibe would have been, oh, that's Somerset's day. But I think that, and a late wicket as well, always helps you walking off the field with that spring in the step.
And then conversely, you just got Somerset will be sat around having dinner going, and there'll be three guys in there going, oh, I'm out already, bit annoyed at myself.
Great place to be out on a Friday night. The North East. Just saying. Leach again trying to climb into another drive. Where they're staying in Durham?
I assume so, actually. I'm not 100% sure, because the teams, sometimes they stay in Durham, and there's the hotel just, is it the golf course a bit further up the road?
The George Washington?
Yeah, some teams stay up there. Not 100% sure. Polly's staying in Durham. I don't know if she always stays with the team or not.
Last ball of the day. Yusuf to Leach. The acrobatic Alex Lees stops the ball. But that ends what's been a brilliant day's cricket. Thanks to everybody for tuning in today. We hope you've enjoyed it. We've thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Somerset 63 for 3 in reply to Durham's 277 all out. The highlights really, Ollie Robinson, the only man to pass 50 for Durham with 52. Matt Henry taking 4 wickets. And Durham picking up 3 wickets in this late session to have Somerset, as we said, 63 for 3. It's been a good day's cricket, Sam.
Yeah, a brilliant day's cricket. I think we've got a good game on here. Something in it for both batter and bowler. Plenty of starts. No one's kicked on yet. This game could be decided by a batter kicking on. If Somerset can get someone that gets in and pushes on and makes 100 and pushes them into a lead, then they'll be in a strong position. But by the same token, Durham will be walking off fancying a first innings lead of their own. So looks like we are set for a good game of cricket. I've enjoyed it. It's been great to have everyone on the live stream. Good numbers, good chat. Life's pretty good at the moment, Ash.
Yep, beautiful. Well, we're going to go and enjoy our Friday evening. You're going to go out for dinner. I'm going to head up to Ropery Lane and watch some more cricket.
Ah, yes.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you, hopefully, at 11 o'clock tomorrow. There is forecast of some heavy rain overnight, but hopefully Vic and the crew, who are already, as you can see, getting the covers on, work their magic and get us underway on time. From Sam Dalling and Ash Thorpe, we'll see you tomorrow morning.